It's 2:00 on Tuesday, July the 28th, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. All members of council are present this afternoon, along with our CEO Deepak Joshi and our office manager Heather Stanek. And with that, I would like to have the resolution to adopt the agenda, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We would like to respectfully request for, we've added in there 8.1, so I'll read the agenda. So we'd like to respectfully request for the item added in there for today that came in at the last minute. So resolved that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated with the noted additions. New other business, 8.1, request to waive admin fee and tax sale costs roll 506-100, and we can explain that a little bit more in detail. This goes back to 2015. 8.21, Red River Ancestry and Genealogy Center. 8.22, St. Clements Activity Center Grand Opening Update. And Finance 9.2, financial statement that was added in after agenda was published. And then 15.1, opposition Rex Delor related with the Parkside Drive conditional use and variance order.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowicz, second, please. Councillor Belanger. Are there any other changes for our agenda this afternoon? Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
I would just like to add another one, Rebec Road construction.
Okay, under new and other,
Sure, thank you.
will it fit in there, Mr. CEO? Okay. Anybody else have anything? I had a mover, I had a seconder, and if there are no other changes to our agenda for today, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. The next item we have is confirmation of the minutes, and we have 3 sets of minutes for today's meeting. So I will ask for the resolution to be brought forward, please.
Resolved that the minutes of June 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of council, June 30th, 2026 committee of the whole, and July 14th, 2026 special meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover? Councillor Spicer, second, please. Councillor Sutherland, any corrections or any adjustments to any of those minutes from members of council? I'm not seeing or hearing anything, so I will call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, we have a delegation. I don't believe that they are here yet.
There was someone at the front, and we'll check.
Okay, thank you.
Right here? Yeah. I can tell. My head was up.
Sure.
Perfect.
All right. Can I stand?
Or you can sit, whatever you choose.
Well, honorable council members, my name is Dina Zaretsky. I am a resident of the Arm of St. Clements, living approximately a half a mile to the east of Highway 59 on Road 89 North in the Poplar Park region. I'm here today as a delegate from my neighborhood to present a formal request for a legal speed reduction to Road 89 North on the east side of Highway 59, as you can see in the map there. Starting just past the turnoff from the Highway 59 service road and ending at the end of the dead end road, which is approximately a mile long or less. The start and stop point for the reduction area would be at the discretion of Public Works and be based upon any traffic study you may perform. Pictures and video, I'm assuming you've seen those already? Pictures and videos?
No, we couldn't receive them.
Oh, you didn't get it,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm speaking on behalf of the residents most impacted by a speed reduction in this area. Given this particular road is a dead-end road of approximately a mile long, that it falls within municipal jurisdiction, and that it can be considered a local or residential street, we are asking for a permanent speed reduction from the standard railroad speed of 90 kilometers an hour to a residential road speed of 30 kilometers an hour. Now let me explain why we're asking for the speed reduction. About 5 to 6 years ago, a farming business began at the very end of the service part of this dead end road. It literally has grown by leaps and bounds over the years with large equipment and a number of hired hands. What was once a very quiet, serene road has now become a very active, noisy, dusty, rutted road. The road and the neighborhood were literally never designed to accommodate the type of traffic that we now see, which includes everything from passenger vehicles, tandems, semi-flat decks, tractor trailers, B-trains, Steiger-type tractors, giant cultivators, sprayers, combines, towed equipment, all manner of recreational vehicles, bicycles, pets, and pedestrians, including children at play. Our homes are very close to the road, as you can see by that map there, and are also heavily impacted by noisy equipment and the dust created at higher speeds. The 3 homes most affected are in very close proximity to the road itself. Although the municipality did some ditch clearing in 2024, there is still definitely reduced visibility upon entering and exiting these properties. As of yet, there have been no injuries due to traffic, but there have been many very close calls, and we feel it's just a matter of time. There are no sidewalks, so the road is also used for foot traffic. Some examples of documented incidences are myself exiting my driveway, nearly being hit by a piece of farm equipment I was unable to see or hear. Once I was walking on the road and a driver literally flew by without slowing and was obviously not even aware I was there until they were right beside me. Another resident, based on the short length of their driveway and their garage placement, often needs to back directly out onto the road. One day she didn't see the farm equipment coming from the east, backed out on the road, and was shocked to see a large piece of equipment close to the rear end of her car, at which point the equipment driver turned on the headlights. It was a very close call and she was definitely flustered. Another resident's daughter-in-law with baby in tow was turning into their driveway with a tandem hot on her tail, behaving aggressively, scaring her. Another incident while towing a farming implement with a half-ton, the driver had a high-speed near miss with another resident exiting his driveway. He swerved into the ditch, then back on the road, losing the farm implement in the process. Another visitor to one of the neighbors has a dog that he is very concerned that if he loses control of her while playing in the yard, she'll be hurt or killed on the road. Most recently, a young man on an ATV was exiting one of these properties and nearly collided with a pickup truck. Residents don't feel safe walking, biking, alone or with children, or even allowing the children to play alone in the yard for fear of injury. Understandably, traffic is much higher during good weather, seeding, and harvesting times. I decided to count traffic that passed my home for a few days. Note that this was done after seeding. I clearly could not possibly be there 24/7 to count all vehicles, nor would I see those arriving and leaving to the west of me. So traffic would be higher than the actual counts. Most of this traffic was tandem trucks hauling dirt for fill. Another neighbor had randomly counted traffic one day and conceded the numbers are typically between 30 and 40 a day. So Sunday, June 7th, I counted 40. Monday, June 8th, 24, that was not the whole day. Tuesday, June 9th, there were 38. Wednesday, June 10, there were 11 in 4 hours. And Monday, June 15th, there were 36. Now let me repeat that. 30 to 40 and sometimes more vehicles per day on a 1 mile long dead end road. We have asked multiple times every year for those that use the road to please reduce speed. Some do, lots don't, and in fact the request causes them to behave more aggressively on the road. We have contacted the bylaw officer a couple of times over the years, the RCMP and the DOT regarding loads to no avail. Even RM staff like the grader operators, grass mowers, and the fellow that came to clean up rubble from ditch clearing have seen firsthand the traffic and driving behavior on this road. We have spoken to councillors regarding these issues and are now here requesting a formal reduction. Please accept our petition for action to reduce the speed limit from 90 to 30 kilometers an hour on this dead end Mile Road 89 North in its entirety from its entrance east of the Highway 59 service road, or at minimum past the residential driveways and properties ending with the eastern property line of Roll 551900. All signees use this road on a regular basis. We humbly request you pass the speed limit bylaw and install the new posted speed limit signage to ensure future ability for law enforcement options and for the safety of all users. And I thank you for allowing me the time to bring this to your attention.
Okay, thanks for that, Deanna. I'm just gonna see if council has questions for you before we let you go. So
Absolutely.
Councilor Belanger, go ahead.
The default speed limit on real gravel roads in Manitoba is 90 kilometers unless posted,
Correct.
otherwise posted. So any reduction of speed that could potentially go on there to get enforced. So let's say it's set at 60 kilometers or 50 or whatever it is.
Mhm.
The RCP are the only ones that have radar. They're the only ones that are going to be able to enforce it.
I'm aware.
I'm glad you're aware because they are too busy to be driving down gravel roads and running radar, so I'm just giving you the heads up that even though there could be a road restriction or a road speed limit on the road,
It doesn't guarantee.
it doesn't guarantee anything, and you know, signs are the worst signs. You can only hope. My road is a freeway. If people are going 110 kilometers, nowhere to go out. Road 33, gravel road, so.
But is it a dead end road?
It's not a dead end road, but it is frustrating. I hear your plight in your dissertation. But it is difficult to enforce. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, I realize it's difficult to enforce. We did have a conversation with an RCMP officer and he said, if the signs are there, I will come. So whether they actually do or not, that's another story. But if the signs are there, it at least does give you the option of having law enforcement take action. If the signs aren't there, then technically they're not breaking the law because they're within the speed limit, right? They're just being not so nice, to be polite.
Okay, anybody else have questions?
Hi,
Go ahead.
have you talked to your neighbor about this
Multiple times.
and nothing?
They can't control everybody though. Like they can control their own actions, but they're hired hands and whatnot.
Well, you should be able to talk to the hired hands to make that happen.
Yeah, we try to do that and they tell us to talk to the owner. So, I mean, we have made the attempt, yes, we have.
Okay.
Multiple times over the years, like I said, they've been there for 5 years now. And it just continues.
Okay, anybody else? I have one, like you say that there's an awful lot of traffic. Are they all going to that one residence at the end of the road?
Well, no, there's 2 residences, one on one side and one on the other,
Okay.
but the majority would be to that one.
The one resident?
Yeah.
Okay, it just seems that that's like a lot of traffic going to one place, but
It is.
yeah.
Yes.
And do they carry on a business from that?
A farming business.
Farming business?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, anything else from members of council? Okay, the only thing that we can tell you right now is that we've listened to what you've had to say and we'll have some further discussion and the office will get a hold of you and we'll see what we can do to try and see what we can do with the speed limit there. As was said, it has to go through Highway Traffic Board. We have to get permission to change that. So we'll see what happens with it after council has their discussion on it later today.
Right. Does the highway traffic board need to be involved though if it's only a municipal road?
Um,
It still has to go to the province.
Does it?
yeah,
Okay.
so,
Alright.
okay,
Okay.
Okay, thanks for
Appreciate
coming
you
in,
reaching
yeah.
out.
yeah, no problem.
Have a good
You
day.
take care, yeah.
Oh, I guess I'll leave you the petition. Who do I do that with?
Oh, you can just give it to Rob and he'll pass it on.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good
You
day.
too.
Okay, I see our next delegation is here. It is a little bit earlier, but if you're ready to present, you can come forward. We have Darren Dabiak and Ken Berry on the green space donation proposal, so come forward, please. How are you, Darren?
If you'd like to put something up on the screen.
Deepak, before we get started, Mr. Barry has a little thing he wanted to mention. It's about the sign on his road, on where, the road there, what was that?
Yeah, well, I have your attention. We've made several calls to the office here, and I guess they get forwarded to public service. When Valley Fiber went through last year, the stop sign at the corner of John Street and Ewart was knocked over and disappeared. And it hadn't been replaced. And my son, who lives at 35 Ewart Street, and he's a kidney transplant survivor. And as his parents, we worry a lot about if he had to call an ambulance. His rural address sign is down Ewart, not on the corner of Ewart and John Street. So, and Ewart is very narrow, it's grown up with trees. You can go by that thing real easy. Without that sign there, it's difficult to know what Ewart Street is and where it is.
Where it is.
So I've been requesting that that sign be put back up again. They did come and they eventually put up the stop sign, but the Ewart sign never reappeared. And I guess I'm just asking today again, if public service or public works could reinstall the Ewart sign where it once was.
Yes.
Yeah,
follow up on
Deepak is making a note, so we can follow up on that.
Have
Go
you
ahead, Dave.
Thanks. Have you called it in to the public works?
Yes, I have.
about
Well, I
your-
called it into the office.
About
It
your
gets transferred, yes,
Okay,
yes.
how long ago?
Probably last year, I haven't done it this year
Okay.
because nothing happened twice
Okay,
last year.
thank you.
My son's went after me to see what I can do here and now. It's not my purpose to be here, but.
Go ahead, have a seat there and then you can start the presentation
Okay.
regarding the green space.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know who's speaking, Darren, are you speaking?
No,
or-
I'm basically here, I was here to introduce Mr. Barry,
Okay,
as a past GLRA board member. Ken and his family's been very involved in our community, the development in the community. And as you're all aware, our friend who has passed, David Cairns, was a large part of everything that we've done in the community. So Mr. Barry is here with the proposal today. And he has the GLRA support. Mr. Barry.
Thank you.
okay,
I'm not here to ask you for any money, so rest assured, I'm not here to pitch anything. What I'm hoping to leave the meeting with is to get your agreement or approval to install a play structure, in honor of Dave. I think most of you know Dave and know what Dave has done for our community. He wanted to do something for Gull Lake, and I'm his executor. And one of the things we want to do is put up a children's play structure at the Gull Lake. And I've been in touch with Playgrounds R Us, and I've got a proposal from them to put up a thing. And I've got some pictures here I'll show you. It just so happens they're the same company that put up the structure just across the road here at the Carry Hands, that assembly there. That's one of their products. So what we're looking to do is to install this in the green space, and put up some kind of a little memorial sign there to the kids of Gull Lake in memory of David Cairns. The estate will pay for the cost of the purchase of all the materials and the installation, so we're not looking for anything from the RM. Isn't that different, eh? And we're not looking at anything from the RM financially, we just need your support in having been able to do this. What I'd like to be able to do is do the construction in September. It'll take 1 to 2 weeks and it'll all be finished. If we leave it till next spring, with being so muddy and wet and everything, it won't be available until the ground dries up. And if we can get it done this fall, that would be my goal. We also need to settle the estate, so I don't wanna hold over funds until next year. So that's basically it. So there's 4 slides there. It's a little blurry for me to see, but I know if you can read the printing. What this is, it's exactly the same kind of materials. This one here is a picture of what it would be. That's the set we're looking at. It's a climbing and slide arrangement for the kids. And there's some swings there, go to the next slide. And that's just another view of it, there's some bells and whistles and things they can implement. And then the next slide, we'll stop at the fountain. And that's what it looks like in total. It's about 34 feet wide and 66 feet long. Unlike the structure that you have next door, this one will have an engineered wood fiber fill. All of the outside of this play area is bounded by a ACQ timber, 6-inch, 8-inch timber board. And then inside of it is this wood fiber. And it's an engineered material made of fiber, but it's treated so that it's, of course, not flammable, but more important, it's waterproof. It doesn't hold water. Like, they're not the normal wood chips you see. It looks like it, but it's not. And it compacts in a way that it becomes a solid matting. You could drive a wheelchair over if your kid needs a wheelchair. There's no, it can access any part of this playground. And it has several layers to it. If you go back to the first picture, one more. So there's the wood fiber itself, which is the top layer. I lost it. And then under that top layer, it's that like oblong drainage. So it has a drainage membrane pipes basically underneath the whole area, so it drains the water away from the play structure. And then under that is some compacted material that makes it a pad. It's like the filter cloths you use at your road, so that the water can go through it and the materials, the dirt and the gravel can't come up. And that's what the whole base will be done on. The structure itself will be on concrete footings, again, probably like what you have here. And that's basically, it's a 25-year guarantee on the wood fiber. And the structure itself, they talk 25, 50 years. It's all high quality aluminum with oxy coating on it or some kind of special coating that doesn't rust. And we'd like to set this up in memory of David. If you go to the last slide, we haven't got an exact location for it, but if you look at this slide, no, one more slide, one more. There should be another slide there. There it is. Can you blow that one up? That bottom one?
No, the next one down.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I have to zoom in,
Oh,
zoom in, then
zoom
I
in.
can zoom.
There you go.
But I still have to zoom.
So for those of you that have been to Green Space, currently on there is a picnic area with a shelter over top. There's a sand, there it is. There's a sand area that's a volleyball court. And then to the right of the picnic shelter is an assembly area, a container that has our equipment that we store there permanently. A couple of washroom, outhouse type things, a parking pad. And we're envisioning that this structure would take up an area relative to the other stuff of kind of what you see on this area. And whether it's there or down maybe a little bit towards the parking pad or over by the sand, we haven't decided yet, but that's kind of where we would put it. So that's my story. That's really all I have to say. You could answer questions if you like, but I don't know what your approval process is.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up to see if there are any questions from council, and then we'll probably have a discussion after you
Yeah, no, that's
depart, and
That's
we'll
fine.
let you know,
Yeah.
administration will let you know. Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
First of all, this is a great thing.
Yeah.
I guess, if you've been around long enough, you know I always ask a process question. I think there's gonna need to be a little bit of process here. I'm assuming that Brendan would be involved.
Brandon's
Brandon's aware.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cause the challenge we have here is like many things that we have, there's regulations we need to follow. Safety wise, so on and so forth, so if you've already been talking to them, that's great.
Yeah, this company has actually done some work for the municipality. And these were the people, my discussion with Brandon, when I approached him about this was the company, and Mr. Barry did the research through the company's website to ensure that everything is done to code. Process,
That's all I was
process covered, sir.
kinda
No, I met with the president.
concerned about.
Yes,
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I gotta ask, how much is all this?
$80,000.
I think what's, just to add to this will sit in front of, I vision this anyways, and we'll have further discussion. Sitting in front of the picnic canopy, it will be approximately the same length, maybe a little bit longer. But that area in front there, other than foot traffic, is low. We had the issue with the damage that was done when the gravel was moved from the parking pad over to the Ian McIntosh Trail. So this, in addition to a play structure now, is gonna offset the picnic canopy nicely. It'll all kind of blend in together with everything we've got there. Yeah, it's going to have to come up for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and my question was answered, cause I was gonna ask, where is it going on the property, so you've answered that one, so, yeah. Anything else from members of council? Deepak, anything that you have to add? Go ahead.
First question, you said that all the process has been covered with Brendan. Is that what exactly do you mean? Have you looked into insurance or any of those things, or was it just the process of finding out which company that was used?
Well,
Go ahead.
the issue with insurance is covered, as I understand, in past discussions we've had. Is the RM carries a blanket policy for all the municipal property. So anything that happens in municipal property is covered under that blanket policy. I had past experience with East St. Paul. We built a skate park, which, as you can imagine, has a higher liability issue than a playground structure. And that was covered under their umbrella policy for all municipal properties.
You still have to notify them and all that. Has that ever been discussed or anything?
Well-
And when you did that for East St. Paul, that was a skate park belonging to East St. Paul in the end. Are you looking at donating this to the Arm of St. Clements?
Yes,
So that means that the Arm of St. Clements takes on
yes.
the asset and the liability and the asset replacement and the maintenance.
Well, there'll be very little maintenance if all many years after.
Well,
That's the hope.
there'll be inspections.
Yeah, there has to be inspections done on a regular basis for playgrounds. So I don't know if any of those things have been covered. So we could certainly look at all that and then see what we can do to help with this.
Okay.
You mentioned the gravel was moved. Which gravel are you talking about? The gravel that was taken away from our site that I sent you a letter about? Is that the gravel you're talking about?
There hasn't been any gravel removed from the site. If you want to discuss the issue that you have with the GLRA about the gravel in Council, let's do it.
Sure.
What's your concern?
Concern was gravel was taken that cost the RM money to come and replace that was not allowed to be used for other purposes.
Okay. When the gravel was delivered for the McIntosh Trail,
Correct.
it was dumped on top of the parking pad. When we, the GLRA, contacted you folks to have the gravel moved in order to complete the trail, Public Works came with their grader, scooped whatever gravel they chose to scoop, and put it at the head of the trail. The rest of it got spread over our parking pad. When we put the container for storage on the grounds, the gentleman who did the work for us leveled off the parking pad and used that gravel under the container. None of the gravel that the RN paid for has been used anywhere else than RN property. And I took exception to the fact that that letter was sent to me and not the GLRA.
Where you had told me by email that you had authorized this, correct? When you sent me an email saying, yes, I authorized this gravel to be taken away.
I didn't send you an email authorizing it. I think when you spoke to our treasurer at one of the meetings, she told you she had authorized it.
I don't think Jill had said that she had authorized it.
Yes, she did.
But if you want to send me that in writing, because it's still an outstanding item with the RMSA Clements, that
Well,
I'm obligated to deal with, because there was a cost of 2 additional dumps, trailer dumps that we had to pay for to bring to
Well,
that site to finish off the gravel, which was already identified to be used for the McIntosh Trail,
right,
not for other purposes.
I understand that. But had we not done that, then you would have ordered 2 more loads because you guys were short for the trail anyways.
You're telling me we were short.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that our public works manager and the people involved in the project said that there was an exact amount of gravel, what they
Wow.
ordered and what they used.
You-
And they know what they used and they know what
We
was
can
missing.
agree,
And we have
can
pictures of
disagree.
what was there and what was missing afterwards.
But you have no pictures of that parking lot, what it looked like after your guy moved the gravel.
But if there was something to do with the parking lot, that would be the responsibility of the RM. You took it upon yourself to do what you needed to do with our gravel, correct? So that's the outstanding issue. So I just wanted to understand that. If you're gonna say that
Well,
there
if
are
you're-
issues about gravel and low-lying lands and there was some damage done, I would contest that. Part of the problem here is that there was gravel taken from RM that shouldn't have been taken, that at minimum should have been asked for our public works and for the administration. Just because the RM comes and places their material on their property does not mean that others have access to that material
Where
and to
did-
use it as they see fit.
Where did the gravel land up? It's still on the property, is it not? It's if we're going to have this discussion, common sense to me would dictate that it's still on the RM property. It was used for the betterment of the space. GLRA paid $17,000 to get that gravel, that container, the wire hookup, volunteers cut the hydro trail. And you're asking us to compensate you for 2 loads of gravel that is still on RM property. None of that gravel was moved from the RM property.
I'm asking you to say and admit the fact that you took property that belonged to the RM St. Clements, if you needed for the RM St. Clements to pay for some additional gravel to betterment of a project that was voluntarily and applied against with volunteer work, that's fine. But that requires you to come forward to council. You can't just say, because it was put on RM land, that you took the liberty of taking that's worth several thousands of dollars, that we had to then order additional gravel at additional cost because we weren't even aware till after it was removed. So that's what I'm talking about, is following a fair process to have the level of communication. Just to say that the gravel was there and taking it and saying, well, it's still on the RM land, we did it, and look at all the hard work we did to do all this other stuff, that we're entitled to it. I don't think that level of entitlement exists that I'm aware of. And at the end of the day, I'm responsible for taxpayer dollars, and council tells me when I can allow others to use it for other purposes, even if it's on RM land. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what you want me to say.
I just wanted to make sure it was addressed properly. You said, let's have that discussion in front of council. I am.
All right?
And you did take that gravel for that purpose, correct?
Pardon me?
You did take that gravel for that purpose.
We removed the gravel from the parking pad that your public works guys had left there, cleaned up the parking pad and used that to put under the container used for storage.
Without permission.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so getting back to the request that was brought forward, we will talk about that after, Ken, and I think that you have actually kind of lost for words, because I know Dave did a lot at Gull Lake.
Yeah, everybody misses Dave.
So thank you for honoring him in the way you want to.
Yeah, thank you.
If there's nothing else from council, we'll have a little bit further discussion, a little bit later in the meeting, and Deepak will be in touch with
Okay,
council's decision.
And further to our gravel issue, I would appreciate if the memos, any memos, emails, whatever, is sent to the GLRA, not myself.
There will be in the future,
Fine by me.
and I would appreciate contacting the RM if you plan to use any RM material or equipment.
I am no longer on the GLRA board for the simple reason it's become too difficult to do things in the community.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in this afternoon, and as I said, we will be in touch. We'll send a letter out, and after council has a
Appreciate
little
that.
bit further discussion on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
keep the stick. No donation to the RM.
No, I don't need this stick.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this our next delegation?
Yes, this is our next
Okay.
delegation, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I know it's not 3 o'clock yet, but if, you are ready to come forward, please do. How are you, Lisa?
Oh, sorry, we have to go on camera. Sorry, we have to go on.
Okay.
Resolved that council recess the regular meeting and go into in-camera to discuss legal and personnel issues, and further be it resolved that all matters discussed are to remain confidential as per section 83(1)(d) of the municipal act.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second Councillor.
All that as per section 152(4) of the municipal act, council of the rural municipality of St. Clements does now resume sitting of regular meeting.
Can I have a mover? Councillor Horbis moves, Councillor Bazarowitz seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, and we have another delegation, Mr. Colodi at, I guess we're a little bit late with our other delegation, so I apologize for that, and I see he's not here, so we'll just wait for a moment till he gets into the room.
Yes.
Okay. Hi there, have a seat. Okay, so I guess, you're Mr. Colodi and you're here to talk about Dubus Drive.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll let you go ahead and tell us what you are wanting or proposing there, and then we'll see if there's anything that council is requiring.
Well, I don't know where actually to start because I've never been in such a meeting before. So I probably need a lot of assistance. But nevertheless, I guess I'll start off from the beginning. And, which was that I purchased Dubus Drive in January 1st of 2009 from the RM. With the engineer's drawings and such, all in good faith to build, my offset was to construct and build the road. And, so I finally got the, drawings from, Jeanette Lucier, the public, development officer. And, so then I tried to attempt to build the road and couldn't build it. There are some roadblocks that occurred, you know, with the RM, and in 2010 I attempted to, and in 2011, and finally in 2012, Jeanette spoke, she said to me, with their lawyers, the RM, the Candles and Travely, and Consul, and she said that she had waived the letter of credit. That seemed to have been a problem. But my purchase agreement has absolutely no conditions at all. Not a condition at all. I have the purchase agreement. If you do not have it, I have it. And it'll show on there that there is no stipulation, nothing at all, clear to go. That is the only offset that I have in the purchase agreement. So once Jeanette said, Walter, I waived the letter of credit, so I came down, it was April 3rd, I came to 2012 to the Arms office, and she called the Public Works guy in, and he drew me up. She said to him, draw him up a permit for the approach for the subdivision. So he drew it up and handed it to me, and Jeanette said, go ahead now, go build the road. So try to put things together with road builders and such. I had to move a hydrant pole that was in the center of the entrance. So that took a little bit of time, and so I attempted to build it, you know, in 2013, and the road builder that I had was Terrace Sand and Gravel. And whatever, he's busy in other ventures and such, and it was either wet or I'm too busy. It's one or the other. That went on for years. And then we discovered that there's an issue with there's a swale problem. We never even had a surveyor to come down to look at it. And I asked Jeanette, could you get Public Works to give us a level of the road, mark a level of the road? And she says, yeah. So that never occurred. No one ever from Public Works ever showed up to give us elevations for the road. Then at the same time I mentioned that to her, I said to her, I said, there's a swale issue here, there's a problem. Well, I'll have Public Works come down and have a look. It never happened. Then in 2017, I met with Sigurdson and Colleen and the road builder, Don Terrace. We sat in a meeting room with the drawings, and we went over the drawings, and everything is good to go. She said, yeah, she said, I asked council about it, and council's all, you know, go for it, let's get it done. So then I said to Colleen, there's a matter of the swale issue. And she says, well, bring me a bigger set of plans and outline the problem. So a week later, I dropped off the plans to her, and she said she's gonna forward it to Public Works. So, Public Works will call you. So waiting for Public Works doesn't call me. I made several attempts to call and leave messages. That's all I ever got was an answering machine. Went on and on. No response. So that went on from 2017, probably right up to 2020. And the road builder was saying, well, I mean, what are you gonna do? We're gonna build the road, and what are we gonna do about the swale? And when we met with Sigurdson and Colleen, we suggested, you know, we're gonna do some ditching, so, you know, the following year, it's all gonna drain off property, and we'll be able to build early in the year and not have wet grounds to deal with. So, that just went on. And then I received a letter from Gary Marshall stating, you know, he is the new development officer, And, the council and the RM wants you to develop this property or to a purchaser to develop it. Then I said to Gary, I says, well, I says, there's a swale problem here, I says, and I says, I found out later his name was Greg Allison. And I says, I've been waiting for Public Works for years. He says, well, he now has retired. So then we spoke of other matters concerning the road. And, I asked him, I said, you know, besides the swale problem, I says, you know, I says, what is it required? You know, I says, I'm interested in who's gonna pay for the services, the hydro and the gas. I says, because it's not quite clear in writing who's responsible for it. So he reads the purchase agreement and says, no, not at all. He says, no, you have to pay for the services. I says, well, I says, why don't you just turn it over to your lawyer? I says, McCandless and Traveling, and let him decide. He says, I'm not gonna spend my money. So we left it at that, and I says, so what is required from me to build the road? He says, you have to build the road. I looked over your plans and the drawings, and he says, you have to provide geotech cloth from the date of your purchase. It wasn't required, but it is required now. I says, I don't think that's necessary. I said, the industrial park doesn't have any geotech cloth in there. And he says, well, that was then and this is now. I says, yeah, but the date of the purchase agreement is in 2009, so it should be represented in 2009. That's when I purchased it. That's what it should stand by. No, you have to do it this way, you have to do it that way. So in any event, we just kept at it, so to speak. And he says, okay. I says, what is required? He says, well, you just go ahead, you have to put the geotech down. And it says, and he's reading what he has in the RM's file, I guess, on Dundas Drive. And he says that, and there's no letter of credit required. And I said, I knew there should not be a letter of credit required. I says, because Jeanette had it dissolved in 2012. He says, yeah, it's on file. So anyway, still waiting for the swale problem to come up to surface. What are we gonna do about it? There's nothing we can do about it. So I figured, well, we might as well just go ahead and start building the road. And we'll deal with the problem after. I mean, let's get the road in already. You know, this is dragging on over and over, and there's no cooperation. So let's just build the road. So I attempted to build the road last year in July. I spoke to Sue Sutherland, indicating to her that I'm going to be starting to build this road, because I talked to her the year before that, and I was telling her heads up that I'm going to be building the road. And so I spoke to her, I believe it was June 19th, and informed her that we are going to be starting in July. And she said to me, oh, yeah, well, that's kind of good, and yeah, and then we had a conversation after that, and she says, well, you know, the plans are outdated, you know, they're old, but I won't worry about that at this time. Just let's get things moving. And so She said, well, when your road builder arrives, you know, on site and stuff, and you guys are ready to build, you'll call me and I will contact Public Works. And they're gonna come down, they're gonna introduce themselves, and they'll meet you, and they'll go over what they think is required, and away you go. So Glenn Leonard, is the road builder of over 50 years' experience. He started bringing his equipment in the first week of July. And another piece of equipment the following week, and then another piece of equipment, 4 trips to the site. And, so Sue Sutherland asked me, that she wanted to talk to Glenn Leonard. And, so they spoke, and everything's cool. Everything's cool, kosher, sounds like everything is in favor. So once Glenn got his last piece of equipment there, Sue called me and said, hold it, put a stop to this. Put a stop to this. Now, Public Works is involved and they want to go over some matters. So, well, then she, was telling me about a meeting, we're gonna have a meeting. And so I asked her what's gonna be on the agenda of the meeting. So she put a letter together, I have a copy of it, stating, yeah, we're gonna have a meeting and all we're gonna do is discuss, go over the plans and what the RM is, might want to change. So at that point, I talked to my surveyor guy that I've known for years, and he referred me to this engineer, Jessica Mance. So we had a brief telephone conversation prior to Sue giving me that letter. And that letter, I believe, was dated August 11th. And so I asked the engineer, would you be able to help me with this situation? And she said, certainly. So once she sent me, I picked up the letter at the RM and she handed it to me. And then I sent a text picture of it to the engineer. And then the engineer immediately forwarded a letter to Sue stating, you know, she wants to get together with the RM, Public Works, etc., as soon as we can. So she tried to schedule an appointment the following Monday. Then they spoke a few days after that, and she said, no, I will have to cancel that meeting for Monday. We'll have to reschedule it. So from that point on, it was just, she's working on it and working on it now. It turns around from just being a little bit of an adjustment with Public Works, a slight adjustment from what it appeared to be. It turns around that this minor adjustment from what was the total understanding of it all, it's now, let's have it resurveyed. Why? Well, it's been some time and such a, let's just see where it's at. Well, now I have hired a surveyor. He turns around and comes, shoots his drone over the property. He's right all the way to One X Road. And then supplies the engineer with the survey. So, okay, that's all done. So now the question is now, she has to make, from what she sees in the survey, she needs to make all the waters from the development all come up to floodway drive. Where before, on the original plan, it was a partial one way and a partial another way, and the balance was up to floodway. So now it's engineered to be going all to floodway. So as far as that goes, now, but yeah, as I said, it's been all re-engineered, and the only discussion I had with the engineer is the changes in the original drawings to the new ones are gonna be slightly, as we're gonna add a cul-de-sac at the rear. So you turn around at the end of the road, because futuristically, it was supposed to go onto the neighboring property and go south and then come back out east. That's the same type of drawing that this plan is. So, just a cul-de-sac is supposed to be, we're just adding a cul-de-sac. That's all she spoke of, was a cul-de-sac. A cul-de-sac, we have to, readjust the drainage on the south side between my property and the southern property. That is zoned the same. On the northern side, it's zoned agricultural. But that swale on the northern side is all entirely on my property. And on the southern side, it is partially on my property and partially on the southern neighbor. So, as that goes on, I know nothing. Now, all of a sudden, says, well, yeah, I'm working on it, I'm working on it. That's all I know, is that she's working on it. I submitted the drawings and they have to approve it and such, and going forward and backwards. As time goes on, she says, now we need a drainage license. Now we need a drainage license. Why, there's never been one? No. The RM has never pulled out a drainage license out. So how, I says, how could they not pull one out when there's 9 registered title lots on it? She says, I have no idea. She says, possibly because they're the RM. So anyway, we have to have a drainage license. So now we're applying for a drainage license. Now I'm thinking to myself, well, when is this gonna end? I don't even know what's going on, you know, like, what have you completed that I can approve of? I'm thinking I can't approve. I'm waiting for the drainage license to come through in order to look at the plans and then sign off on them. Here, as I say, 4 months we waited for a drainage license. She submitted it, I believe, at March 23rd, and I just got it back last week on the 23rd of July. And the drainage license people had a problem with it, and they said that it was submitted incorrectly because the facts were not clear on the drain on the southern side, because it was half on the neighboring property and half on mine. So either a letter of authorization from the neighbor to say, yeah, that's okay, or it all has to be on my property. So simple, just put it on my property. Wouldn't you have done that in the first place? I'm thinking, no. I don't know what that problem was all about, but anyway, she moved it over to all of my property. And I was on their case because this is crazy. 4 months, she told me 2 weeks, 2 to 6 weeks, max, not 4 months. So I was emailing them and phoning them and leaving them messages every day. And then they finally emailed me back, and then they emailed the engineer saying, they emailed me saying the engineer incorrectly filed this, drainage license. So they sent it to her, and I have photographs of that too, where she's pointing out the errors. So she's asking me if it's okay to put it all on my property. I go, what a question. Anyway, let's get this done. So then she redesigned that, and, so, and the licensing board also, when they replied to the email, and they said, if we do not get this information by the 28th of July, we are gonna close this file and this project. So I was just jumping up and down all over her to get this done. So finally, I just got it, like I said, on the 23rd. So that's all said and done. Now, prior to that, I asked her for the volume of material that is gonna be required. And she sends me the volume, and it's all in metric, and I'm questioning her and stuff, and I haven't even seen the drawings yet. I'm thinking, you gotta wait for the drainage license. And the drainage license is stamped right on the drawings and approved. There's a big stamp on it, on the drawings that she drew, saying this is now registered in the province, in the waterworks, etc. That stamps right on the drawing and good to go. Well, she never had it, and so I thought that's when she'll show me everything and I'll look at it and see if I agree to it. So when I asked her for the volumes, I look at the volumes and they're all in metric, and I'm thinking, you must have made some errors here. None of this makes any sense. I says, can you also send it to me in imperial? I says, so maybe, you're running a computer. I says, possibly, it's very easy to make a mistake. So I says, maybe you made a mistake. And she said, well, I'll go over everything. And it's not done immediately either. You don't hear back from her for 2 weeks. For a simple deal, can you not send me this back? Now I says, what about the drawings I never saw? Oh, that's right, you never saw the drawings. Well, then she sends me the drawings. The drawings she sent me were May 27th. That's finally when I saw the drawings. I go, what?
Mr. Cody, who's she?
Jessica Manis.
Okay, thank you.
And I was referred to her by Grant Sellon. He has done work for the RM, and he knows the people in public works and stuff, and whatever. So it's been a long shot. What should have been settled in between July, August, and possibly September has drawn out all over to what? To July?
Okay,
Of the
I'm gonna stop you because I'm not exactly sure what you are looking for.
Oh, I'm just,
So we need to know why you are here today and what you're looking for. You've given us the history way
All right,
back to
okay.
17 years.
All right.
17 years, so
Yes.
let's hear what.
Okay,
you're
I was
needing
gonna get to
today.
that right now. Like I said, this is my first rodeo, you know, and I don't ride horses. So when I looked at the volume, it was scary. It was just totally scary. And, I says, well, what's going on with this? Well, how come? She says, well, Public Works, these are the new standards. I says, are you kidding me? And she says, no, these are the new standards, and this is what they want you to build the road on. I said, you were supposed to be adjusting something on the original drawings, such as a cul-de-sac, that's all you talked about. You never talked about nothing else. So, anyway, when I saw the drawings, they put a swale at the back of the property on my side of the property, which was intended on the other side of the property. It's clearly marked. So now I get to have a swale that I never needed, but I'm drawing waters from the neighbors from the west onto my property. And this huge difference of volume and material is completely, I'm speechless. I mean, they increased the road from the original plan 5 feet wider and 12 more inches of material. The material's 30 inches deep. So that's it's just amazing. Dubas Drive doesn't go nowhere. It's a 1,250-foot road with a cul-de-sac at the end that's gonna have minimum traffic on it because it's blocked off from the industrial part because the public reserve was closed down. So anyway, I'm just in shock because of the amount of volume of material and width that Public Works is suggesting to have. And the geotech, they want the geotech not only just over the road, in and up the ditches. I mean, for a road that goes nowhere. So what I'm trying to suggest and say is that how can Public Works design and request a road of such heavyweight material where that road and that design is capable of 140,000 pounds? Now, you have to exit that Dubas Drive onto Floodway Drive, which is only 23 feet wide, and it's a Class B road with 74,000 pounds allowed. Then you drive up to Highway 44, which is a Class A road, which is only 80,000 pounds. Why would you build a road that goes nowhere that's capable of 140,000 pounds? Doesn't make any sense at all. So my argument here is that that road should have never been designed to that width. It should be designed to what the original engineer had designed it for, the width and the material. And that material is equal to what was put in the industrial park, and it's just about equal to all the material standards that the RM has in their RM municipal book. There's no difference. The only difference is in the industrial park one, there's a variation of more base than topping, which makes it industrial. And the road width being 8.5 meters, which is 28 feet 3 inches, and a residential road is exactly 8.4 at exactly 28 feet. So there is a slight difference of 3 inches, and I guess that separates the identification from residential to industrial. That engineer did the drawing for your entire park. And I'm sure he knew what he was doing. As I say, you are exiting onto a 74,000-pound road that's only 23 feet wide. And then going on to Highway 44, that's only a Class A road, that's 80,000 pounds.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think we got the gist.
I think we have
got
the gist,
and I
yes,
think
and
we got-
I'm still not sure what you are looking for from council.
He's,
I would like to have the road specifications brought back down to as they were, because they still are above your road standards for residential uses. Like you had Fast Brothers redo Rebec and Donald Road, and it's the same amount of material. It has 1,000 times more traffic than Dubas Drive will ever have. You gotta remember, you're only going in because you're going into your business.
Okay,
And
those lots that are on Dubas Drive,
Yes,
if the road ever gets built,
yes,
the lots that are going to be fronting onto it,
yes.
what are you doing with those lots? Are they commercial lots, part of the industrial park, or are they residential lots?
They are zoned industrial
Okay,
with a permitted use of a resident from the Selkirk Planning Board.
I believe
I
so.
can clear it a little bit there, like we have sold the ones that were on Plants property as resident commercial. So it was like, you had to build a 30 by 40 shop was a minimum. You had to build a shop for sure, but you could build a house and a shop and have that on the property. That was sort of the rule that we had when we did Plants.
yeah, it is right next door to the shop.
Yeah, yeah,
Can I ask
so
a quick
go
question?
ahead, yes, go ahead.
So let me just understand this. In August of 2025, your engineer submitted plans to the
No.
RM
No,
that were completed? No?
yes, but well, the
Your
RM has,
engineer.
the RM has the drawings as well. And I gave the plans to my surveyor and he sent them over to my engineer. So she knew what she had, whether she sent those plans to Public Works. I can't answer that, or just Public Works has a complete copy of it.
So my understanding is there's been significant discussions with you over the years about road standards. You've always wanted to be at the 2008 standards. We've had legal opinion go through this, and legal opinion said, yes, in the sales agreement, it didn't specify 2008, it said must be to the standards.
Yes,
And those standards are of the current standards, just because the property was bought. As I also understand, there was special provisions given to you because your road is longer than what's normally allowed as a cul-de-sac. Because it was originally supposed to be a full bay, correct? And then the other half is not being built, and you continue to build this, so there was accommodation given as part of that. So there was a need for doing it as a cul-de-sac, but it is more than any cul-de-sac that we would normally approve at this time for that length.
Yeah.
And
The land-
on
the
top
land
of
was
that,
blocked.
my understanding is your engineer, Jessica Manis Engineering, JME Engineering, designed the road plan that was submitted to Public Works, who approved it, which was then required to receive drainage licenses and drainage plan that went to the province for approval, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. And so
I
that's
believe
where the
so.
delays were
But
at
you
the
know,
province, but that was submitted to us, which the RM approved back in 2025.
yes, but
And as I recall, you and I had a meeting back in 2020 or something where you
no, we were supposed to have a meeting.
said, were we supposed to have a
We
meeting?
were supposed to have a meeting,
Okay,
and I showed up here and you had an emergency meeting in Winnipeg. And you weren't available,
okay,
and that is how I met Sue Sutherland.
Okay. But we've talked on the phone several times.
We've talked a couple of times on the phone, but I really wanted to have the meeting with you, as I suggested, and it's too bad that we never did.
I'm sorry, I thought we did.
No.
It was such a long time ago,
Yeah,
and I'm getting very old,
and aren't we all?
and I apologize for that.
Rob and then David.
The property's purchased in 2009, 17 years ago. How does this move forward? Like, where do we go from here? And I know we're saying he's gotta build a road to the current municipal standards. So it's either you are or you're not.
I guess what he's asking is to build it to the previous standard.
But with the previous standard, all right, but updated with the geotech law
On the road surface.
on the road surface, right? As, you know, all the other roads that were updated, you could, all your specs show the same. There is nothing in the municipal, you know, book of rules, so to speak, and, there's nothing online showing any of those specs that how the public works and my engineer have arrived at without even my knowledge. What a shock.
Yeah, your engineer is the one responsible for it. I'm just trying to understand. And since you have another engineer, I'm assuming you're an engineer?
No,
Sir?
he's a realtor.
Oh, okay.
I'm
You're
just,
the
no,
realtor?
I'm just here to,
So you're
I'm just here
suggesting,
to listen to the
you're
whole
suggesting,
story.
but as a realtor, you're suggesting that we do some sort of an alternative
Well,
design?
but
that-
he had a
That
equipment there
is
to build
not,
the road.
no, but can you let me finish
Okay.
there, please? You're suggesting that we do an alternative design that is different than any standard and have some sort of a mixed up design, like a 2008 with 2026 or 2025 standards or 24 standards, whatever they are.
Well, I mean, the whole park is built at whatever, 78,000 or 80,000 pound road, like the rest of the park's all built 80,000 pounds.
Yes.
And the road that he comes out on is built 74,000 pounds.
How did you come to those numbers?
What's that?
How did you come to those
Well, how
numbers?
thick the gravel is, like when,
So was that your analysis or is that the engineering analysis?
That's analysis by the engineers.
yeah,
That's
The
what it
analysis
is.
by the engineer?
yeah, so that's it, well, it's kind of, it's not common knowledge, but it's knowledge.
Like, I mean, Floodway Drive was built, they started construction in 63 and it was finished in 67.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand that you've already got a design done and completed that was approved
Yes, without my knowledge.
last year.
Without my knowledge. It was signed off on November 27th, and she never even informed me that she signed off on it. I have texts.
Our engineer.
This is the
Who
engineer.
is she?
Jessica Manis, engineer.
That has nothing to do with us, that's.
No, I'm just saying, it's got nothing to do with you, it's got to do with me.
Right.
I'm the one that got, surprise, surprise, surprise.
But when they were coming to build the road last August, it was on the old stuff. That's all, and then
Last July.
last July, and when it was, and so that's kind of like,
Sorry,
the question is like, can't
Sorry.
you just build that?
there's been a couple of times where this conversation has taken point. Yes, it was with Jeanette, it was with Colleen, Saylor. I guess the whole issue is in the purchase agreement, it states that the road must be to municipal standards constructed. It doesn't say municipal standards of 2009, it doesn't say municipal standards of 2012 or of 2025. Now, when we get a developer to build a road, they build it to today's standards. They don't wait for 17 years and they build the road, and that's the specs that she has submitted. They were approved.
And those have been on our website ever since they've been done.
Correct, yes, they were changed, recently, and at the end, I think in 2025, but they were on the website as the old website, and they are on the new one. That's what all developers build to. There's no classification different between industrial roads and any other gravel residential road. They're exactly the same road. We have no industrial standards. So again, the issue that he is requesting, Jessica, yes, did the drainage plan, and Public Works requested it. We requested it because it was 17 years, we didn't know what was going on that land, if somebody came and dug a big hole or anything, so we asked for the drainage. That was approved by Public Works and submitted by Jessica Madness, who is his engineer. Fine, came to us, approved, done. The road, I said, the road has got to be built to standards. Jessica has dealt with our municipality many times, and she knew what those standards were. The plans were developed to today's standards and was stamped by Public Works to be done. Water rights license that he's speaking about has nothing to do with us.
Right.
Any drain within the municipality needs a water rights license, and that's issued through the province.
Already covered that.
Yeah, so everything is in order right now for Mr. Colodi to start and to go ahead on this development. He mentioned a cul-de-sac turnaround. Yes, that is correct. We talked about that earlier in another development, that we need those types of turnarounds for our big equipment to do so. So at this point, he could start tomorrow. What I was asking for in the meeting was I was asking that we have a pre-construction meeting to talk about the plans and what the expectations were of that. So that, and again, this
And
is,
lastly, Sue, any drainage that's required on any property, you don't drain to somebody else's property, you drain it on your own property. So if
Yeah.
swales are required to be constructed, they are to be constructed on your property.
Yeah.
Whatever the perceptions may have been in the past, it's never, the rules are very clear that when you're doing drainage, that you must drain through your own property, not an adjoining property.
correct. And the other part of the water rights license by the province is you cannot increase the runoff any faster than it was pre-development state. So now we're gonna get some buildings put on it, right? We got these big roofs and the water's gonna be more directional. In some cases, you have to use restricting culverts because the province says you cannot drain that property any faster than it was pre-development state. So that license comes from the province and has nothing to do with the municipality.
So, somebody told me that they didn't have a license for the whole, drainage license for the whole subdivision, like the whole industrial park. Like, I don't know if that was true or not.
No, there would be a drainage license for the industrial park.
For the
I
original,
think the original,
yeah,
you know
not
what,
just, right.
2008, I can't speak to
somebody
what
said
happened
that they
17 years ago. What I can tell you is, or
No, I
2004,
was saying like.
what I
this
can
wasn't
tell you
that-
is that they all require drainage licenses.
Yeah.
And,
They don't
yes,
exist.
and now they require more, but if this was a piece of land that was sold with a requirement to build a road and drainage, and that didn't occur for 17 years, sooner or later, that has to be done.
Yeah, but
When
anything,
that comes in, the current rules and regulations apply. It's the only choice we have. We can't apply some alternative designs and so forth, but if there is going to be alternative designs, which there are sometimes requirements, so that's why we take a professional engineer, speaking to another professional engineer, and then come up with an alternative design. I think Mr. Colodi's had that opportunity multiple times, and I'm sorry that your own engineer, has, under some impression, approved something that you didn't approve. But at the end of the day, you've had an approved plan since August that our Public Works signed off on, which then was delayed due to water rights
it was
license.
November. It was November, and that's when she signed off on it. But the thing is that I bought 9 titled lots there. Now, as far as the engineer says, the RM has never had a drainage license in that area at all. Now, how did the RM get away with registering 9 titled lots?
Well, that's hearsay.
That's what she said.
That's hearsay.
So
If that is true,
I'm just saying,
If that is true, then we can look into it.
Yeah,
Then what we'll have to do is then, the only thing I would be allowed to, just to explain.
Yeah,
Let's say for the sake of argument that happened back in 2008,
Yeah.
somehow some construction occurred without appropriate approvals, then I'd be required to do those approvals now.
yeah.
That's all, but that still wouldn't impact your property.
Well, when I bought the property and had the plans, I've tried to build that road several times. I was being held back from Public Works not assisting me in a situation and a problem that is there. And that's why everything's been over and over delayed, just as when I spoke with Gary Marshall. I said to him, you know, what are we gonna do with this? I says, okay, I'll go ahead and I'll start building the road. I says, we'll worry about that drainage issue. Once the road's there, I'm sure Public Works will then show up. And then they'll be able to identify what's going on. I said, because this is just going on and on and on. So, anyway, I said, we're gonna go forward and build the road. I'm waiting for Glenn Leonard, the road builder, to build the road. He says, oh, okay. Okay, he said, that was in 2021 of May, we spoke.
But that has
About
nothing,
it.
that has
So,
nothing to do with
Glenn
the
Leonard is busy.
municipality.
So I'm begging him to get over here. So we're scheduled. Everybody in the RM has looked at those plans. Absolutely everyone. Nobody said nothing wrong, nothing, except only once Gary Marshall said, you have to add the geotech to these plans. That is it. That is all. So, okay, I understood that, and that's where I was gonna go with.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, yeah, Councillor Horbis has been patiently waiting here to say something, and then Rob, it'll be up to you.
So a while back, I think Mr. Cody there got a hold of George, and George called me about this situation. At that time, I phoned Sue. I said to Sue, I said, is there anything here that's different from whatever? I said, there was a road made before, and now this is here and that. So I asked Sue to check into it, if this was whatever. She called me back and said that Kevin said that this road has to be built to this new standard. I phoned George back, I let George know, I hope he let you know. But I see your situation here, what you're saying. I think what he wants here today is, if I understand this correctly, is he's talking about the other, I think it's 6 or 8 inches of gravel. 12 inches of extra gravel that he has to put on to get this road to this new spec. And on the old spec, the road would require this other 12 inches of gravel, of this type of gravel. It would require heavier gravel and then a topping on top of it, sort of thing. So that's what I think he's here for today. If all this other stuff, it was good that you told the whole situation, the whole story or whatever, but just to get us to where it is. But I think that's what he's asking for today, if that's what I think that,
Yes, you are correct, and that's what I'm asking for. And I'm also asking for the road to be reduced to 28 feet 3 inches from what it was, not 33 feet wide. Why should it be 33 feet wide? You're turning onto a 23-foot road.
I actually have to leave, but I just want to make one other point, and I think that I checked around with other, like the local municipalities around here, nobody else has that. This industrial spec that this has, I just don't understand the motivation for it.
It's not an industrial.
It's not an industrial spec.
Well, whatever, this
It's
spec,
municipal standards.
yeah, but it's not, no one
Every
else
RM
has 30 inches.
Yeah, every RM's gonna have a different way of building a road.
Yeah, okay.
I think that analysis is done when that policy was created, and I think it's out there.
Yeah.
It's more than just this R.
I guess I just wanted to make note, so when this purchase was done, he paid $9,000 per lot. So today, to purchase those lots, you're looking at least 30,000, at least, without a road build. So there was obviously an issue here that he got the lots cheaper, but now, after all this time, he's gotta build to what everybody else builds, which is today's standard.
so maybe we should just, he's came here, made his presentation, so maybe we just have to talk about it
Well,
and see
we'll have
what
to-
did this.
Yeah, we'll have to discuss it
Yeah.
further, like, we
Yeah.
can't give you we can't tell you right at this moment.
I didn't think you could.
Yeah.
I
So,
would be shocked. That would be a super surprise.
okay, so is there anything else that you want to share with us? Because we've got a long meeting ahead of us, and if you have no other information that we haven't already heard,
If you have any questions, any further questions, I'm glad. If anything, any copies you'd like to see, of anything, I have whatever you want.
Thank you.
Well, we'll have a further discussion, and if there's anything that is needed by council, it'll either be Sue or Deepak that will be getting a hold of you.
Okay, so
Okay.
all I'm also like suggesting too is that, you know, when the engineer redrew the plan and stuff, you know, like, I'm draining water from the western neighbors because that swale belongs on the other side of the property line. So how lucky are they? They gain 20 feet of property, and I lose 20 feet of property because I'm draining their water.
Have you approached your neighbors so you don't have to build a cul-de-sac and you guys can build the whole road around? Have you talked to them?
No, I did not.
Oh.
I did not. You know, I don't know what his plan is, you know, but
That property's been turned over twice already, and I doubt that the road's gonna be used in that situation
Oh, okay.
on the other side.
I mean, who knows eventually who else is gonna buy it? That doesn't mean the owner that owns it now, he may not do it, but he may sell it, you know? He's not a spring chicken either. So, he bought it from Glen Plant because he purchased the house and the 2-acre lot from Glen. So Glen felt, you know, obligated to sell it to him because he still kept his material on that property and his equipment and such, and the neighbor that he sold it to was very cooperative, and so he gave him a deal, and that guy that bought his house, he bought the rest of the land. So he owns it all, but what's he gonna do with it? Who knows? Maybe he'll
Okay, I think we have enough information that we have to discuss this whole project a little further. And I don't know if council has any further questions, but I would like to thank you for coming in today. And I know that you had to wait before we called you into the council chamber, so if there's nothing else from council.
that wait is nothing compared to what I've been waiting.
Well, that's another story, so you could have done that road
Hey,
many
you know
years
what?
ago.
I did this all in good faith, and what
Thank
can I
you.
say?
Thank
You
you
know,
very much.
sometimes in life, you know, what you expect, you don't get. And it just goes on, right?
Okay.
Life's full of surprises.
All right, so either Deepak or Sue will get a hold of you once council has had the opportunity to have further discussion, and probably not going to be today.
No, that's not a problem. The bottom line is that road, to that standard is because where it's situated to a road that doesn't go anywhere, you could load 140,000-pound triple axle B trains on there and you can't pull out onto Floodway Drive with it. So tell me, what good is it?
Okay, thank you very much for coming in.
All right, nice seeing you all.
Thank you.
That was the first time, I guess, and maybe luckily I'll see you again. You all seem to be like very nice people. Anyway,
Take
Thank you,
care.
Mr.
Thank you.
have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are we going to move on to new and other business? I believe that's where we are at.
Yes, Madam Mayor. And so the first item on the agenda is waiving of the permit fees and tax sale process. And what I wanted to discuss with council on this one is the administrative report on this that speaks to basically, we need council's approval to waive the admin fees and tax sale costs for property tax roll number 506-100. Reason being that back in 2015, an email was received by the RM that the tenant had passed away and the owner had passed away and a new mailing address was provided for the son. Unfortunately, what ended up happening was some of the information did not transfer over at that time, and due to administrative errors, when in 2022, a decision was made by council and, to, not, have, annual payments in a pre-authorized payments process. The property owner was not contacted due to that information not being available. And so Mr. Bruce, was, not made aware of this, which left him with outstanding taxes in 2022 of only $10.44 that he was unaware of, and $9.79 and so forth. But unfortunately, with the tax sale process, the current situation is that the fees that are required to be paid, which was due to administrative error, are over $2,000. And so what we're recommending is that if council would be prepared to waive the fees due to the multiple errors that happened at the Argus increments.
Okay,
I'd be good with that, that's for sure. Did this happen once before?
go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
For previous older ones, yes.
Yeah, well, what did we do? Oh, sorry.
Same thing.
Okay.
So for clarification, the error is that it shouldn't have been forwarded because of the small amount of arrears? Like, I'm wondering what administrative errors there are here.
The information relating to the contact information for the property owner was not put into the system.
Okay.
And that's where part of that contact information wasn't there, so the property owner didn't know about these arrears at all. And so those arrears are so inconsequential, it didn't matter, but now that it's on multiple years. And then they still weren't able to, and there was no contact of them even when they went into the tax sale process. And that's where only when they were finally, told that they're 5 years in arrears.
Cause don't we have a policy if it's gotta be over a certain amount
Yes,
before it goes to tax sale also?
yes.
Okay, that's why I asked the question,
Yeah.
cause I.
Well, with the tax penalties, it goes over that amount.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Counselor Horbis, you had something, or did you kind of finish?
No, so he only owes $10, $9.09.
$47.08.
That's how much his
transferring
taxes
over
are each year,
immediately.
$10? Yeah.
That's how much was outstanding.
Anybody else have anything?
Nope.
Did you want the resolution to come forward?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
And, be it resolved that council of the Royal Municipality of St. Clements hereby waive the admin fee of $50 on the tax sale total cost of $2,137 for roll number 506-100.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bazarowicz, Counselor Horbis seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, 8.2 on our agenda is a letter of credit release.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So what this is a certificate of final acceptance.
Okay,
And so as mentioned before, all credit releases are coming to council for approval.
Rich.
And so final acceptance, for the works that were contained within the, letter of credit noted below have been completed, and what we're recommending is release the certificate of final acceptance.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments? Let's bring the resolution forward.
Whereas the Rural Municipality of St. Clements holds a letter of credit in the amount of $8,501.50 in security for the completion of works required under the applicable subdivision S19-2813 Thomas. And whereas the required works have been completed to the satisfaction of the Rural Municipality of St. Clements, and whereas administration has confirmed that the security is no longer required, therefore be it resolved that council authorize the release of the letter of credit held for subdivision S19-2813 in the amount of $8,501.50, subject to confirmation that all outstanding accounts, deficiencies, and required documentation have been addressed to the satisfaction of the Rural Municipality of St. Clements. And further be resolved that administration be authorized to take any necessary steps to complete the release of the letter of credit.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer, Counselor Horbis seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, and before we go in camera and have our supper break, let us do one more item, the water rescue assistance recognition.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is in relation to that council has received correspondence from Kendra Monk. And what it is consideration of the municipal recognition for her daughter who assisted with the water rescue in Grand Beach Provincial Park on July 5th, 2026. At the provincial park, where it's located just outside the boundary of the Arms Settlements, Kendra advised that Kelsey assisted in keeping 2 children afloat until beach safety lifeguards arrived, and that the responding lifeguards advised that the family that her actions were instrumental in the successful rescue. A nomination package was filled out and submitted with the Life Saving Society of Manitoba, and a formal recognition of life-saving acts is normally considered by organizations such as the Life Safety Society and the Royal Canadian Humane Society. However, administration is bringing this matter forward. Council may determine whether it wishes to provide a municipal acknowledgement while recognizing that the incident occurred outside of the RMR property. So what we're looking to do is either we authorize the mayor to send a letter on behalf of Kelsey, recognizing the heroic act that was achieved here, or defer this for a formal recognition body until formal recognition body has completed the review or review the correspondence as information only. So what we're recommending is that council authorize a letter of recognition from the mayor that provides acknowledgement of an extraordinary act of courage on behalf of saving some children's lives.
Does she say how old she was?
I think she was
14.
14, yes.
Remarkable.
I think your last there about acknowledging. And then if there is something further, then it can always come back for us to do.
To do more if
Yeah.
necessary, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave that at that, and before
So
we,
I could pass the resolution, Madam Mayor? then?
sure,
Resolved that council received the correspondence from Kendra Monk regarding Kelsey Monk's assistance with the water rescue at Grand Beach Provincial Park on July 5th, 2026. And further be it resolved that council authorized the mayor to send a letter of recognition to Kelsey Monk acknowledging her courage, quick response, and community-minded actions. And further be it resolved that the administration advise Kendra Monk that a formal recognition of life-saving acts remains with the Life Saving Society of Manitoba, the Royal Canadian Humane Society, and other applicable external recognition bodies.
okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger moves, Councillor Strang seconds, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, carried. And I think we should move into camera now, and we'll have our break.
Madam Mayor. Resolved that council recess the regular meeting, go to in-camera to discuss legal and personnel issues, and further be it resolved that all matters discussed are to remain confidential as per section 83(1)(d) of the Municipal Act.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horvath, second, Councillor Strang, all in favor, opposed, carried. Good evening, everyone. We've been here since 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we've had some in-camera discussions, so we're going to come out of camera and then we'll move into our planning items for this evening. So if I could have a resolution to come out of camera, please.
Resolved that as per section 152(4) of the Municipal Act, Council of the Rural Municipality of St. Clements does now resume sitting a regular meeting.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Bazarowicz seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And before we move into our conditional uses and variations, I'm going to call on our planning assistant, Kayla, to read some information and some rules for this evening's public hearings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Council wishes to thank you for taking an interest in what is happening in your municipality by attending this evening. The purpose of these public hearings is to receive representations from the applicant as well as any persons who also wish to make representation on what is being proposed. We will first hear from the applicant and then from those present who wish to make representation. This will start with anyone who would like to speak in favor of the proposal, followed by those who are opposed or object to the proposal. At your opportunity to speak, please come to the podium and begin by stating your full name and address for the record. Anyone speaking must address the chair of the meeting. If they have questions that they think the applicant should answer, they should still raise them in their presentation to the chair. At the end of the presentations, the applicant will have the opportunity to respond to any questions or concerns raised. Please note, members of council may ask for clarification from persons speaking on any fact or issue, but will not enter into a debate. Once a decision has been made about the application you are in attendance for, you are free to leave the meeting. However, you are more than welcome to remain and observe the discussion of other applications if you so wish. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Kayla. So with that, we will move on to number 15.1 on our agenda, which is a conditional use and a variation order. So we'll hear the conditional use. This is an extension from our last meeting. And if we could have the resolution for that one, please.
Sure. Whereas the public hearing for conditional use 13 of 2026 and variation order 44 of 2026 was adjourned at the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of council, and whereas council has requested this issue be brought back to the July 28th, 2026 meeting of council, therefore be it resolved conditional use 13 of 2026 and variation order 44 of 2026 be brought forward.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger moves, Councillor Strang seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And I'm going to turn it over to the planner to walk us through that one. I know this is a continuation, but I'm not sure if there's any other information that has come forward or.
Yeah, so I will refresh the information
Please.
that we had from the previous meeting. So CU 13, 2026, it's combined hearing with the CU 13 and the 44, and we will give it further. So location 72058 and 72038 Parkside Drive. And the purpose of the conditional use is to establish a contractor's establishment with outdoor storage and education facility in order to allow for the business to be allowed on the subject property. As per zoning bylaw of St. Clements, contractors' establishments with outdoor storage and educational facilities are conditional, hence the conditional use. And here we can see both properties' air location map, as well as site plan from the applicant, and my red line in the middle that I allowed to draw here to show us the property line between two of the pieces for the of the land of the subject property. So should council wish to approve this application, RFP recommends the following conditions. This conditional use is limited to what has been presented, and if there are changes, replacements, or additions that are not in substantial conformance with the application would require a new approval, and the development shall comply with all applicable municipal bylaws, building codes and fire codes, and any provincial federal regulations. The use shall be developed substantially in accordance with the approved site plan, floor plans, and supporting documents. Applicant obtains all required permits from us, and municipality is required. Applicant to confirm with MTI that the permits for the drivers are in compliance, and applicant to provide information to the regular planning of the washroom and training area that are suitable for the educational facility. Also, hours of operation for the both uses will be daily from 8 to 7, Monday through Friday, and applicant will meet the parking requirements and should have stalls for staff, students, and visitors as per zoning bylaw. The use shall not create excessive noise, vibration, dust, odor, or light glare beyond property boundaries. Any signage to be in compliance with the zoning bylaw 2. Applicant owner to apply for annual business license from RM, and applicant owner to construct a fence in accordance with the section 3.11.2 of the zoning bylaw for outdoor storage. Should I continue further or, okay, so that's a combined hearing with the variance VO 44 at the same location, and the purpose of the variance is to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for accessory buildings to remain on the subject property. So as per zoning bylaw of San Clemente, the number of accessory structures allowed in AR agriculture restricted zone is 2, and they're proposing 5. Same air location map we can see here, and same site plan indicating the subject accessory structures. Conditions of approval, should council wish to approve this application, RB recommends the following. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any further changes, replacements, additions that are not in substantial conformance with application would require a new approval. Applicant not obtains all required permits from us as municipality. Applicant not to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines. The use shall be developed substantially in accordance with the approved site plan for floor plans and supporting documents. Applicant will not be able to use an accessory structure as a habitable space. It is to be used for personal or business storage only, and applicant to maintain the property in clean and orderly manner and in compliance with municipal bylaw. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions from members of council to the planner? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Spicer, sorry.
Looking at the conditions for the conditional use, it says construct a fence in accordance with 311(2) of the zoning bylaw for outdoor storage. I'm kind of wondering what that means. Does that mean, like right now, there's a bunch of A-frame buildings sitting there. Does that mean that there's gonna be a fence to cover all of those A-frame buildings?
Those conditions been provided by the RAM. Maybe I think you should address it.
Yeah, so condition 3.11.2 of the zoning bylaw, we don't have all the information here in front, but it does take in a number of conditions that the owner applicant would have to do, such as keep all the construction material, the A-frames or whatever you wanna call them, behind the fence. It does talk about building a fence and the height of those. So there's a few conditions under section 3.11.2 of the zoning bylaw that strictly deal with outdoor storage, and that he'd have to meet all those conditions of them.
So it doesn't necessarily mean just building materials. It could mean finished product.
Yes, sir. Any exterior storage.
And what's the requirements under the conditions? How?
I'd have to go get my zoning bylaw in order to read that section off. We did that with regards to the one on Parkside as well, which was to have a fence to keep everything that was outdoor stored, that was construction material.
So it'd be the construction site, usually the construction site, the fence goes around the construction site.
Yeah.
Not the entire property, but the construction
Yeah.
site.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else have questions for the planner? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Strand.
Just to go on what you said, you made a comment about the construction items, so those would have to be behind the fence too?
Yeah.
So all the little, okay,
And just to clarify, we're talking about that area, proposed building site, I mean, for the actual
That would be the area which you
structural
fence.
activity to go through. So maybe we should also add it to the condition, I mean, around the proposed building site?
Site, yeah.
As in the work area?
Yeah. Yeah.
Could very well,
Like,
council wishes to add
if
that.
council, yeah, wishes to be more specific about it.
There is a big workshop that we've been told that he has been working on it, but they have been working outside as well.
Okay, anything else from council to the planners? Okay, the applicant is in the audience this evening. Did you have anything that you wanted to add to your application at this point, Chris?
Just an update from last month was we made an attempt to approach all the neighbors, kind of give them a rundown of exactly where we're at and what we're planning on doing. We just had 30 trees installed along the the side of the A-frame in between direct, neighbors. So I'm just trying to take the right step forward and working together with people. So otherwise, I don't have much to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak for this application or in favor of this application? Is there anybody else in the audience? Okay, I have a few people here that have signed in as opposed. Dave Shipman, did you want to come forward?
Hi there, my name's Dave Shipman, I'm at 72071 Pine Road South, which is just about directly behind where these folks would like to run this business. Last year they were building those little A-frame buildings. It was long days they put in, often until 10 o'clock at night, working with pneumatic tools. And I guess they kept that thing pretty busy. Those A-frames are still sitting there. I'm not clear on what they're doing with all those buildings. But the annoyance of and the level of the noise was very obtrusive. It's something that you're sitting out on the deck. It's right till almost dark. Now I see that they're wanting to limit this till 7. I spoke to these people. They did come to my house. They're nice folks. But I don't think that the business plan that they have for this sort of activity is what the neighborhood or the community surrounding is wanting. I know that I thought, and I voiced this to them, that I thought it would be best if they did this on the reserve. This is going to be, they're going to be having these students, Indigenous students from the reserve coming there and working. Their concern was that if they just let these people work till 4 or 5 in the afternoon and then let them go, as it were, they might revert back to hanging out with the wrong people and getting involved in drinking or whatever. He was successfully doing this on the reserve, and I know that they said, well, the difficulty was that it was a little hard on their family because he was always away. My answer to that was, there's a lot of occupations that are like that. You can name them, truckers or miners, guys that work in camps, that kind of thing. They're away from their home, they have to do what they gotta do. But to just bring it to the community, I don't feel that's fair to the people that are there. I know that they're trying their best at planting these trees. My yard is surrounded by trees. I have planted over 15,000 trees in my 5.5 acres. I still hear that. Trees aren't gonna break up that noise so dramatically that planting those few trees is gonna make much of a difference. Similarly with the fence, I don't know what kind of fence they are talking about putting up, but is that going to stop that continual work that they have to do? If he's actually teaching these students construction work, there has to be a level of noise involved. And I still could not understand why they wouldn't just go to the reserve, and now they have a ready audience and they could have the same thing there without injecting it into the community. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, the next name I have is Richard Rexigler.
Yes. I have nothing else to add. I sent an email in to Tyler and.
We do have that on our, we did get it in our meeting packages.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you for that. Warren Barron.
Warren Bear, and I spoke last time we had at the meeting. Zoning land is 72059 Pine Road South. My concern too is that this is a residential area. He talked about trees. I've been there for 25 years. And I have lots of trees too, and I won't be here by the time your trees develop. I'm not a young man anymore. But my concern too is with the council. Is a couple of reasons. Is how did he get that humongous parking pad in without a permit? How did he get that development? Because I think there's 72 A-frames on that property without council saying anything. How did he get away with this for almost a whole year without the council saying anything? That is more my concern than anything else. Because I know when we developed our property, I am a retired truck driver, and if I dumped a load of gravel in my yard, I got a phone call saying, am I selling it? That quick. Because there was a pile of gravel in my yard. So basically all I can say is I'd like to know from the council why this wasn't taken up a long time ago. 2, it's a residential area, and 3, I'm just totally against it. It's residential. We don't need that at all in our property. And if he plans on building a fence, those Quonset buildings are 20 feet high. I do not want to be looking at a fence 20 feet high or staring at Quonset buildings. My opinion, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna get our CAO to maybe, try and explain why, as you said, council didn't do anything about it while we saw this was going on in our municipality, so I'm going to turn it over to our CAO.
So we have 2 levels of bylaw enforcement. Our bylaw enforcement is generally run by one individual and for the entire municipality, and takes care of many different things, including emergency coordination. So we're mainly complaint-based in most cases. So they're not actively going out, seeing somebody dump gravel on their property and wondering if they're gonna sell, or going actively and looking at some construction activity, and if it's not happening. They get a complaint, and the complaints related to construction go to Red River Planning, and then they go through a process. So sometimes when something looks like it's not being acted on, doesn't mean that it hasn't been.
Can I ask one thing? His parking pad is 3 times the size of my place. It's gotta be 60 by 150.
Don't need a permit for a pad.
Yes, you don't need a permit for a pad.
You don't need a permit for a
And
pad.
somebody comes and puts gravel on their own property, unless they're gonna start using it for parking purposes. If somebody comes in there and travels, puts a bunch of gravel on there. If your neighbors notice and the neighbors tell us, or they tell the Red River Planning District, who are the enforcement authority on this, Red River Planning District would go in there and investigate and then determine if they need a permit or not, depending on what they were doing. If you're asking me why this was allowed, I can point out many different situations throughout the size of our RM where are things happening, and that sometimes the authority having jurisdiction has to act on it after the fact. It's not intentional, no one's ignoring it, it's the
Well,
nature of the
there
business.
should have been questions asked when someone builds a big parking pad like that.
Sure.
But there was no questions asked.
But how are we supposed to ask the question? Sometimes
As
you're not even
soon as-
aware.
You're telling me you didn't see this going on? Say, you
telling
got
you-
70 buildings sitting there.
When the 70 buildings were sitting there, I'm assuming somebody did and asked Red River to investigate. Red River did investigate, they did enforce, and that's why it's come to this process. When they
A year
investigate,
later,
yeah, sometimes it can take that long, because we have to go through a legal process.
But I wanna build a shop, I gotta get a permit.
Correct. And if
Automatically,
you build,
before I can do anything.
I agree, when you make an application. And if you do something and you're, caught doing something that isn't been permitted, then they go through a process that is legally,
But the
that they're
damage,
that.
damage has been done.
Excuse me, sir. If I can finish, then you can have an opportunity. But, that they're legally obliged to follow. So when they do, they go through a violation notice, they go through, telling the person to comply, come into the Red River Planning District. So there's a whole series of processes that they're legally bound by as part of the municipal act as to how they can go in and enforce actions. Yes, sometimes that takes longer than the person who's followed the rules. I can't speak to all the details of everything that went on at Red River because they weren't working with us at that time. And we weren't aware whether there were permits or any approvals on that property. But when Red River was acting on it, I'm confident of the fact that they did act on it and they acted on it to the level of authority that they're given and to follow the process so that it can be defensible. Because ultimately the responsibility is to then take them to court and then go through that process. That's how it works. And sometimes that is a lot longer than some people would appreciate, but I know for a fact that Red River does their best to try to accommodate that.
As well,
Go
a
ahead.
stop order been issued in January 2026, so.
Stop work order.
Stop work order was
I
issued
know
in
with the
January.
violation as a stop order been issued by us, yeah.
Yeah.
As an enforcement process.
Yeah, but all the buildings were done already.
And that happens sometimes, buildings get built without permits and then they have to act on it after the fact. Sometimes, buildings are built without permits and people are living in them and then they don't find out till somebody goes to sell it and then they realize that so there are a lot of things that happen throughout the entire province, let alone the community.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have a couple more names here. The next one I have is Dan, I believe Melnick.
Yep, right here. Dan Melnick, 72077 Pine Road South. Honorable Mayor and Council, I spoke last time in front of y'all. And I came here today just, in anticipation of there being maybe some significant updates. I don't really see anything that changes my position. So I'm not supportive of the approval of the conditional use application. I don't really have an issue with the variance for the additional structures, but it's the activities of the business that concern me the most. Like, when I want to see a business plan, I kind of, would like to hear a little bit more detail about that business plan. And even the site plan, really, it's hard to interpret. You don't get a whole lot of information out of that. So based on the fact that, there's been no significant updates, no changes, I'm just, and to echo my neighbor's comments, I'm just not supportive.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Rob Burdick.
Hi, Rob Burdick, 72083 Pine Road South. I spoke also last time at the meeting, and I'm still in opposition to this. My main concern is, will this, like there are A-frames now, there were sheds in the past. Will it go into something bigger type structures and stuff like that, and building like sort RTMs or something like that, and just the noise and everything that I said last time, and with my neighbors that also said, I'm just, not supportive of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't have any more names on my list, but I wonder if there is anybody in the audience who didn't sign in who would like to speak on this application. Okay, I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity if you want to address any of the concerns that were raised. If you want to come back to the podium, I will allow you to do that.
You want to? I just want to say that I think with everything going on, like the comment the gentleman makes about going away, and he talks about all these kind of things, like, just because people do that, that means I have to do it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to show people a way, better way of life, and maybe some spitefulness or something like that could be striking some matches, but I don't see a lot of noise being made, like personally. But if that's the complaint, then that's what they could complain about. But as for like, they're 20 feet high, they're 12 feet high, and none of these structures are permanent. I don't plan on holding on to these structures longer than I have to. So if they're worried about 72 structures being there, they're not always gonna be there. And what else was there concerns about the noise? Like, if we wanted to, we could probably go to Google. We could type in decibels of each type of machine that we could be using on the site. And we could probably, Google will tell us exactly how far that decibel reading can travel in a distance. I'd probably bet none of that will be close to bothering any people. But if that's the complaint, then I can't argue with it, but I just don't see the big deal with that, any of it. And if I'm working with like a child and family services, I don't see the danger in this. One of the people that work full-time at the residence with me is ex-fire chief of Selkirk for like 32 years. So when someone says there could be a fire, I strongly doubt that as well. But that's my thoughts. Anyone else could have their own thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland,
Yeah,
you
but,
wanted to talk to the
yes,
applicant? Okay. Do you wanna just come back to the
yeah, for
podium?
sure.
Councillor Sutherland has a question for you.
Couple of questions, like these structures, there's 72 of them, and would you, how long would it take to, have you sold any yet?
They're not for public sale, they're all called for one client. And that's for the Child and Family Services, for a community anyways, but like, they will be gone as soon as the site's developed. And as far as I know, the tender for the site was closed last week, Friday, I believe. So that means they'll be awarding maybe this week, Friday, then the site could start being developed, and then these will be taken to the area once it's developed. It's gonna happen like this summer.
So after that, is there more of the same to be built at other sites, or is there something else that you're be planning on building, you know?
No, there's no plan for anything to this scale as of yet. Like, I'm not gonna say that like something might come up, but I do know that the client that I'm working with mentioned something about 2 mini homes that could be following next spring. So I'm just being transparent with you guys, like, if this is okay, there could be a mini home, but a mini home isn't gonna be much bigger than one of these units. Like a 500 square foot house, or a mini unit, whatever you wanna call it.
Okay, so as far as.
And again, that's gonna be through not a service for me to be an RTM builder, which somebody made a comment of. That's not what we're doing. It's gonna be something with the client, with their individuals to train them as they build the units.
Okay, so there wouldn't be big structures, so is there any reason why all of this construction couldn't be done inside of a building? That would reduce the noise, is it possible? Any construction be done within a contained building?
Yeah, if I was financially available to build a Quonset in my property, of course it could be done. Yeah, would I have to go through the approval or the application process to go from residential to commercial in that order? I'm open arms to it, like, to me, building a Quonset to do something like that, that would be scaling up in my, from where I'm at. Like right now, I'm just like very mellow, I don't wanna work full-time. These programs, I do 1, I do 2 a year, I do some other things in my spare time. That's all I need to live. I already did what I needed to do to sacrifice to get what I got. I'm just trying to be comfortable now, and I'm trying to benefit society in the same manner. And if I'm stepping on people's toes, like I'm trying to work with people to not be such a bother. I'm willing to do anything, really, like if we have to build a Quonset, let's build a Quonset. Like, I'm okay with that, for sure.
I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, I'm willing to do that, for sure.
And as far as these A-frames, you say they'll be off the property very shortly.
Yes, like, it's a site that's going in with, it's going into like a traditional site, like I mentioned, and there's homes going into the same site as well, so it's all being developed at the same time, like the home site is being developed as we speak. The A-frame sites are coming along within the next month or two, that site is gonna be like done, so that means the A-frames could be shipped out, so.
I think I know where they're going, I'm not sure, but we'll leave that alone, I'm not gonna ask you, but I think I know, anyway.
I have a question for you. The A-frames that are there, is that all you are planning to build right now for your project that you have, or are you continuing to?
No.
So right now, you're not building any A-frames there?
No, there's no new construction, everything that's built was, like everything that's been there has been there since we got the stop work order, I believe, so everything has been like, just kind of at a standstill.
Okay, I guess, maybe I didn't word it right, I know you have the stop work order, but the order that you have.
There's no more units to be built.
Okay.
And there's no plan, or there's no client, like, there's a lot of people that come in and they wanna order, but like, I'm not open to the public at all, there's no pre-orders.
So for your contract with your group that you're supplying these for, you fulfilled that contract and you're not building any more?
The quotas,
done.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, Dave.
So you would be willing to put up a structure to work inside the structure, you also mentioned reducing the number of hours that's not late into the evening, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And whatever you did build, if something, went through, there wouldn't be a whole pile of other, like what ended up with these A-frames, 72 of them, sitting. That probably would that be happening again? I guess it depends on what kind of contract you got, right?
That's
Or could you build something that would be moved away right away within a short period of time?
Yeah, but you see something that's so unique that's going on here, like, this is so unique, like I'll never do this again in my life, I can't see that happening again, like, unless I just did it and then I opened up to the public, these things could fly off the door open to the public, I'm sure of it. But that's not the life I wanna live. Like, we live in these homes. I'm not really trying to mix too much business with pleasure here. Like, the people that are opposing think that I'm doing this stuff 365, when I might only be doing this stuff for like 100 days out of the year. If that, depending on the scale of it. Like, if I'm working with some youth, and I call youth anyone from 18 to like 25, let's say these people are in care, they're coming over 3 days a week, and they're the ones that are hands-on building the unit, and the unit is being built on these, it's not permanent foundations or any structures like that, so nothing is being hooked up with electricity, nothing's being hooked up with water, nothing is being slept in, it's, I don't know, it's very small scale, but the opposed people, like, individuals make it sound like it's something bigger than it is, but from my perspective, that is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Bazarovich.
So now that this contract's fulfilled, what do you plan on building in the future? Do you have other contracts you can help with?
And that was the two homes that I already mentioned earlier, they're the. What's Clem's position, the CEO, the head chairman? I don't know, the person, I've had a meeting with her a couple nights ago. And she said that she wanted to do some programs with some individuals that are in care. Up to 3 to 4 days a week, bringing them to the home to build 2 mini homes. And these people, again, they'll be coming from the community. But they're not staying 7 days a week or anything like that, it'll be like 3 days a week. This is kind of the plan that we're looking at right now, like I'm being honest about everything, like. They could be 2 mini units, and these 2 mini units only working 3 days out of the week. For like 8 hours a day, could take all summer, though, but it's not gonna be to this scale of 72 mini units.
Go ahead, Counselor Strang.
Did you have the youth out this summer working there?
This summer, no, not this summer.
And I just have a question that you went up Pine Road and contacted the neighbors. And I see some places that you went to, there was nobody home. Did you go once? Did you make another attempt to speak to any of the neighbors? Or did you just go the one time?
One place I went once, but I noticed the only time I went there once was because there was movement in the home, and I thought like, maybe they just don't wanna talk to me. And then the other place, there was nobody home twice, was it twice home? Yeah, but twice and there was nobody, yeah.
Okay, anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you for that. I guess we're going to try and move on. Oh, I'm sorry, go
If I
ahead.
may, yeah, oh, for sure. So as for any concept to build, that would require building permits and a variance too, because we're gonna have, if that would be approved, another 5 structures as an accessory for now, so that would require variance to have it 6. And for any heights and square footages that you will decide if that would be an option. Also, as per our correspondence with an applicant about the C-can that is being placed 8 feet close to the main dwelling, and it's supposed to be 10. So theoretically, we're supposed to have a variance for it, but we have a conversation, correspondence with the applicant that he's gonna remove it to the 10 square feet distance from the main dwelling and 15 feet from the property line according to the zoning bylaw. So just for the record, that's why we have no variances for it, as the applicant will bring it into compliance as per his email.
Can I have one thing to ask or to comment about that, like, when we talk about the 5 structures, like I have 2 very small little garden sheds, that if we go down on the bottom, you see those 8 by 8 and 8 by 12 shed. Those are being considered structures at the moment, like if.
Yes, they are.
Like those are little garden sheds, I don't plan on keeping them there, like those, like in the C-can next to the house, that's not gonna stay there either, like. If I move those units off of this property, does that mean like I'm still allowed 5 units? When I'm taking away those 3?
I will let the
how does
planner
this-
answer
How would
that.
that all work? Yeah, I just wanna clarify all this, yeah.
Each application goes according to the site plan that's been provided and approved according to the site plan. So that would be a unique situation to take care of only as a site plan that's been provided with those measurements and those distances and those structures that being declared. So any other changes or additions will require new variances approval. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, I was just.
I think this has generated a couple of questions. Could
Yeah.
you zoom out again? Could you zoom out again on your image?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm trying to understand now, sir, what you just asked. You're saying that you're going to eliminate 3 of those structures shortly? You're gonna get rid of the C-can and the two,
The
two
two
sheds.
sheds, yeah, like, we're gonna move the C-can to get the 10-foot clearance and the 15-foot. But the two sheds aren't, they're not.
They're being removed altogether.
Yeah, so if this,
So just hang on, if I could,
Okay,
and then you've got this larger building on the other property, I think,
Yeah,
72038. That's a garage?
no, it's a house, it's another piece of, property, another piece of land. You remember my red line here at the?
Yeah, yeah, I
So
remember.
that's-
So I'm just trying to figure that out, so.
Yeah, that's the two properties.
So
that we're talking
that's.
that's a residence, that's
It's a
another
residence, and you're using
Yeah,
it as a
it's a
residence?
house.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're allowed a total of three?
Two.
Yeah, until we make some changes in the future. Two, accessory buildings. So from what I'm hearing is your intent is only to go to three accessory, one more accessory building.
Yeah,
As your
again,
marker.
that was confusion with like, I believe his name was Calvin, and we talked on the phone about that stuff, and he said like, if you go from 2 to 5, you might not have to move anything.
Yes,
And I
that's
thought
correct.
like, oh yeah, well, if I don't have to move anything, let's just do that, but by the sounds of it, everything that I'm learning now, those aren't gonna be permanent, those aren't gonna stay, so it might be easier if I was to eliminate that from the equation. Could that be less confusing to everything than?
Well, it won't be, it's not confusing, it's just what are your intentions and what are your rights? And that's what this is all about today, is what will you be given as rights and what you wouldn't be given. Now, what I've heard is you've said to council that you'd be willing to take a look at it as a rezoning if you had to, you'd be willing to take a look at it as a Quonset to build something else, that you have a business plan that you wanna try to accomplish on this site.
Well,
And
if that's going to the next level though, like in like the Quonset thing, if I'm gonna invest in a Quonset thing, then I'm gonna invest in something like a track build. So that Quonset is gonna be rolling a lot more, probably like 9 months out of the year, guaranteed full time, rather than a 2-month or a 3-month.
Window.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, it
If I'm
makes
gonna,
sense.
if I'm gonna build a Quonset for like, let's say 7 or, let's say it's 350 grand, I invest in a Quonset, I'm gonna build a damn good Quonset, and that thing is gonna be a track building super machine.
Yeah, then
I'm
you're
gonna do
looking at a
something like that,
rezoning
yeah,
because
so
then you
that's-
have to move away from residential to commercial.
Then I'll go through the whole process, man, if
It's not necessary though, if you will apply for the variance to have it, and you will allow it, then no rezoning needed. But again, that's another process
that's
to
a whole,
go through,
yeah, that's a whole
a
nother,
whole
what if,
new application,
Yes.
it's not connected right now.
yeah.
Okay, anything else from council to the applicant?
What, planner,
Valentino?
yes. Could be. What is the present zone there right now?
It's AR, agriculture restricted. It's kind of mixed of agriculture and residential together. We'll make it simple. The designation AR2, that means if they will want to rezone something, that would require a redesignation too. And that's a huge process to go through, and I'm not sure if it's gonna go through, because we're surrounded by AR.
Yes, and the commercial that's on site has been.
You know,
has been
that's not
granted
really
for
on the
many years.
question really,
Yeah,
because I think.
it's a relic.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like to go to that scale wouldn't be out of the question. It would just be, I just gotta hire more people. But it's whatever.
I think
I'm
going
okay
to,
with that too.
what Valentina's telling you is to go to, that kind of property to a commercial zoning is a much more drawn out and much more expensive and a difficult process because you have to go through approvals that also have to go to the province for approvals to change. And so it might be, it might be easier to get access to properties that are already commercial to do something like that.
Yeah.
Cause that might be a little bit easier and cheaper compared to going through that process.
Yeah, this is all new to me, so it's like, whatever it has to do, like, I'm willing to work with you guys, I'm willing to work with them, like, of course, I wanna work with my client. So it's,
Okay, anything else from members of council? Okay, I think you can have your seat again.
yeah, thank you.
And I'll give you one question.
Well, I'm not in one question, I'm just saying, he's zoned as residential or agriculture, but you'd have to rezone it. And he'd still have to go through us.
Correct.
Even though he rezoned.
That's right.
So that's what I'm saying.
Not only you, it would have to
He
go
has to
through
go through
province.
you guys too. But I mean, we did move up to where we are for what he's building. And I'm just saying, I'm just surprised what's going on.
Are we going to go through the variation part of it? Or did we kind of cover both?
It's a combined hearing.
Combined,
I would say for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we've addressed the multiple
Okay.
numbers outside.
So if council is ready to deal with these applications, I will ask for a resolution to move back into regular board business or regular council and we'll deal with these two.
Resolved that the public hearing for conditional use 13 of 2026 and variation order 44 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowicz, Councillor Horgus seconds. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And if I could have the resolution for the conditional use.
Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 244550 and 244560, a property legally described as lots 1-3, 1/3, Plan 51-753 and located at 72038 and 72058 Parkside Drive has made application for conditional use 13 of 2026 in order to allow a contractor's establishment education facility in an AR agricultural restricted zone. Therefore, be it resolved, conditional use application number 13 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. This conditional use is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions that are not in substantial conformance with the application would require a new approval. The development shall comply with all applicable municipal bylaws, building codes, and fire codes, and any provincial federal regulations. The use shall be developed substantially in accordance with the approved site plan, floor plans, and supporting documents. 4, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 5, applicant owner to confirm with Manitoba Transportation Infrastructure that permits for the driveways are in compliance. 6, applicant owner to provide information to the Red River Planning District on the washroom and training areas that are suitable for the education facility. 7, hours of operation for both uses shall be daily from 8 AM to 7 PM, Monday to Friday. 8, applicant owner to meet parking requirements and should have stalls for staff, students, and visitors within the zoning bylaw 5 of 2002. And 9, the use shall not create excessive noise, vibration, dust, odor, or light glare beyond property boundaries. 10, any signage to be compliance with zoning bylaw 5 of 2002. 11, applicant owner to apply for an annual business license from the Arm of St. Clements. 12, applicant owner to construct a fence in accordance to section 3.11.2 of zoning bylaw 5 of 2002 for outdoor storage. Approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date making.
Okay, thank you for that. Council's ready to deal with it. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sutherland, second, please. Councillor Horgus. Any further discussion on the conditional use application? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is defeated.
Next will be Madam Mayor is the variance.
Correct.
Whereas the applicant order of tax roll number 244560 legally described as lot 3, plan 50753 and located at 72058 Parkside Drive has made application for variation order number 44 of 2026 from number of accessory buildings 2 maximum to the number of accessory buildings 5. Purpose to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for accessory buildings to remain on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, the variation order 44 of 2026 be approved with the following condition. This variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not substantial performance of the application require new approval. 2, applicant order obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and municipality if required. 3, applicant order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Arm St. Clements. 4, the use shall be developed substantially in accordance with the approved site plan, floor plans, and supporting documents. 5, applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as habitable space, and it is to be used for personal or business storage only. 6, applicant order to maintain the property in a clean and orderly manner and in compliance with municipal bylaws. This order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please, Councillor?
Hang on,
Oh, sorry.
If council wishes to maybe add a condition for the seeking to be moved to the proper lines, or
Oh,
the declaration that it's gonna be moved might be enough too, just for your consideration.
does council want to add in a condition for moving the CCAN to 10 feet from the property?
I thought that was already in the
Yeah, I
order.
thought that was in with compliance, but they had to do it.
That was not in compliance, they need to apply for the variance for 8 feet separation distance. But if they declare to move it to the 10 and from property line 15, so we're good. Yeah. I mean,
Go ahead, Councillor Borbis.
So if he's applying for 5, and if he says he's taking 2 off, wouldn't that make a difference in his fees or no?
it's a number.
It's a
Above
number?
2,
Yeah.
it's the same number.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
Just have a question about, condition number 5. Says use for personal or business storage only. Probably business is gonna have to go out of there now.
Yeah, because the conditional use has been defeated. So 2 points, so we can take that out, that personal use only. And then, number 7, would, if council is willing, we would add in that the, CCAN, next to the building must be moved 10 feet away from the building. If you're comfortable with that, that will be the new resolution.
Everybody good with those 2 changes? Okay, so I'm not gonna ask for it to be read again. We've talked about this and we've made those 2 amendments. So with that, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Borbis, second, please. Councillor Boulanger. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to the next item.
Okay, yeah, we'll go to our next hearing, and that is a variation. And it is variation 79 of 2026.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 79 of 2025.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second. Councillor Horvis, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it over to Valentina to walk us through this one, and that is the variation 79 of 2026.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sure. So yes, this is a variance, PO 79/2026, located on 350 Nanton Road. And the purpose of that application is to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for the 4th accessory buildings building decks to remain on the subject property in RR, rural residential area. As per zoning law of St. Clements, the number of accessory structures is supposed to be 2, they proposing 4. Here we can see a location of the subject property. So the main actually request here is to add 2 not attached decks. Those are structures and accessory structures as they are not attached. So that's why we have an variance here. Not only because of that, but too. So, conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any further changes, replacements, additions that are not in substantial conformance with the application would require any variance approval. Applicant will obtain the required permits from us and municipality. And applicant not to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to RM. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council to the planner?
Sorry, I gotta do it.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
So, are these decks basically on the ground?
Kind of, yeah.
And they're considered structures?
Yeah. Cause they detached. Yeah.
I believe it has to be over 24 inches in order to be considered, could be wrong with that, that's on the code side.
That's why I asked, like if
If it's a step.
there's only so much height.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bazarowicz.
Like in the past, we were told that it was the guy had a woodshed, and because he had put a roof on it, it was a structure. Now, do these decks have roofs? Like, I don't know, I never heard of this.
The issue with the roof, I think, is from a structural standpoint, that it's weight supporting. Say, for example, snow in the winter time, and that's where the structure comes in on that particular part, I believe. I also believe there is that 24-inch call that it's not considered to be a deck or anything until it's at least 24 inches off the ground. But that would have to be confirmed.
So if it's not 24 inches off the ground, it's okay.
That's right. It's not a deck.
It's not a deck. It's not a nothing then. So,
Well, it has to be something. I'm gonna ask Valentina to clarify that, please.
Oh, I haven't checked that, cause I haven't been dealing with that report, so I cannot tell you right now, but we can open a file and see.
Probably a downsport.
so
Go ahead, Councillor Bazarowicz.
That's kind of
A
what
deck.
I'm talking about.
So some people have a large set of stairs, like we have here. We have stairs to come up to the building, right? Now, how big do they have to be before they're considered to be a structure? Like, you know what I mean? You could have a landing outside your door that's, well, maybe.
If it's attached to the building, then that's part of the building.
It's part
It's attached to the building.
So.
If it's unattached, then it's a separate structure, is the way that the bylaws and the code read.
But if it's not 24 inches off the ground, you don't need any.
We have to verify that.
I have it in front of me here, I can verify.
Go ahead, Kayla, please.
Development permits are not required for the following, section 320.3.4. Patio decks that are accessory to a development and detached from the main or principal dwelling, provided they are less than 1.97 feet above building grade.
1.9, less than 1.9. So I think
Under
it's
2 feet.
basically, well, 1.9, so I think it's like one riser, one step down.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so.
But that just says it doesn't need a permit. Doesn't mean that it's
Yeah.
not considered a structure.
Exactly, that was my next line.
Then it's not a deck, it's a landing.
Okay.
Which goes back to our questions, like, how is this considered a structure? I guess it depends on how high it is.
While we get the application come up.
Yeah, that probably would wouldn't be good. Any other questions to the planner from members of council? Okay, so now I will call upon the applicant, to come forward. I guess it's Anita and Rob Hudson.
You want both of us or?
No, it doesn't matter.
You know anything? It's her name.
Go ahead, please, just state your name and your location for the record, please.
My name is Anita Hudson, I'm at 350 Nanton Road.
Thank you.
This all started with COVID. I have a nice little 10 by 12 shed that didn't need a permit, but someone needed chickens to keep them company. So we added on about 35 square feet to this 10 by 12.
You have a permit for your chickens?
I do. Then he went and had a birthday, and I bought him a Costco greenhouse that's 5 by 7. So that's 35 square feet. That's the second structure. So right now, we're up to about 226 square feet. And then we have 2 unattached decks. We have a little bit of a slope in our backyard. So out our back door, we have a patio, like a cement patio, with a little bit of a wall to keep it from sliding into the yard. And then leaning, like up against that is the first deck. So it just helps beautify the area and use it as a extension of the patio. And then the next deck is like about 2 steps higher than that. So that one might be a little bit higher than he originally said.
So no more birthdays for him.
No more birthdays for him. COVID is over. We're not putting up any more structures. Those are my 4 structures.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Please help me.
I'm just wondering if he's happy that his wife is doing all these things for him.
Are you asking for an answer? Basically it was, okay, go for it. We got the sheds permitted. So, and that's what sort of started the, but you have 4 things, and we're like, no, we have 2 sheds, no, we have 4. So we're sort of in the same discussion as you have been having already, and that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you for that.
Where are the chickens right now? They were delicious.
COVID ended and he got to talk to real people, so.
Okay, any other questions from council to the applicant? Okay, I think you're good for now, thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't have any other names on my list, and I think everybody else that's in the audience is here on an application, but I am gonna ask if there is anybody who wishes to speak on this application. Okay, it doesn't appear to be, so I will ask for a resolution to come out of variation board, and we'll see if we can move this one forward, please.
Resolve the public hearing for variation order 79 of 2026. We close the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sutherland, second, please. Councillor Bazarowicz, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And if we can bring a resolution forward for this one, please.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask one question?
Sure.
You just need to ask the applicant, did you voluntarily come or were you told?
I am here of my own free will.
Talking about,
As per
for the application, was it a bylaw enforcement issue or was it?
No, it was, we're trying to clean up behind ourselves, sort of, everything, so.
Yeah, we're catching up on all the things that we should have done in the first place.
So you did it voluntarily?
Yeah.
Just wanted to address that we don't always catch these things. So whereas the applicant order tax roll number 309248 legally described as Lot C Plan 51888 and located at 350 Nanton Road has made application for variation order number 79 of 2026 from number of accessory buildings 2 to number of accessory buildings 4. Purpose to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow for a 4th accessory building. Decks to remain on the subject property, therefore be it resolved that variation order 79 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are non-substantial conformance with the application would require new approval. 2, applicant obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant in order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, and or fines to the Arm of St. Clements. This order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months. So that date.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, second, Councillor Horbis. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one I have on the agenda here is variation order 83 of 2026.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order number 83 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, Councillor Sutherland seconds, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, if you could walk us through that one, please, Valentina.
Yeah, for sure. Mayor, so yes, this is the variance application BO 83/2026 located on 851 and 875 Church Road. And the purpose of that application is to reduce the minimum side yard for an accessory structure and the front yard from the main dwelling on proposal of number 3, and increase the number of accessory buildings as a part of the conditions for subdivision application S24 3067 in RA suburban residential zone. As per zoning law of St. Clements, a side yard setback number of accessory structures and the front setback from the main dwelling supposed to be as per order side yard 15, number of accessory structures 2, and setback from the main dwelling 50 feet. And applicant proposing to have a side yard 5.5, number of accessory structures 3, and that's on proposal of number 1, if I'm not mistaken. We'll add it in the condition if it needs to. And front setback from the main dwelling on the proposal of number 3, 38.44 feet instead of 50. So here you can see a location map of the subject property and a subdivision application map for us to have here. So let me just refer it here. So that's a dwelling and that's a front yard that we are in here. And 3 accessory structures are here on the lot number 1. If I'm not, yeah, proposal of number 1. And 5.5 side yards, if I'm not mistaken, it's right here. So, conditions of approval, should council wish to approve this application, our recommends our 2 standard conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. And if there are further changes, replacements, or additions that are not in substantial conformance will require new variance approval. And applicant obtains all required permits from us and municipality if required. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions to the planner from members of council? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Is council ready to deal with this application? I don't believe that there's anybody else to speak on this application. If there is, please raise your hand. Okay, if council wishes to move forward, we can see if we can move it forward, even though the applicants aren't here this evening.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 83 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, Councillor Horbis seconds, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Shall I read the resolution, Madam Mayor?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Whereas the applicant order of tax roll number 436800 and 436900 are legally described as lot 62 plan 13052 and located at 851 and 875 Church Road, has made application for variation order number 83 of 2026 from side yard setback 15 feet to side yard setback 5 feet. From number of accessory structures 2 to the number of accessory structures 3. From front setback, front setback for main dwelling 50 feet to front setback for main dwelling 38.44 feet. Purpose to reduce the minimum side yard setback for an accessory structure and front yard setback from the main dwelling on the proposed lot 3 and increase the number of accessory structures as part of the conditions of the subdivision application S24-3067 in the RA suburban residential zone. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 83 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement or additions that are not substantial conformance with the application would require new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. The order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of day of making.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horbus, Councillor Spicer seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Okay, the next application we have on our docket is variation order 86 of 2026. If we could move into variation board.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 86 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second. Councillor Horbus, all in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. And I will turn it over to the planner to walk us through this one, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, it's a variance application, BO 86 in 2026, located on 14 Jack Road. And the purpose of that application is to increase the unit area of the accessory buildings in order to allow for an accessory building garage to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning law of San Clemente, the unit area of any accessory structure building is supposed to be 1,280 square feet, and they propose to 1,600 square feet. Here we can see a location map of the subject property and some site plans from the applicant indicating the place of the future garage. So right here. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, our review recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any changes that are not in substantial conformance will require new variance approval. Applicant owner obtains all required permits from Mass municipality if required. Applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to RM, and applicant owner to use the accessory structure for the personal storage only. And applicant owner must not use the accessory structure as a habitable space. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council to the planner? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening?
Right here.
Do you have anything that you want to add to your application at this point in time? No, unless there's questions.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there are a couple of other names here, so I will see if anybody has anything. It's listed as information only, but the first name I have is Steve Cameron. Yes, you can. And just state your name for the record, please.
Molly Cameron, 30 Yokes Drive. I don't know if you have it, if you can pull it up where exactly the building is going to be on the property, as well as because what is that normal garage,
Right here. That's the main dwelling, that's the future garage placement. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because we are right behind it, and is it on the property line or over the property line?
No, you have to be inside of the property line. You see these are 18 feet from the property line.
Okay, so it's 18 on both sides, 18?
From here to here.
Okay.
I mean, from the garage.
From the
to the
back,
property line.
you're behind it.
That's rear yard setback is what she's looking at.
Yeah,
The
because I'm
rear
right behind.
Oh, let me see. So that would be here,
Further forward.
Yeah.
like
Is
here.
that
It's-
forward?
No,
that way forward. Is that-
There's trailers on.
I literally own some of that property in behind the tree line, like I was
Yeah.
telling your husband earlier.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, you guys pulled the pin
So
that
it's
was in
hard
the
to tell where
ground,
that
so
is, yeah.
now I have to get it surveyed again, so. But yeah, I'm way ahead of my property line at the very back.
I get it, but I'm just saying, like, is it going to be on the property or is it 18 feet from?
Oh, no,
the
it's
property?
way-
That's from the side,
That's
like,
just
you
the
don't
side.
even, yeah, you're not
Oh,
even
it's
there.
more
on
than
the
a
side.
hundred from the rear yard.
It's, yeah, like,
Yeah.
from the
There's a
rear is
hundred
way,
feet, I
It's
think.
209 feet
200.
from your property line.
Yeah.
Yeah, from our property line.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where.
I know, I was
very
originally
far.
telling your husband that I was gonna take out some trees.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wait a second.
No,
that's
Take
not
all those trees out?
Yeah,
Like,
no,
Okay,
no.
Yeah, no, not at all. That was the original
That was
plan,
the original.
but that didn't, because that's additional cost to remove all those trees.
Yes.
Right.
So we moved it actually only, as you can see, it's hard to point from here, but
Do you see the trailer
the
there?
trailers, you
That
see where
far
the two
trailer?
trailers are?
Right.
It's about half.
So the
of that
beginning of
trailer.
the garage will start
Yeah.
there, so it's way far in front of the trees and even.
Around there.
No, even forward, like.
Yeah.
so
Okay,
right
here,
there.
let's stop
Can I
wiggling
show
it
you?
there, yeah.
Can I show you? If you can show him.
Okay, here?
Yeah, so up further on that side, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
From
So
here,
they're behind the tree
it's
line.
209 yards.
Okay,
Yeah,
lots,
Feet.
lots.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when the information was given, I'm like, wait a second.
That would have been a.
Yeah, I know, and if I
perfect
didn't do that, the survey would have been redone.
Yeah.
It would have.
I wanna know where
Yes.
that stake was,
Okay.
which, yeah, you guys pulled it out on us.
We, like, I.
it out, but.
No,
it might-
because it-
we didn't go and yank it out.
No, but did you use your Bobcat to
Well,
yank
we
it out?
used the Bobcat, but we didn't
Yeah, I
directly
figured
pull
it.
it out, just to make sure that.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause
so-
now it screws us, right? One of us has to do the survey, so.
Yeah, we'll have to pay for a
Right.
survey again, to get all of the property lines.
Cause that stake was in there, that showed the property line, and then we showed you that other one on the other side of what you own. And what I was told when I moved into the property, that he had an agreement with the guy who used to live in your house.
Yeah.
Whatever you see, you look after, and whatever I see, I look after.
That's what.
So I've been doing that on yours, but when you look at yours, you have a bunch of stuff that's on mine, kind of thing.
Yeah, my conversation with you was that.
Yeah, you said that
You told me
you're gonna
2
pick it up,
years, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the weather.
Guys,
Yeah.
we don't do this.
Oh,
That's a discussion you can have.
Yeah, you can have that discussion
I-
after
Yes,
we leave the
thank you.
meeting here.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with the location, so that's all I wanted to know.
Awesome,
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you.
sounds good.
Okay, I have another name on the list here, Kevin Vander Kraken.
Craig,
Yeah.
that's me.
Oh, that's you,
Yeah.
okay. Then, okay, Holly Cameron,
That was me.
that's you, and Steve.
Yes.
Okay. So we've heard everybody, I know the other couple that's in the audience is here on another matter, so with that, if there are no other questions from council, I'm going to ask if we can please move this one forward.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 86 of 2026 be closed and regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a vote, please? Councillor Strang, second, please. Councillor Spicer, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And if we could have the resolution for variation 86, please.
Whereas the applicant order of tax roll number 302-174 legally described as Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 50394, and located at 14 Jack Road has made application for variation order number 86 of 2026 from unit area accessory building 1,280 square feet to unit area accessory building 1,600 square feet. Purpose to increase the unit area of an accessory building in order to allow for an accessory building to be constructed on the subject property, therefore be it resolved that variation order 86 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. The variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not substantial conformance with the application would require new approval. Two, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. Three, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Arm St. Clements. Four, applicant owner to use the accessory structure for personal storage only. Five, applicant owner must not use the accessory structure as habitable space. This order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, second, Councillor Sutherland. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on. We have a subdivision and a variation for the same property, so we'll deal with, yes.
I'll have to excuse myself.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Sutherland. Okay, so, we will do the subdivision first with the variation to follow, so, we don't have to go into or board for the subdivision. So I'm just gonna ask Valentina to present the subdivision, please.
Sure, thank you. So yes, it's a subdivision application S 263145 located on 213 Wally Road, and the purpose of that application is to subdivide the subject land into one additional lot of 2 acres. No road being created, no new road being created in AR agriculture restricted zone. As per zoning bylaw of some comments, lots in AR agriculture restricted area is supposed to be 4 acres big and 198 feet wide, and they're proposing 2.36 in side area and 251.664, yeah, I think it's feet for the width. And the residual, the proposed lot number 2 would be 2.2 acres big and 208.6 feet wide. So as per zoning bylaw, both lots are not in compliance to the zoning bylaw, but for the width they are. Here we can see a location map of the subject property and subdivision application map for us to see, and our analysis here. So as per zoning bylaw, as I read before, we're supposed to have 4 acres and 198 feet wide lots in that area. The subject proposal is not consistent with the zoning bylaw of St. Clements, as both lots are less than 4. And also, a number of accessory structures is 4 instead of 2 permitted. That would require, both issues will require a variance to bring it into compliance. There is no concerns that have been raised by any agencies, and the purpose, the proposal is generally consistent with idea and policies of Redwood planning, district development planning policies as per infill area as an exemption of the lots that are already there historically. And there are lots actually of 2 acres north to the proposed land. So according to that exemption and based on the relevant information, we recommend it for it to be approved with the conditions. RP recommends the following conditions. Applicant owner submits confirmation writing from municipality stating that taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year and in years, as well as any outstanding fees or fines that will be paid, required applicable fees to be paid, provide digital copy of the plan, applicant owner to prepare a drainage plan to be submitted to RM, applicant owner to provide a letter of credit to the municipality if required, and applicant owner to provide the cash in lieu of dedicated public reserve land amount to be determined. And the second condition will address a lot density that I have mentioned before, a variance and a number of accessory structures as required. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much for that, Valentina. Any questions to the planner from council? Okay, so now we will move into the variation ward and enter into the public hearing for that part of it, or did we want to approve do the subdivision first?
No, we normally go through variance, put it on hold.
Okay.
And unless you have some questions, but there's no questions on subdivision. Variance.
Okay. No questions on the subdivision? No, then we can move forward.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned, the public hearing be open for variation order 66 of 2026.
Moved by Councillor Horbis, second please, Councillor Boulanger, all in favor, opposed, carried. And Valentina, if you could walk us through that.
Yeah, question, Mayor. So yes, this is a variance application, BO 66/2026, located on the same location. And the purpose of that application is to increase the number of accessory structures and reduce the minimum site area for both proposed lots as a part of the conditions for the subdivision application that mentioned before in AR agriculture restricted zone. As per zoning law, and I mentioned it before, each lot's supposed to be 4 acres and 198 feet in width, and they're proposing 2.36 and 2. Number of accessory structures supposed to be 2, and they're proposing 4. So here we can see our location map of the subject property, and here we can see the proposed accessory structures.
I counted 3, so I was wondering.
Yeah, this is me also. Oh, no, we have a shed here,
Oh,
tiny one. Sorry, I almost said shed. I was like, why is it 4? That we have only 3? Okay, sorry.
Should
So,
we also be saying, number of accessory structures for lot?
number 1, you're right. Yes, number of accessory structures for proposal of number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so conditions of approval, should council wish to approve this application, RFP recommends 2 of our standard conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any further changes, replacements or additions that are not in substantial conformance will require new variance approval. An applicable owner obtains all required permits from us and municipality if required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner on this part of the application? Okay, I see that the applicants are in the audience. Did you have anything that you wanted to add to your application at this point in time?
No.
No, nothing? Okay. Okay, if council is ready to deal with it, I will ask that the public hearing be closed for the variation, and we'll deal with both of the applications.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 66 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Move it, please. Councilor Bazarowitz, second. Councilor Horbis, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so we will do the subdivision first.
So regarding subdivision application number S26-3145, proposal of Sager and Kachakowski.
Yep.
We subdivided lot 1, block 2, plan 3467-3. Resolved that the council approve the said application, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant Merson its confirmation in writing from the municipality stating that A, taxes on land to be subdivided for the current year and any arrears as well as any outstanding fees or fines have been paid. B, required applicable fees to be paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, provided digital copy of the plan of subdivision to the RMSA comments. D, applicant owner prepare a drainage plan to be submitted to the RMSA comments for review and acceptance as per the current servicing standards of the municipality. E, applicant owner to provide a letter of credit to the municipality if required prior to the drainage construction, amount to be determined. F, applicant owner to provide cash in lieu of dedicated public reserve land, amount to be determined. 2, applicant owner to obtain lot density and number of accessory structure variances as required.
Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Spicer, Councilor Strang, seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And now we can move on to the variation order.
So whereas the applicant under tax roll number 42600 legally described as lot 1, block 2, plan 34673 and located at 213 Wally Road has made application of variation order number 66 of 2036, 4 acres to site area lot 1, 2.36 acres, proposed lot 2, 2.0 acres, from number of accessory structures 2 to the number of accessory structures 4 lot 1.
Yes, please.
Purpose to increase the number of accessory structures and reduce the minimum site area of both proposed lots as part of the condition of the subdivision application as 26-3145 in the AR agricultural restricted zone. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 66 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in the application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not substantial conformance with the application will require new approval. 2, applicant obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. This order shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Horbis moves, Councilor Spicer seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed, and that is carried.
So Kayla, for the final resolution, we'll make that change for lot one.
Go ahead.
And maybe for the previous variance, we should add it to,
For the previous subdivision?
no, variance for the subdivision. You remember there were 3 accessory structures and a setback for one of the accessory structures? I think we have not clarified that this is, I said it, I mean, on the record, but I don't think we wrote it in the resolution. You haven't read it in the resolution. Maybe you should add it there.
Because there were 2 lots there,
Yeah, 3.
3 lots there.
On the, one of them it was a dwelling too close, that's why I kind of identified as proposal number 3. But 3 accessory structures and side deck for one of them, I think we haven't clarified it in the resolution.
We'll look at, we'll work with you to clarify that
Okay,
as the
okay.
final resolution, we'll send it off.
Okay.
I think it's been covered on the
Yeah,
public
it's been-
hearing and it's
Recorded,
recorded.
but again, yeah, if it's not written.
Good point, yeah. People forget that.
Oh, exactly.
Good point.
Okay, so we have one other planning item, which was, I guess it's an extension to the conditional use.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Oh, yeah, I just, as we send you a memo,
I
it's
have
an
it.
extension for them to act upon. So they just couldn't think it was an extension for them to act upon.
Take care, we'll see you
Thank you,
again.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Surprised they yelled.
He's the one that looks after you. Yes, you're misreading. And that's
So,
Dave Sutton's niece.
Turn it on.
It's like a freaking icebox. Like, who the hell?
Put some clothes on, yeah. Put some fat on.
Have a juju.
Who sets these temperatures in here?
so I can, bring up the memo here, Madam Mayor, and
Go right ahead.
We're not cold.
it's a furnace. How did I become part of the weed club?
Okay.
Am I reading this without you or you?
If you may, yeah, cause I have no slides for that.
Okay. Conditional use 51 of 2025 was approved on November 18, 2025. The applicant has applied for a condition, an extension of this conditional use on, just recently on July 13th, requesting an extension due to the spring conditions and their inability to bring the equipment to complete requested work. Subject property is on Parkside Drive, which was serviced off 59. Applicant proposes establishing a private exterior storage facility on the property, which would fall under the contractor's establishment use. You may recall this is where they were asked to put in a storage to store some of the equipment there. That they were starting a contractor's establishment.
Was supposed to be fenced in, correct?
Suckalo, well, that's,
Yes,
so how much an extension?
794, let me bring it up for you, council.
It's on agenda.
How much extension do you want?
Oh, no extension, for them to act upon, 1 year,
1 year extension.
irregular.
Has this had an extension before?
Yeah, I think it has.
Yeah, I thought it did.
I go through the property.
Is there a reason for the,
Go ahead, Kayla.
Kayla, go ahead.
In the original resolution that we passed late last year, council had put that they want to meet the conditions by August 1st of 2026. So it was never extended, but we have to set that deadline. So I guess Oh, yeah. I'm thinking that's why he applied for that extension to active one.
He said he could do it within that period of time at that time.
Exactly.
But with all the rain and everything that's happened this year, he's asking for extension
For what, 1 year,
till next year.
till next August first? Is that correct?
No, not according to the memo.
I think it's November, is that the contract or the?
Oh, till November 18th. No, that's when he applied.
No, I think we have the capabilities to set a deadline. Council can set a deadline.
He's asking for an additional period of not longer than 12 months. So he's asking for 12 months. So 1 year from August.
August first.
August 1st, yes.
But the recommendation on here is November 18th, 2027.
Oh, that's more than a year.
No, it's approved by
It says the public hearing was on November 18th, 25.
Nope, keep on going up. Oh, right there, the very recommendations to expire. So that means he has that much time up until November 18th, 2027.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's because of the date of the original.
Of the original application.
Application.
So he's been given,
You can
he was,
change it.
he was
If you want
given
it from
till,
August
he
to
was
August,
given
you
1
can.
year less, not till November, but it was till August. And now, if he gets a year extension, it would be a year extension.
From the
Going.
original decision, yeah. Date.
It's up to council, whatever date.
Yeah,
they
you,
want.
it's up to you.
But where do you see November 18th, 2027?
First line.
Right on the recommendation, first line.
So what's reasonable?
You're able to fund to have it all. It's active.
Sir, it's fine. Well, the deep dark has been raining like crazy. It's hard to keep
Okay, what do you wanna do, council?
Yeah.
Extension.
Yeah, give it to him.
Could we give him an extension until August?
That's a year from now.
Right, but he's getting on there longer.
Till when?
Till next August.
August 1st, 1 year from.
So that'll be 3 years, so why not go 6 months?
Yeah, you'd be stuck with the spring again, or what can you do?
Yeah, but he's good right now.
Well, he can't do it now.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, because he's busy though, or whatever.
I guess you don't wanna do that.
That's 2.5 years
Yeah.
to get a project.
So I didn't think it was 2.5 years, or am I thinking of the same
Yeah,
guy?
he applied back in 2025.
But November of 2025, he applied, so he said he'd be able to get started in the spring and finish by summer.
Is this the guy with the containers on the land and the trucks in the yard? Okay,
That's the one I thought it was too.
yeah.
With the seat pads and.
Yeah.
Just 2 doors down from that very large home.
Yeah, where the people were complaining about. Oh, yeah, okay,
So what's council's wish, August or November?
August.
August next year.
Okay, so whereas conditional use 51 of 2025 was approved by council by resolution, I heard 4 yeses. Approved by council resolution 2025 dash 666 on November 18th, 2025. And whereas to date, all conditions have not been completed, and whereas the applicant has requested an extension plan in order to complete all conditions of the conditional use, therefore be it resolved that the council grant an extension until August 1st, 2027 to complete outstanding requirements.
Can I have August 1st, did you say?
4th.
I said August 1st, didn't come across that way. August 1st, I'm having trouble with those 2 words.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horber, second Councillor Sutherland, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call a question, all in favor, opposed, carried.
I think some gummy bears are getting stuck in my teeth and that touching me.
Some nuts to clean those.
If I may just clarify something about the debts. So what they,
Administrative procedures as presented to support the administration and consistent application of policy 107. And further be resolved that the attendance management administrative procedure be included in the municipal policy manual immediately following policy 107 and be administered in accordance. It should be immediately following policy 106. If it's policy 107, to be administered in accordance with the applicable legislation, the collective agreement, employment contracts, benefits plan requirements, and municipal policies. And further be it resolved that policy 107 and the related attendance management administrative procedure come into effect on July 28, 2026.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowitz, Councillor Horwath seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? See you, Valentina.
The next policy, Madam Mayor, is our work from home policy. As you may recall, during COVID, we had created a work from home policy, and from that, we felt that it was important to also update that since COVID restrictions have been lifted for quite a long time, and this was a discussion with council as well as to move forward to identifying when people are able to work from home and when they cannot. And this also deals with scenarios when there's an emergency or the office is unavailable for people to work out of. How do we process? What is the requirement and what is the requirement to keep all that information that they work on confidential? And so with that policy, I'll bring it forward for reading for work from home policy, if you're okay with that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Resolve that council adopt policy 119, work from home policy, and that policy be incorporated into the policy manual.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger moves, Councillor Strang seconds. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And so, Madam Mayor, this one is a new policy that we've brought forward, and this is due to some recent incidences that have happened in dealing with situations where the RM is not always aware of traffic violations and what to do with those. And in discussions with the union, this policy was put forward in order to be able to collect and be able to identify the rationale and able to connect. But we've also had the discussion with the union for unionized staff as to their rights and how we can, if we had to, collect back on violations once we discovered after the fact. So,
Would these, sorry,
go ahead.
would these employees have to sign this?
Employees have to sign agreement to all policies are shared with all employees.
Okay.
But they don't necessarily have to sign any specific policy.
Okay.
And so as part of our onboarding, we always share all our policies.
But they're aware of this.
They will be, but this is a new one, so we'll be sharing them with all our staff. But it was with discussions with the union. So, resolve that council adopts policy number 120 employee traffic violations and fine recovery, and that said policy will be incorporated into the policy manual.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, second. Councillor Strang, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next one, 121.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This supersedes Administrative Policy 302. And what it does is it brings alcohol, cannabis, and substance-free workplace. So it's dealing and updating the work associated with cannabis in the workplace that was understood. It's still a drug, but we felt it was important to put the policy in place and deliver on it. So it's an update to that policy.
Does that apply to cost?
Employee policies do not apply to housing.
Oh, we're smoking open here, no problem.
There might be some issues.
I'm sorry. I forgot.
Okay, so resolve policy, the council adopt policy number 121, alcohol, cannabis, and substance-free workplace, and that said policy be incorporated into the policy manual.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bazarowicz, Counselor Spicer seconds, all in favor? Opposed, and that is carried.
Okay, this next policy, you may recall that council brought it forward, Councilor Boulanger and Councilor Strang, to have this policy much more refined, and so we brought two things forward, which are the administrative procedures and the customer service policy in requiring specific turnaround times, how to deal with customer service interactions, and this policy has come forward for that. If there's any questions, I can certainly talk about it, but we did go through it in detail at the committee of the whole with council.
Yeah.
So resolve council adopt policy number 349, customer service policy, and that said policy be incorporated into policy manual.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Boulanger, second, please. Counselor Strang, all in favor? Opposed, and that is carried.
The next is our customer service operating standards, so that was to set the standards that all staff would abide by, including the CAO. And resolve that council will adopt policy 350, customer service standard operating procedures, and that said policy be incorporated into policy manual.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, Counselor Spicer seconds, all in favor?
I have a question.
Oh, sure, sorry, Scott.
So just for clarity, I guess maybe so the public knows. So we're gonna have a matrix that we're gonna kind of measure against, and that will be reported back to council regularly?
Correct. And then it's a goal that we're trying to achieve on a regular basis, but it's an opportunity also to hold ourselves accountable to those standards.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, had a mover, had a seconder, all in favor? Opposed, that is carried. I think we're to the noise extension.
Yes, Madam Mayor. And so what we have is, this is, Bridget Knight is hosting a community barbecue at her property at 12 White Pine Road on August 22nd, and a rain date of August 29th, and is requesting a noise extension to 1 a.m. Signatures of the 11 property owners has been obtained around that, the applicant has indicated community members will be in attendance. None of the provisions of bylaw 7 shall apply to any sound abating, so that's concert circuses, that's why they need to get this. Council, if council passes the resolution allowing this request, we have a recommended resolution to move forward.
Any questions or comments from council?
This is a yearly event.
I was gonna say, I think this has happened before, so.
Yes.
Okay, bring the resolution forward.
So whereas Bridget Knight has made a request for a noise extension, which is regulated under bylaw 7 of 2020 for the purpose of an outdoor event on August 22nd, 2026, with a rain date of August 29th, 2026. Therefore be it resolved that under section 5 of bylaw 7 of 2020, permit the outdoor playing of music and other party related activities 2 hours past 11 p.m. at 12 White Pine Road on Saturday, August 22nd, with a rain date of August 29th, 2026. Further, be it resolved that the property owners are responsible for nuisance noise created by invitees, guests, or other persons on the premise in the same manner as persons actually creating the nuisance noise, unless the property owners on the premises establish that they have exercised due diligence in a bona fide effort to control and abate such nuisance noise. And further be it resolved, the property owner must obtain all required permits from the Red District if there is a tent erected.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer, second, Counselor Sutherland. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed, and that is carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is to ratify an existing resolution that was passed electronically. It was moved by Councillor Scott Spicer, seconded by Councillor Sandra Strang. And what it was dealing with was that council had asked us to take a look at, see if we could find funds within existing budgets to be able to complete the various drainage works that had been identified. We had identified that some 1,300 meters could be done through some contract services, and we had a land drainage reserve that we could rely upon for bridges and drainage. And so I can read the resolution again if you like, council, or we already submitted this with a mover and seconder, and council can just vote on it. What do you prefer?
I think you should read the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Whereas approximately 25,000 meters of drainage work has been identified on the Public Works priority list, including approximately 13,000 meters in the Lebo area. And whereas the Lebo drainage work has been surveyed and licensed and is ready to be proceed. And whereas Springfield Earthworks has indicated ability to undertake the work and has previously completed similar drainage projects for the municipality. And whereas sufficient funding is available in the bridge and drainage reserve. And whereas due to the timing and availability of the contractor, members of council provided approval by email to proceed with the Lebo drainage work prior to the July 28th council meeting. Therefore be it resolved that council ratify and confirm the prior approval and direction provided to the chief administrative officer to proceed with approximately 13,000 meters of drainage work in the Lebo area, including associated ditching, culvert work, and material hauling to a maximum cost of $150,000. And further be it resolved that the project be funded from the bridge and drainage reserve.
Can I have a mover?
We already
We
have
have
a mover.
that, yes, we do, sorry.
All those in favor?
All in favor, opposed, carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And
Okay, so then we have 811, signing the development agreement.
thank you, Madam Mayor. So 812 is the signing of development agreement. And what this is the development agreement associated with the commercial development that is occurring in the lands across from the arena here in East Selkirk. And this development agreement outlines all the requirements for connection fees and requirements. And what this development agreement also requires for them to do is have accesses off of Kittison and close off the access off of the residential street, which was requested during the construction. And I think they've been able to receive all those and are expected to have those by the end of this week from the province of Manitoba, and hopefully should be able to get started on their construction shortly.
Okay.
And so the resolution is for the mayor and the CAO to sign on this revised development agreement. We've updated council on some minor amendments that will be coming forward, and none of them are material. And so we'll move forward to sign it. And bring forward the resolution, whereas the council of the Rural Municipality of St. Clements approved a commercial development by resolution 2025-395, and whereas developer needs to enter into a development agreement as a condition of approval, therefore be it resolved that the mayor and chief administrative officer execute the agreement with 102-235A2 Manitoba Land.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, second, please. Councillor Horbis, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, that is carried. Okay, so we are noise extension, the East Selkirk Lagoon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As part of a ongoing management and work with this, with our lagoon, we've been looking at different ways of dealing with some of the increased amount of organic waste that's been coming into our lagoon. And this Inocyclone program was identified at the AMM conference. I met with Gavin Vanderlyn, who's been doing this kind of testing and analysis throughout Manitoba with their program. And what it is this specific device that goes in there and sort of like our new system that we'll be looking at, helps to clean up the phosphorus and nitrogen out of the sludge, pulls the sludge out of the nitrogen and phosphorus as well. We discovered that through the testing, we were able to reduce the phosphorus and nitrogen up to 50%, if not more. In some cases, in some test items, which I have a test sheet available for council to see, that we've seen a significant impact on this. This would be quite a bit of a game changer for the future for our lagoon management, especially as we move towards continuous discharge, because removing phosphorus and nitrogen, although we're not required at this point to do it because of the size of our lagoon, to be in advance of that makes a significant difference. Also, the water, even the water that was coming out of the program, and it keeps the sludge, was significant. So what we found was that there's an opportunity to rent this machine. We'll take a look at it and report back on it. So we felt it was important to do this for the next 3 months to get a better idea and make sure that it's working to the size of our lagoon and to our satisfaction. So we're recommending that we rent this equipment for the next 3 months or 4 months, and basically August to October. And using that time, we'd be able to get much more significant data as to what's been done and what hasn't been done. What I can do is I can show you that the results that came back. So this is what the machine looks like that you'll see. This is a specific data report, and I'd have to get permission before I can release it publicly, but I don't think that they'd have any trouble, but I just haven't received that permission yet. That's why it's only available for council's purposes. But you can see what this does. It's a innovative, and they call it InnoVantage Corporation, which is what they've created. And you can see it's this type of a system. It helps to remove the sludge, and then it starts producing out, pulling out the various amount of sludge and keeping the water clean. The sampling events, as you can see, in July 9th was a reduction of 66%. On July 10th was 45%, and so forth. This particular product, and there's a picture of what the water looks like when it's coming out of there. We're very, very clean. And what it does is it also shows us that not only did it reduce consistent organics and the BOD reduction, but what it did was it has had a significant impact even on the smell that's coming from the lagoon today. And that was only for just a little bit of testing. So we'll be able to test on that too and see, so that you know, we can even look at what we need to do for filters and so forth.
So you can measure odor, these tests?
You can't measure odor, other than we know that there's a significant change from the staff who are working there, who have reported that there's a significant odor difference that they've noticed in the last little while. And considering that we've had very hot days, but good question. We did not measure the odor.
Is there a cost to this? What does this cost?
Yeah, about $8,000 a month.
So it'll be 3 months, so it'll be 24.
4 months, he said, 4.
3.
August, September, October, but I said 3 to 4 months, but it'll be most likely 3. And we went to where we expect snowfall to occur, and then we'd be not using it.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
So yeah, taking a look at the testing, it looks pretty promising. So I guess the question becomes, like, where are we headed here? So are we just looking at doing this for this short time period, so then we can polish our effluent, so whenever we can discharge, it'll be that much better?
Correct.
Right now? Because we do have many steps that we're talking about for doing upgrades. Is this going to be considered as maybe part of those upgrades too in the future, for even part of a polishing before other processes take place?
That's the idea, is to take a look at this for the next 3 months, get the data from it, and then see how it can be a value add to the existing processes that have been identified. And if it can be a value add, then we take a look at, are we gonna acquire it and we'll do that analysis as to the cost of having our own or renting it in the future during only at discharge stages, or if it's on a continuous discharge, do we now need something on there all the time?
Could this do the sludge at the dump?
The, your leachate you're
Yeah.
talking about? No,
Can't do the leachate?
I don't think so.
You don't know?
I don't know, I don't think so. Cause it deals with sludge and
Yeah,
organic
it's
materials,
It's more metallic.
and the leachate is a lot of chemicals.
What do you do with the stuff that comes out all the way, or?
Yeah, they can use it for fertilizer, we haul it away, and,
That doesn't stink? If they put it on fields around here?
Yeah, it does.
for a while.
Yeah.
Just for a short while.
Okay.
So how far out does that Turgis Lagoon, like how far does it reach to suck up that stuff? This machine.
I don't know how far it reaches, that's some of the things I'll have to
The only
learn.
reason I'm asking, if you had a hole when you went around, cause they do that at the sludge beds at, all from Winnipeg, goes into, and then they haul in the farmer's fields.
Yes.
I'm serious.
Yeah, I know, if you get those big hip waders that come.
No, but if it's a
Just-
hole, if it only gets the sludge on the edges of the lagoon, like 10 or 15 feet.
No, it's supposed to be able to go right into the, like, there's pipes or hoses that go further into.
Oh,
the
they do?
lagoon, and then they're supposed to like pull the sludge out, so
Okay.
that sludge can be used for transportation purposes, yeah.
So it can reach maybe like way into the lagoon. Okay.
And that's something we'll learn, how far, we have a very, deep lagoon. So and we'll see how well it works with that.
Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
Did Advantage, did they come and do a demo, or did they let it stay here for so long?
They came and did a demo and let it stay here, did the testing for those
And
days.
that's how you got these
That's how we got
results.
these sampling results. So they brought the equipment in, they made arrangements, our staff, our LEDA and staff, attended, watched how it worked, made sure that it was actually delivering what we were looking at. Then we got the test, then we got the test data, then they sent that test data to the, city of Winnipeg area to get it all, properly, evaluated as to what those results were. And that's what's been reported on. The test report just came the last couple of days.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else on that one? Okay,
So-
let's move on.
Be it resolved that council accept the recommendations of the manager of water and waste authorizing the CAO or designate to enter into a on-site rental agreement with Innovantage Inc. for the Cyclone Mobile Treatment Unit at the East Selkirk Lagoon for the period of August 1st to October 31st, 2026, at a monthly rental rate of $8,000 Canadian plus applicable taxes to be funded from the operating budget of the East Selkirk wastewater utility.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second. Councillor Spicer, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, landfill change order.
Thank you. So this is the next item on the agenda. And so the landfill change order, this one is to deal with,
Whose error was that, Deepak?
sorry,
Whose error was it? After reading through it there,
the designers.
yeah.
And so the designers had made an error in connecting one cell to the other, and once the corner of that cell is lower. And so which means everything from one cell is gonna go there, and everything from the other cell, which makes it much more difficult to get an even level across our entire thing. So they have to do a design, because they're connected too close to the toe. And, or the other option was not to do anything and just section off that area and not use it at all, but that would take away from the leachate ponds that we had created. So we felt it was important to do it. The advantage is that this entire document shows, or our report shows, that we are working under budget from what was originally anticipated. So this would be within the budget of the project. But since it is a major change order, and because of this kind of an error, for open and transparency purposes, I felt it was important to bring this forward for council to see as a change order as opposed to regular change orders. And let council understand that we've told the engineers that the error was theirs,
Yes.
and we do not expect any charges for any additional work associated with this change from the engineers. Obviously, we can't fault anybody that was doing construction work, but we certainly say,
I hope not.
we do not plan to be paying for additional costs for engineering, contract costs for this, for re-engineering it.
Go ahead, Counselor Spike.
Okay, did I read this correctly, that this is where the old cell and the new cell come together?
Correct.
And the error is elevation based?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we just can't get a break, eh? We're under budget and we got money and they just, jeez.
Seeing as you brought that up. You have to weld it to the old liner. Okay? And I was there when they made the working with Ocala Construction. Okay, but then when you get down to the nitty gritty, you get a hole, like, and I put a hole off for the ball boss's son. They have to find the old liner to fuse them together. Okay? So, if once you find the liner, well, that was the elevation from the first cell, okay? If you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how that could be. I really don't, cause.
Well, that's kinda why I brought it up.
Okay, well. I was.
Like, it is what it is, but it kinda doesn't make sense, cause they should have the elevation of the old ones.
You,
They should know what they're building to, and they should know
The two gotta go.
how to do that. How to make it work.
yes. That's always the assumption, and then errors happen from sometimes humans. And the idea here is when errors happen, the appropriate people are made to be accountable for it. In the past, what's happened a lot is that we get these types of errors in construction, and then we just come forward with somebody comes forward with a change order, and the change order says we need to do this additional work, and you move forward. I'm saying, no, if the error that was foreseeable, then that error, somebody needs to pay for.
It could only happen if the elevation was wrong on the first cell.
Correct.
Cause you're tying them all in.
That's right.
There, so.
Yeah.
But they said
And it
the
was
second
recorded.
cell.
The second cell is the one that's connected to it.
Yes, so.
So the second cell of the elevation is wrong on the second cell, to the right, wrong location on the first cell.
My favorite.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you need?
So I'll move forward with the recommended change for the change order. So for the regional sewer, landfill change order, be it resolved that council accept the recommendations of manager of water and waste authorizing the CAO to approve and execute contemplated change notice CCN number 6 with Earthmax Construction Inc. for the Lebo landfill cell 2 construction, cell 2 northwest corner burn HDPE liner in the amount of $143,919.21 Canadian plus applicable taxes, funded from the existing Lebo landfill cell 2 and leachate management project capital budget. Confirmed with Dillon Consulting Limited that all engineering oversight, construction, administration, and quality control required to complete CCN 6 work shall be delivered within Dillon's existing consulting agreement for the project with no additional engineering fees to be charged to the ROC plants.
But we're still paying the bill.
Yeah, I got a question. Can I have a question?
Go ahead.
So this $143 or $143,000.
Correct.
Is the RM's payment for it because Dillon Consulting made a mistake.
First time. Can I say that on the video?
No, I'm just asking the question, sir. They have no responsibility.
Yeah, there's, the other option is that, the first thing is that we're doing this, if council wishes, we could try to recover all costs, but that would require probably going to court, and errors and omissions and things like that are usually covered in the contract for engineering and consulting services, and we'd be looking at it at the same point, we need to get this leachate situation resolved. So I'm saying we're not taking any additional costs, their contract was their contract. Normally, every time a contract price goes up, because engineering services are a percentage of the contract, we're saying you're not getting paid for any of those engineering services, not getting paid for any of the contract management associated with this, or any of the oversight that might be needed.
So, again.
Scott and then you, Rob, sorry.
Okay, so I hope you have the answer to this question. If we don't do this, then we have less leachate holding ability, correct?
Significantly less, and the report states that. Significantly less leachate holding capacity, because we can, and so for this, we think it's worthwhile to have the appropriate leachate holding capacity.
Although I agree with Councillor Horbus, I will point one other thing out. We hauled 2 loads of leachate, it's on our accounts listing, $6,000 a load. It cost us to get rid of that leachate. So it ain't gonna take long to make up $143,000.
And our cost is only 50% of that, because we put in a budget of 2 million, and 2 million was provided to us through grant with the province Manitoba. Although it's still all tax dollars, regardless of what it is, it's $143,000 addition.
It's just that there's no accountability anymore for anything.
It's just frustrating that you
Yeah,
hire,
it's
you hire
a
somebody,
contingency you're talking
you hire somebody to do the job, cause they're the professionals, and it's done wrong. If I had work done at my place and it was done wrong, I'd make them do it right, and yet, because we're a municipality, it just seems like, yeah, it's just
very.
And I know what you're saying, Deepak, exactly, I know what you're saying, the process you'd have to go through to do it is court and get Scott's, Councillor Spicer's, I get it all, I get it, it's just frustrating.
Yes, it is very frustrating. That's why I felt it was important to bring this to council for detailed discussion.
Just that they do, discovered it.
Just to go back to what Scott said.
I'd have to talk to Arlene about what tests I done.
So who found the mistake? Dylan found it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like it's, you know.
The blamer.
No, but I'm just saying what you said before about the whatever, and they're the ones, and they found the mistake,
It's
so.
sort of like the design requirements. Somebody comes in, designs the work, other people are observing the work and doing the testing on the ground afterwards. And as they're doing the testing, they discover, oh, that design doesn't work. Then you go back and say, who approved the design? When was it done? How was it approved? What were the checks and balances? Did they make every attempt to do the right thing? Yeah. And, you know, when people are signing off on design options, and so somebody says, well, I showed you the design, you were okay with it. Well, I wasn't the quality control, you're the quality control, you're the designer. Then, you know, but eventually you can, but is this worth it for this as opposed to just a direct? You cannot charge any more charges. In the past, there has been. So I've been very adamant about catching on these. That's how we held our activity center tight on budget.
Makes sense. So just ask for me,
How it was discovered.
how did they, I'm
Yeah.
curious on this.
No, I will.
Okay, let's move on if we can.
So I read the resolution.
Yeah,
Mover in a second.
Okay, can I have a mover for the resolution, please?
Yeah.
Councillor Strang, second, Councillor Bazarowicz, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, next item on the agenda is the Regional Sewer System Expansion Overview Presentation. So, you've heard this a few times, but in order for openness and transparency, I thought it was important to talk about this. Now, this is over and above what we would normally be required to do. But since it's such a large project, I thought it was important to talk about it. And then we're going to be, and I'm gonna ask council to pass a resolution for us to request for the Manitoba Water Services Board to be the project managers, as they have been on the rest of our various projects. And so the intention here is twofold. One, that Thursday of last week, the public notice information was set out for the public hearing on the borrowing to do this project. And I felt it was important to at least give the precursor, and then obviously I'll be doing some of that material again. I apologize for repeating multiple times on this, but I think it's important because it is a very large project.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
On the website, it's the bylaw that's actually on the website, not the notice.
The public hearing?
Just so you know. Like the red banner on the top of the website.
On the red banner is the bylaw.
Yeah.
But does it take you to the link, and does the notice and everything show up in the remainder of the
No,
site?
it's a download of the file. So you'll have to get that.
Yes. We'll get that changed as soon as possible.
I'm just checking to see if it's anything else.
And it could be, I just assume that's where most people will go. So.
Go ahead, Councillor Blanchet.
I think it's important to recognize that as we go through this, in quotations, regional wastewater lagoon project, that it's once again showing St. Clements is standing out not only regionally, but in the province for doing the right thing in terms of wastewater management and doing the right thing for the environment. It's huge.
Yeah.
Section, you don't just have the list, they just have the bylaw. I'll get that fixed tomorrow.
Is there a time limit for that ad, for the ads?
The ads in the Selkirk record and all the requirements, and I think it's posted on ours.
Yeah.
Everywhere else, so we've met all the major requirements. Website is just an extra thing, so it doesn't have an impact on it. The Selkirk record is a more important one where we give the notice, but Councillor Spicer is correct. We should, whatever information we put out there should be accurate.
I think you could still leave the bylaw, it's just you might wanna put the
Yes,
notice in too.
notice as well.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, so are you gonna walk us through? how
Yes,
this-
I will, and so we're gonna talk about the regional wastewater lagoon project. So this is the final phase of the construction and designed to convert the East Selkirk facility into a high capacity continuous discharge tertiary system. As you know, we've done a completion of, we did a public notice on it, and so Canada's, from the federal government is investing $5.875 million into phase 3 of the project, and the regional wastewater, that will help us to build a regional wastewater lagoon system. Of the $5.87 million that we received is a direct delivery stream from the Building Community Strong Fund from the federal government. The total project is a Class D estimate at $14.027 million at this point that we've received. And what the announcement that did say is that it expands the treatment and capacity of the Selkirk wastewater treatment pool. Operational challenges we have is a continuous year-round discharge to provide, as Councilor Belanger mentioned about our requirements to protect the environment. And we'll have new receiving infrastructure also for the treated affluent outfall to the Red River. So there'll be a new pipe going out to the Red River. Ensuring environmental sustainability, regulatory compliance, and smart collaborative growth is the intent of this particular project. And so the federal funding covers 49.9% of the current estimate. Now, we're also told that the federal funding.
41.9.
Which is
49.9.
Oh, 41.9, sorry. 41.9 of the current estimate. And we are told that we are able to stack provincial funds if and when we receive those. So we made a request to the province of Manitoba also, and we haven't heard back yet, so we'll find that out by March of next year or sooner. And the funding for the plan should protect the utility sustainability and will define who pays for growth-related capacity. Okay, so that's our plan here. And so strategic funding breakdown is that this is responsible financial planning. The total capital cost for phase 3 is estimated at $14 million. The RM has worked to secure this matching funding and looked at the municipal share will be $8 million, while the federal share will be $5.8 million. And this is based on treatment, equipment and materials of $9.5 million, engineering around $954,000, contingency of 1.9 due to the fluctuation costs related these days, as well as general conditions that might be needed in order to meet this, and the GST of $667,000. So this is the estimate that we received. Now we do get the GST rebate back, and so we'll take that into consideration at the end, but this is a Class D estimate, so we're still working to refine those numbers. It's a multi-phase regional project that we've been working on for a considerable amount of time, and this is one of the final stages for our regional lagoon. The background on this previous progress has been phase 1, which was completed in 2022, was a construction of the force mains that came from Lockport to the East Southport Lagoon. Phase 2 was completed in 2024, where we decommissioned the old Lockport treatment plant and operationalized the new lift station, regional lift station in Lockport. Then finally, the challenge was to go to the phase 3, and that was, the challenge we encountered of recent was that engineering audits identified a critical organic loading limits. You've heard discussions on it where our organic limits have increased higher than our hydraulic capacity, and because of that, we needed to do something, and we had looked at several different options. From that, we did some further analysis and identified short-term, medium-term, long-term, and ultimate solutions to take us to the final build-out of this lagoon to a population of up to 25,000 people. And so what we're looking at is the mandate is to upgrade this lagoon to run in a high-efficiency treatment and do it as a continuous discharge on a yearly basis. So what are those deliverables for this project? Well, it's a tertiary upgrade. This is installing this new filtration and chemical treatment process to treat the wastewater. It's an outfall pipeline that will go to the Red River, because right now we discharge only in the summer, and it goes to the creek, and the creek then runs over, which freezes over, so obviously you can't use it in the winter. And engineering a fluent outfall pipeline with lagoon to the Red River, and then deploying a specialized active odor control mitigation at the Lockport treatment plant or the Lockport lift station, so that we can manage any odors in the Lockport area. And so phase 3, why are we doing this? Well, it was part of the long-term plan. It was always identified and has been on an ongoing updates to the province with our Manitoba Water Services Board. So we received 50% funding to do the twin force mains, which completed construction of dual force mains, which is over $5 million. Then there was a $4 million lift station and decommissioning, or $2 million, sorry, lift station, new lift station and decommissioning. Then the lagoon modernization, which is this case right now, which gives us a treatment upgrade. So we're at phase 3. The future phases, which would be some additional laterals we've talked about that might be in the next 20 to 25 year range. We have identified there could be additional lateral lines that can be put along, on the, east side of the, tracks in the Lockport area, along all those major roads that we put, and fix any of the gaps that were missing, that were, done on roads like Ludwig. And, so that's, along with that is the, sharing and stage capacity additions as we bring in other municipalities, because as a regional service, we can then look at that. And I'll talk more about that as we go in the future. And so from that, we go to the treatment, not storage. This is the immediate bottleneck. So as I mentioned earlier, organic is an issue here. Our hydraulic capacity, so the amount of liquid that we can take out of the lagoon is only at 45% use. But we're running out of capacity on the organic side. So our current load is 357, and yet our design capacity was at 350. So the organic capacity, because of the strength of the organics that are coming in from those truck haulers is having a significant impact. And although there's more and more people connecting to sewer, low pressure sewers in different areas, the strength of what's being pulled out also has an impact, and more people are being put on tanks and then coming here, and that's having an impact. So we're taking that into consideration. So we did identify that we could do a small upgrade to increase the capacity by another 740 ERUs, but that was before we were notified that the federal government felt that our regional lagoon and the capacity that it's going to do, and the regional planning that we've been doing and sharing our services with other municipalities, they gave one of our highest grants that we've ever received in history, I think, of the RM, of $5.8 million directly to us. The regional wastewater lagoon, the peak monthly organic loading estimate is from the piped connections is 116, well, 240 from the unpiped. So you can see that this lagoon is a regional lagoon, not only servicing the southern part of the community, but also the northern part of our community. So many of those truck haulers are bringing in here as well as other municipalities that are in the vicinity that are utilizing it. So so WSP, the off-truck haul organic loading is estimated to originate outside of St. Colette. So we estimate that 66% is coming outside the RM. And we're looking at addressing that due to the fact that it's very cheap to run our lagoon. And because of that, our fees for dumping are quite a bit lower, and so we are a location to go to. We can't just increase fees without going through a rate study, which the RM is also initiated to help manage that, so that users of the system pay for the system. And so phase 3 modernizes treatment, discharge, and local operations. The advanced treatment, the Red River outfall, and the odor control, as mentioned earlier, that's where we're moving to now. What are the core project objectives? We're doing environmental safeguards, we're upgrading systems, and to meet and exceed modern and Canadian, very stringent Canadian federal and provincial standards and regulations. And minimizing that local chemical footprint is critical. Aquifer and drinking water protection. With this, we're protecting the environment, as you know. Lagoons help to as we bring in pipe service, but also well-managed lagoons mean more people are utilizing it, which means that there's less likely of people failure from tanks as well as fields. And so the aquifer and drinking water is then protected. Enabling planned housing allows an opportunity to centralize utility foundation, which can support and unlock housing growth within Lockport and Selkirk and some of the surrounding regions. And it's an asset rationalization, merging resources with neighboring municipalities, not only distributes operational overhead, which is critical. So that means as we get into higher costs for running these lagoons, now we've got more users paying into it through utility fees and creating long-term stable operations, and as well for maintenance and savings. And so it makes the utility work like a utility. So where are we? environmental protection, regulatory status, property development, and long-term maintenance, as mentioned. Shared this utility with other municipalities. Construction is forecast for 2027 for this project. So we're confirming the scope and strategy. I'm already late in filling out the forms necessary to sign the agreement. We're expecting to do that by the end of July, and then forecast the construction start date of January 27th after we.
When will it go for tender?
It'll most likely go for tender by the end of the year.
Oh, that late,
Yeah, maybe November, but I'm thinking, it just depends how fast we get the design going. So the next steps are being able to secure the funding and then get the design process started. So then June to September, we would do the major civil and equipment work, and then target completion is December of 2027. Again, it's a target at this point, but this is our goal as we move forward on this. So we can't talk about this without talking about service sharing. So I want to make sure that when we give this an open, transparent manner, we talk about that. So maximizing regional efficiency through a bi-directional wastewater sharing model with our partners in the RMBC. What this means is we're connecting with them. We'll be able to utilize they'll be able to utilize our lagoon service, and in the future, as we grow, there'll be an opportunity. So what we're doing is planning not only for the next 10 years, 5 years, 15 years, but 25 to 50 or beyond. And so the project anchors a wider regional servicing strategy, which was just recently completed, which took a look at all three of those areas. And so identifies the entire RMLD St. Paul. So we have a wastewater management plan, which is a requirement for the province of Manitoba that's been shared, that's being right now reviewed with the province of Manitoba, along with taking a look at the green area. That's the part of St. Clements that's taken into consideration for pipe services. And then the eastern ship portion of St. Andrews to the river is also taken into consideration, just for purposes of understanding if there was an opportunity. Now, that doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to be connecting St. Andrews to it, but we have to take that into consideration because some of their haulers will be still coming to us, so we have to take that into consideration as part of our growth plan.
Well, and they have a finite amount of connections too, don't they?
Yes, they do at this point. And so as we do the planning, we have to have always a plan B, even for our partners. And so at this point, most of our sharing with these St. Andrews is going to be at the water level, but this opens the door for future discussions. Collaboration with East St. Paul, we're unlocking a regional capacity here. Direct capability studies prove that East Selkirk wastewater treatment plant has the spare capacity, physical capacity to absorb the 1,000 equivalent units immediately. It'll allow us to develop a bi-directional setup for whenever they do their wastewater treatment plant upgrade, and it lowers the capital needs because it avoids building separate duplicate wastewater plants. When we look at working together with both those three wastewater plants, if we look at theirs as being designed at 19 to 20,000 population, and ours is being designed to 25,000 population, that should cover a significant growth potential in both of our municipalities for a long time to come. And so that's the intent here, so that you do the investment. And this is critical to understand that we did all this, and we're doing this now because we're doing future planning and also future proofing expenses. Because at the best time to build infrastructure is right now, because it was only, I think it was $2.5 million was the cost of building our lagoon in the first place. And that is not the price it would be today. Yes, sir.
So if East St. Paul hooks up and we're doing all this stuff and eventually they get what they want, the people that are hooked up to us aren't gonna unhook and go and hook into them.
It wouldn't make sense.
No, okay.
Theirs is going to be a gravity-based system, ours is low pressure. Wouldn't make sense. The discussions with East St. Paul, any connections that are connecting to us will, and you don't normally mix gravity based system with low pressure going into it in the mechanical system. Lagoon would take both.
We do it a lot.
Yeah, but not on a huge scale.
No. No, and that was a very small portion, majority of Lockport is gravity. And it was a mechanical system, but it barely received much anything else, because that's why that lagoon or that, treatment plant wasn't capable of handling it. That's why we had to find a solution.
At Lockport.
No, that's why we did the lift station up to the lagoon. And so now we can take both the gravity based from Lockport and the low pressure from the rest and combine it all into our. So the intent is that we have options available for the long term. And so the regional growth calls for stage capacity, East Selkirk. So this is an important thing to remember. We're looking at borrowing $8 million to do this lagoon upgrade. With the 1,000 connections alone at, for East St. Paul, that pays, the connection fees pay $7 million of that cost. Or more. At our connection fee charges. And so what regional wastewater lagoon, so protected total for the RM is over 1,100. Henderson area, that's for East Selkirk. For Henderson area, we're protecting over 2,000 and 1,000 for East St. Paul, which will take us close to the 4,000 so that we need today. And if we start achieving that goal and we need to grow further, then our opportunity is to be able to then add another line from East St. Paul border all the way to East Selkirk Lagoon if necessary. So reserve treatment, conveyance, capacity, service sharing, and monitoring solid waste are going to be the planning implications as we move forward. So not only have we thought about the first stage, which is stage 2 that we're going to be moving to, which is our medium-term plan. It gives us 4,000 REUs. That means a population of up to 10,000 people can connect. So 2.5 per unit connection. And we only consider 0.5 connection, 0.5 of an ERU for multifamily. So it's a rough estimate, 10,000 population. But when you take a look at it, the next upgrade, stage 3, the long term, right now that has been targeted at today's dollars at $5 million. So $14 million takes us to a continuous discharge. $5 million more takes us to an additional 5,000 or 5,000 individuals. So it moves from 10 to 15. And then another, so 20,000 is our goal, sorry. And so, and then from there we can move to 8,000 for an additional 5 million at this point. Obviously, we're monitoring that. There's construction inflation that will probably go up in the future, but it gives you an idea that the next set of stages are not going to be anywhere near the cost that we're encountering today. And now if you take a look at even at current connection rate, if I was able to do the entire project, which is not the recommended approach, we'd be looking at $25 million, $24 to $25 million upgrade cost to go to the ultimate solution. But with 8,000 REUs, that'd be $42 some million. No, $56 million of revenue generated from connection fees.
Wow.
Obviously, I'd have to take 1,000 or so units off, so it'd be somewhere around the $40 some million. But that's taken into consideration that there'll be construction inflation on all those. So what it's showing you is growth pays for itself for the infrastructure that we were generating. And that's the intent, that we want to see a positive return because we don't know what those costs are. Not taking into consideration, we're also making money off of the utility rates, which help us to make sure that operations function. A lagoon is much, much cheaper than running a complete plant. Okay, so then the future upgrades remain planning options, not current commitments. Okay, so that's as we grow, we start putting it, so we don't go in and spend more money than we need to if we don't need to at this point. So what you can see is that the ultimate solution takes us to significant. There are two costs. One is the Sager system, and the other one is the Lemnos system, which is the one we're pricing out and trying to establish as a process to implement. The value of the environmental protection alone protects the Red River. We're supporting housing, reducing septic risk, as well as we're sharing infrastructure. All important things, being good neighbors, working with our partners and neighbors, and then sharing in the revenue as growth occurs. So the announcement opens this next decision of confirming the $14 million estimate that was announced. Financing and affordability approved the transparent plan for the $8 million of borrowing. Capacity governance, set up a governance structure, which is what we're gonna ask today, and then the regional agreements. And we've already signed some of those regional agreements. So based on that, what we have is a resolution to bring forward to council to ask the Medical Water Services Board to give us project management. We feel that we've had good service with the Medical Water Services Board on an ongoing basis, and they have the capacity to deal with projects of this size.
Scott, go ahead.
So we're asking for project management. Should we also be passing a resolution requesting funding?
Not at this point, because we usually pass that resolution for requesting funding after we have the borrowing authority and after we've already submitted for approval. Usually, council has already authorized me to make application. For the last 2 years, I've been making application for the upgrade of the lagoon with the Manitoba Water Services Board. And so we're at that stage where they're looking at it. And so but good point, I will double check. It's on.
We wanna get our funding in place and then ask.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The application has already been made. So whereas the Road Responding St. Clements is proposing to proceed with phase 3 of the regional wastewater infrastructure project consisting of upgrades to the existing lagoon system, installation of tertiary treatment process, and construction of a new outfall pipeline to the Red River, and whereas the Manitoba Water Services Board managed phase 1 and 2 of the regional wastewater infrastructure project and has agreed in principle to provide project management services for phase 3 subject to formal council authorization, be it resolved that council requests that the Manitoba Water Services Board act as a project manager for phase 3 of the regional wastewater infrastructure project, and further be it resolved that the chief administrative officer be authorized to continue discussions to negotiate the terms of the project management agreement for the Manitoba Water Services Board, and further be it resolved that the execution of any agreements or commitment of municipal funds is subject to council's approval of final agreement, completion of the applicable borrowing bylaw process, receipt of all required approvals, and confirmation of available funding. So I should note that there are some other people that have approached us to help manage the project, and we'll take those into consideration. So once we get all the details worked out with Manitoba Water Services Board, I'll bring that information as well forward for council's consideration.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer is moving, Councillor Strang will second. Any other discussion on this matter? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor, opposed, carried.
I think Sandra had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sandra.
I know we're moving along, it's late. But I just, can you get a paper copy of it?
Of the presentation?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah, thank you.
So they're all going to right now?
Yes.
Because I'll forget that tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe copy all of us
Sure,
would be a good idea.
sure. We'll just print off 7 copies right now, and then before the end of the meeting, you can have. Okay, the next is the decision paper related to the utility rates. So another part that's connected to this project. Or sorry, we haven't finished with this yet. There was a question and then we didn't finish the vote. All in favor?
No,
Yeah, we did.
we did.
Okay, that was my
Sandra asked
question
her
about
question
this.
after, yes.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the evaluation of the request for proposals, as you know. We hired professional Christine Shields as a consultant to work with us on the proposals to get a utility rate study going. So a utility rate RFP was issued, and it closed on July the 10th at 11 a.m. And both Christine and I opened the proposals in the office here. We received 3 proposals: Intergroup Consultants, Way to Go Consulting, and Urban Systems were the 3 submissions. We took a look at the submissions, and they all met the compliance requirements. Intergroup Consultants demonstrated that they do have good experience with the Public Utilities Board project. Although it's more recent in Manitoba, they have demonstrated that they do work with the Manitoba Hydro utility users, as well as they've demonstrated experience with doing some current rate studies, and they've done those for Gimli and other areas, Rockwood, I think it was. And they've shown that they can do some good work as well. They've estimated that a draft report completion by the end of this year. Way to Go Consulting, that was a general indication at them, but since we met with them, we found that we could probably get a much more definitive answer before the end of the year. And so they'll be able to meet with council and present what they've been able to find. Way to Go Consulting, they met all the requirements. They have a significant amount of experience and demonstrated experience working in these types of projects, and have been used by the RM in the past. As well as Urban Systems, they did not demonstrate any pub-related experiences specifically for the Public Utilities Board, but they did provide evidence of experience of addressing the water consumption trends, and offered a value-added service for doing some additional scope analysis. We took a look at the qualifications, and at the qualifications level, the Weight Intergroup received 25, Way to Go Consulting received the highest score of 30, and Urban Systems the lowest. Technical approach, they all received the same scoring, and project management, Intergroup and Way to Go Consulting again were at the higher level, and they seem to show the same level of project management. Fee proposal is where the significant changes were. Intergroup came out quite a bit ahead at 25 points, while Way to Go Consulting showed up at 10. Reason being, Intergroup's proposal is significantly cheaper. Consulting fees for the Intergroup consulting fees, $20,000 as opposed to $60,000 for Way to Go Consulting.
Wow.
And Urban System 64. So based on that score and that analysis, we feel that it's better to go with Intergroup. They have had we had a separate meeting with Intergroup to further understand and evaluate that they did have the technical expertise of the Public Utility Board, and we are recommending to go with Intergroup as being our shortlisted and the group that I think would deliver the best product for the money. And they said that they could shorten the time frame because they were anticipating a lot of the data that we've already collected, and some of the pre-work that we've already created will help them move faster. So we've had a previous study done on some of this work. We've already have a lot of the data from our systems that we have in place with water and wastewater. We also just finished the wastewater master plan or management plan for the area. So that's going to make a big difference in determining the utility rates. So they may require some additional support and material, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in camera that I'd like to discuss with you. So with this, I'm recommending that we move forward, that accept the proposal submitted by Intergroup Consultants for the completion of the Public Utilities Board water and wastewater rate study. Now, I want to be clear here. The rate study will be complete, it will be submitted, but it could take 6 months to a year before the Public Utility Board hears at the Public Utilities Board.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
I know this is just based on price, but I guess my question is you're comfortable that they're going to actually cover the whole scope of what you've asked for? Just because the price is so much cheaper than the other two, it's kind of a bit baffling.
It is, I think, there might be some, increasing in price on some consultants who are, seen to get a majority of the business, so they're able to set their price. And so new people coming in are offering some discounted rates. They've shown that they've been able to do it for Gimli and other places that they've been able to, and they've worked in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC as well, so their corporation runs across Western Canada. And so that shows me that they have a stable, lack of better words, qualified individuals to draw upon if necessary. And I also think that if we employ the services of our consultant a little bit more to manage it, I think we'd get a better product, and it wouldn't cost us anywhere near the $40,000 extra for the extra work that we get out of or possible experience from Wayco Consulting at this point.
Follow-up question?
Sure, go ahead.
So, does their price include presenting at the PUB if required, or is that going?
To a specific amount presenting to the PUB, but if there's extra cost, all of them had identified that as an extra cost.
Okay.
Because they happen it so much later, and they'll be able to answer some questions, but it's a matter of how many questions come back from the Public Utilities Board. There's usually some extra cost. If we have our own people involved, we'll be able to answer a lot of them ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
So, our consultant agrees with you on this, or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay, I'll read the resolution, Madam Mayor.
Please.
So be it resolved that council accept the proposal submitted by Intergroup Consultants for the completion of the RMLS St. Clements Public Utilities Board water and wastewater rate study in the amount of $20,000 and $20,015 plus applicable GST and approved expenses of $600 for a total contract value $20,615 plus applicable GST. And the further be resolved that the Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to finalize and execute the agreement on behalf of the RMLS St. Clements.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Horby, second. Councilor Sutherland. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, so the next item is the asbestos containing material inventory. I think I briefly had told council that in the middle of all of this, many of our municipalities were inspected. St. Andrews, us, Broken Head, Springfield, and so forth. They were all concentrating on these northern parts, and there was workplace health and safety, and they don't give you warning, and they don't tell you, and they came in and they identified various deficiencies in all our different locations. One of the things they requested was they wanted to know any buildings that contained possibility of asbestos and what to do about it. And to be able to identify, does your building have the asbestos, and what is your mitigating methods if you're going to be able to do that. So as part of that, the oldest building we have that is still possible asbestos is this office. So as part of that, we did Heather went out and did some quotes. We went to two companies along with our contractor, who received a quote from just a couple of days. Monday, was it?
Yeah.
So just received it on Monday, and so we took a look at that based on all three quotes. His was also a little higher, so we're recommending, since this is a small little contract, we think that we should go with HLC Consulting Limited for a price of $1,120. Now, this is within my spending limit, obviously, but I wanted to show council we did go to three quotes, and because it is dealing with asbestos for. Sorry. Go ahead.
And that's to do what?
To come in here, inspect and verify any sealing material, any insulation, anything that's, any construction material, floor tiles, anything that's made of asbestos. Identify that it's there. No, we don't have to remove it, as long as it's not disturbed,
That's what I'm getting
it's
at.
not gonna have to be removed. But then you're, as a workplace health and safety, you're aware that there's asbestos in the building.
Okay.
So when there's work to be done in the building, so as an example, we say, oh, we want this wall pulled up, then we'll have to take precautions because we've already identified there's asbestos.
That makes sense now, because you do not
For protection
remove
of workplace
asbestos, you don't touch it, it has no danger unless it's disturbed.
Yeah.
No. There, pretty much. Mind you, just dust it cover.
Yes, Councilor.
So that means there's not there's not gonna be air quality testing or any of that because of what was just said. As long as you're not,
We're hiring a company, they're gonna be,
disturbing it, it's
Yeah.
really what it is.
they'll be doing the laboratory analysis. If they think that they need to do any air quality testing, they'll do that. And then we'll find out. Obviously, if there's asbestos in the air, I wanna know about it too.
Yeah.
Well, we got somebody that's been living in this building for the last 40 years. And she's fine.
Thanks for that, Glenn.
So, just one further question.
Yes,
Go ahead.
So this is, the first of many, correct?
Workplace health and safety issues?
No, I'm thinking we have a few buildings that we probably gonna need to test.
No, they only asked us workplace health and safety, only identified buildings that are in the direct control of the RM of St. Clements. Now, there are buildings that are on RM land that we're gonna have to take a look at. And that'll become also part of our asset replacement plan, as asset replacement obligation that we need to do as part of our financial report.
Yeah,
And so
that's
with
why
that-
I asked, because there'll probably be a liability on our
Books
on
for
our
those
books
buildings, correct?
for buildings that have.
Yeah, so we, it looks like this is the only building they requested that of, so, which is great. So the Public Works building is new, all the fire halls are all new enough. And, so the only other situation is, including the soccer. They went and did the inspections, and, we passed everything else, we've had a couple of extensions. But they've identified on various things, anything from, having the, workplace health and safety minutes not being posted on our bulletin boards to, and so we went ahead and did those, took pictures of it. And so everything, it was a detailed inspection and it impacted all our staff. This was, considerable amount of work to be able to deal with this because they didn't do one inspection without finding some sort of a defect.
But now you know, and you'll have a checklist to keep up with it, that it is such a good job to be in compliance.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
No.
It's not a bad thing.
No, not a bad thing. So I brought forward a resolution to select the company to do this work. So resolve that council authorize administration to obtain an asbestos containing material inventory for the municipal office located at 1043 Kinnison Road and to award the work to the service provider offering the best overall value following receipt and review of the quotation or response from Vico Consulting, having regard to qualification, compliance, and required scope. So we did get the Vico Consulting and the availability completion timeline to a maximum of $1,500 with applicable taxes and any additional sample costs approved by the CAO. And further be resolved, the administrator continue to develop a phase plan to identify the complete required asbestos containing material inventory for other municipal purposes. So we took into consideration that we would take Vico Consulting consideration into it, but in this case, it was, they were almost double the cost of what we had received from everyone else. So,
Okay, so can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bazarowicz moves, Counselor Spicer seconds, any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question, all in favor? Opposed, carried. Okay, 8.18 on our agenda, I believe we are at Selkirk Steelers sponsorship.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So this is, the Selkirk Steelers have requested a sponsorship donation for their golf tournament and gala featuring the NHL legend Jeremy Roenick. And so background, the tournament is on August 6th at the Selkirk Golf and Country Club, and the gala and magic show will take place at the Selkirk Recreation Complex. They have provided several sponsorship options for council to consider. Council can sponsor a hole for $1,000, enter a foursome into the tournament of the golf for $1,000, purchase a table at the gala for $2,500, a half table for $1,400, or a single ticket for $288. Magic show only for $50 and so forth. They've offered many different options, as you can see in the decision paper. Recommendation is to put $500 towards the 2 squares of the magic board, which is equivalent to the amount given to previous golf tournament sponsorship requests. This is a new sponsorship request, or council could choose to just receive this as information.
Comments, anyone?
Anybody?
Question?
Go ahead.
I think you're hitting, I was gonna ask. Do we have anyone from this municipality weighing on this?
Holy mackerel.
Starting to think
See
alike.
right through my head here.
Not that I know.
Really?
There might be.
I don't know if there is, there were in the past, but in the last couple of years, I don't know, you would know better, Council Orvis.
I don't think so. Not that I know anyways. Though, would have been, I don't even know where they from, where they from, they were from the other side there, Sue's brothers.
Oh, that's long time
I know.
That's a long time ago.
1970s.
I know, I don't think there was anybody, they don't even have kids really from Selkirk on that team. They're all from someplace else.
They're all farmed in.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they don't even wanna develop their own. It's kinda sick.
I don't know who was on the team last
Well, you
year.
know what, how much do they get over here, our, the Steelers? Nothing. Yeah.
I would suggest declining a donation.
Yeah.
Just receive it as information? Okay, we'll move on then. Okay, so Selkirk sponsorship is just received as information. So playground resurfacing. So this is the resurfacing of the playground at the activity center.
I don't understand this one. It's brand freaking new, why are we putting $130,000 to that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that too, resurfacing.
What are we
The
resurfacing?
playground at the new building.
It's brand new, it's never been used.
They're putting rubber.
They're putting rubber instead of the wood chips that were there.
Okay, so they're
That
not
makes them
resurfacing it, they're putting a different surface.
different surface.
Okay.
So they didn't like the wood chips.
No, it's about, accessibility. isn't
Yes,
it?
Yes.
yes,
All for
accessibility for
accessibility.
wheelchairs.
Oh, didn't he say today that they could put a wheelchair on top of those chips? He said that sitting there.
That could be a different type of chip.
Okay.
Those have been there for how many years already?
Just that I would think of little kids are gonna fall and skin their knees on that rubber. It's not gonna be very,
Forgiving.
yeah.
I think we,
And other parts, playgrounds is.
The wood
Wood
chips
chips
would
were
be
worse.
really nice.
They use
But
peat
we
gravel.
found, we did receive a grant to do
But
this.
they aren't
There is a
wheelchair
grant.
accessible, the pea gravel isn't going.
We received a
But
grant.
wheelchairs,
And how much would we have to still put into the?
Yeah, and where the picnic
Nothing
tables
on
are
this
too,
one.
underneath the canopy.
Well, I thought we
You'll see
had to
on
put in
Thursday night.
something.
They got resurfacing.
And I know we got
I
a
can tell you.
grant for it. Yeah, too.
Hang on a second.
I think we got like 60,000 or 80,000 or something.
And then we gotta match it. So it's still gonna cost us.
So whose recommendation is it to rubberize it?
It was the administration's recommendation, the recreation manager through the CIO's recommendation to council saying, we had made an application for receiving a grant as part of that.
Okay.
So council authorized to apply for the grant, we applied for the grant, got it, and now we're at the point of implementing.
It doesn't matter, I'm just saying, it's hard, man, rubber to fall on rubber.
Okay, are we moving this forward with the resolution?
Yep. Okay, resolve that council accept the recommendations of the recreation manager to award the tender of RFPC Recreation 26-03 playground resurfacing at St. Clements Activity Center to Prairie Rubber paving at a cost of $133,038 plus applicable taxes.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer, second, please. Counselor Strang, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is the custodian contract for the activity center.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and so custodial contract, I'm just gonna update the screen here.
This is a new one.
Yeah. This was put on hold, it was brought forward earlier, and then, we said we'd wait till after we had a grant opening before we get into opening up the custodial services to be manager. And, so this was to the RFP for the custodial services, we received the pricing, and the lowest price that we received on this is, through, using the Sky Blue service.
That's the highest, actually.
Oh, that's the rating.
Oh, that one, okay. Okay, I thought
Sorry.
that was, oh, okay, I thought that was what the hourly
No,
charge
they
is.
did a rating system on it.
Don't the old world.
And so if you're okay, I can read the resolution for that.
Please.
And so the custodial contract resolve council accept the recommendation of the recreation manager or the tender to our, for RFP Recreation 2026-01 for custodial contract for the St. Clements Activity Center to Sky Blue Services Corporation at a cost of $31,145.04 annually. Obviously, that'll be quite a bit less for the remainder of this year, but that'll be the price for next year.
How many year contract?
I think it's 3.
3 years?
Okay, resolution was read, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Belanger, second, please. Counselor Strang, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none.
Sandra.
Go ahead, Sandra, sorry.
What is the company that we use here?
They were, hired.
What's the name of the company we use here?
That's the new one, yeah, that we're using now.
No, we just know that they do a very good job, so.
Yeah.
And I didn't know, it is 3 years on this?
I think it is. I'd have to go back and look at the RFP again, but I can verify that to council.
And how would it, this company doesn't.
If they're not, if they aren't,
Is there,
there's
are they
always
on
a
a
back,
trial
there's always,
period?
there's always a backup clause in any contract.
But with this thing too, I think it's not just the company, it's the people they send here.
Yeah.
Are good people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, coverall was all about, the subcontracting out.
To
So somebody's
local
gonna-
people around in your area.
Yeah,
so
and
that-
sometimes you may get good, sometimes not,
Yeah,
depending on
no,
how things go.
that's with any, when you work, yeah.
So the next is lawn and park maintenance for the activity center. And so,
Can we vote on that?
oh no, we didn't. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
That's okay. Okay, we have the resolution and there was a question. I had a mover, I had a seconder, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried.
Okay, the next. This
Lawn and park maintenance, activity center.
Yes, Madam Mayor. And so lawn and park maintenance at the activity center. We went forward for the RFP for the lawn and park maintenance for the activity center. And, with the lawn and park maintenance associated with the RFP for the lawn and park maintenance for the activity center, went out and, received the, pricing. Clint Carr came back this with the highest score, and, we Xterra came out with a higher score, just a little higher than Clint Carr. And Xterra Touch Lawn Care Incorporated and Grass Coolers Incorporated for the lawn park care for a maintenance contract and for the annual amount of $36,000. That's quite a bit cheaper than I think what we paid for here, isn't it?
You know what, I have to look.
I think it is,
I have to see what it
but
was.
that's what we're looking at for the contract and a recommendation to move forward again as part of the RFP process.
Is that building being used for anything now, or just a kid thing? With summer,
It'll be rented out right now, it's just being used for some of the
is there any bookings
activity
or
programs.
where I'm going with this?
I think there's been
They've
one
started.
booking, yeah, they started
They
booking,
started
one or
already.
two bookings.
I think they were waiting till we had our
Grand opening
ribbon cutting
before we
or
started.
grand opening, but I know that they have rented it out already.
Why would you wait for?
There's already somebody there, we had somebody who came in just to supply us video, audio video equipment, and they decided that they're gonna get married in our activity center. So, or their reception or something.
In the grounds, like, and then have the thing inside.
I'm not sure exactly the details, they said they were very interested, they were gonna come down. So there will be, and this one was somebody from Winnipeg who just saw it, liked it, so I think as time goes after the event, it'll be good. So,
We should have a table at that event with somebody sitting there getting stuff out, when to rent it and all that kind of stuff.
Information.
Yeah, information thing.
good idea, we're gonna be talking about that a little bit.
We're
What's
not
happening
gonna have,
anyway?
yeah, we're not gonna have time tonight, but let's go here.
Okay, so, lawn and park maintenance, did I read out the resolution already?
No.
Resolve the council accept the recommendations of recreation board to tender for the RFP, 2026-02 for lawn and park care maintenance for the St. Clements Activity Center to Park 2 Extra Touch Lawn Care Inc. and Grass Gurus Inc. at a cost of $36,450.
Can I have a mover, please? Mover, please, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Boulanger seconds, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question.
Sandra's gonna send that.
Go ahead, Sandra, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can, does this also include garbage pickup? Like, because there are bins around the park area,
Yes, Brendan is addressing the garbage pickup. as
so
part of
that's not with this too?
I think it might be, but we'll make sure it does.
Okay. Actually, I thought that the last two things were gonna be combined, that the care of the building and the grounds were gonna be put together as a, but I see they went separate, so. Okay.
Okay, have a resolution on the floor with a mover and a seconder, and if there's nothing further, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, we
So-
were at, the Genealogical Center, River Ancestry,
Thank you,
8.22.
So there was already we were already contacted in our office from the media asking about this, which is quite unusual, but they've contacted us at the same time as and the application is being just considered by council, considering we only received a letter yesterday, and this was added as a last minute item on the council agenda. But what this is that they're asking for support from the RM for setting up the Red River Ancestry Genealogy Center with the city of Selkirk and the rural municipality of St. Andrews. I can see that they're requesting for it, but I'm not sure if they're, at this point, they haven't identified that they're looking for any dollars that I know of, but I would anticipate that may be the next part of that. So it's up to council, what would you like to do with it?
Didn't it say?
Well, I think, I know, I'm just looking at the email, but I thought that she was working out of the St. Andrews Rectory building.
I believe you're correct.
That's where they were.
So it doesn't mention anything about any contribution from us?
No, she's looking for support, it sounded like.
from all three municipalities.
We could just pass a resolution saying that we would give, non-financial support.
We ask that each municipality consider participating in a cost-sharing arrangement to provide ongoing operational funding for the center. But there is no dollar amount, no details, so maybe that's what we can do, is maybe write a letter back to them. Oh, go ahead, Scott, sorry.
Okay, this is a little bit more than just this. What happened here is they were in St. Andrews.
Directory.
Something happened in that part of the building that they had to move out. The library gave them some space on an interim emergency basis. I don't know exactly what their focus is of where they're looking to locate to. I know the library was contacted by the media today also. But I think, I don't know what you guys wanna do, but I'm pretty sure that the board of the library is not really in favor of them staying in the library.
Could we ask for more information, what entails the financial support or what they're asking for? I mean, that's the
I
big
think at this
question.
point, receive it as information by council and then we'll, and direct the administration to get more information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you direct the administration to get more information.
You're it today,
Yes.
right now. Okay, so
Okay.
I think there was, one more item and, two more actually, St. Martin's Activity Center grand opening update. Info to council.
Yes, so I'm gonna walk you through what's occurring. So, one piece of news which just came in before during the council meeting, so wanna make sure that you're aware of it. What's happened is there will be an announcement made also on Thursday.
We have to talk about this again.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
This is July 30th announcement.
It's July 30th announcement, okay, so
Yeah.
I'll let you know on camera about it.
Yeah.
So the grand opening is on Thursday, July 30th, and Minister Golovac will be attending for the federal government to speak. Minister Samar will be attending for the provincial government to speak. And then obviously Mayor Phoebe Corner will be speaking for the RF at the grand opening. We'll do the grand opening ribbon cutting ceremony. That'll start, we expect everybody, all members of council to be there by 3 o'clock. We'll do a little tour.
What time does it start, sir?
3.
And then finishes off, then the speeches at 3:30. That should finish off somewhere around 4:30, 4 o'clock. And the trucks will begin to arrive at about 5 o'clock, and the rest of the event location will be set up. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll begin the rest of the work. The festivities will kick off at 6 o'clock for it, at which point the mayor can do another introduction for the festivities and maybe any members of council or something that we can talk about that needs to do that. So the advertising for the event has gone through the Gaynor Family Library, RM office, Renee's service station, Colville Post Office, Lockwood Grocery, and so forth. Additionally, we put on the website, Facebook, the Soccer Record, and vendor spotlights have been shared with social media. Brett Mitchell has contacted me, and Soccer Record plans to be there for the event. Vendors of food trucks. There were several food trucks and vendors that were contacted, and the list of confirmed food trucks is Patoba, and I think they do potatoes, I'm thinking. And Dancing Dogs, Smash Burgers, the Do Not Forget Your Coffee and Wacky Waffles has had a family emergency, but they will let us know, and has provided another truck name that they can't be available. So those are all the various list of food trucks we've contacted, as well as vendors that are going to be available at the site. So the list of confirmed vendors for the vendor market, so there'll be a vendor market in the gym. And so that's like Fluffy Joy, Dare to Dream, BB Tullo, RX Designs, Sage Catering, Aurora Creations, Ashley Scott for Indigenous beadwork, Pedal Pony, and Kilo and Hank Bakery and Shaw, and Spa, Marketing and Spa.
And your Patoba that you thought was maybe potatoes,
Yes.
it's authentic Christinian.
Oh.
Go ahead, Councilor Baster.
Yeah.
So that's definitely not.
I was approached by a few people in regards to this. I said, we're talking about it today. Bicycle racks. Like, there's gonna be local traffic around there, and there always is. And people are asking about bicycle racks. There's no bicycle racks yet.
Yeah, there are planned to be bicycle racks there.
But we won't have them by the event.
Not by Thursday,
Probably
probably
not.
not.
But they are coming.
They are coming, so what we'll take a look at is maybe we'll create I'll talk to Brendan about creating a bike locker area. So what's occurred in many places, they take the bikes and they put them into an area and somebody monitors the area. This way the bikes are protected.
Yeah, the gym.
They're usually just a roped off area, and they do it at the Bomber Games.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Go ahead.
But good point, very good point to remember.
Go ahead, Scott.
Two things. I'm assuming the 3 o'clock is business attire.
Correct.
And do you have confirmation that the bouncy castles are gonna be tied down?
Yes, I have already talked to Brendan about it.
Good. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Strang.
I was gonna ask something and I forgot. I'll come back to it.
How long have we been advertising this opening?
Last couple of weeks at least.
Since the last time
There was a change of dates.
Okay.
Oh, right on, Councilor Spicer.
So we have to talk about that too. So we'll have the schedule of events, 3 o'clock to 3:30. We do the facility tour for the people that were invited. 3:30 to 4 is speeches and ribbon cutting. 4 to 5:45 is a tear down of the ribbon cutting setup and community event and get set up and all that. 6 o'clock community event begins. Question and answer session in the multi-purpose room at 7:15. We'll have Victor there, Brendan, possibly myself. We'll talk about that in a second after we get through the rest of it. And then we shut down at 9:30 once for the carnival games and equipment and market. About 9:45 is a prize draw, and the fireworks shows should start around 10 p.m. and then should shut down somewhere around 10:15. Okay, the games locations are all being finalized, such as conditional and size of activity, as well as ground repair work on the locations that are current. Food trucks are working. Right now, we're still finalizing. We had some challenges with the truck, which was putting all our logos on the top and the lettering for the St. Clements Activity Center. Hoping it's done by today. They were supposed to get done yesterday. They ran into some technical issues. I'm hoping it gets done. The dunk tank has been confirmed. Tyler is unable to attend, and they've been identified for an hour. I'm recommending half an hour, and I don't think we need to go till 9 o'clock. I think 6 to 6:30, 7 to 7:30, and 7:30 to 8. By then, it's getting too cold to be letting people go in the water anyways. So.
It's gonna be 32 above.
Who's the people? You and Scott and who else?
We're looking for a second counselor as Tyler is unable to make it because he's in a finals for his softball team.
I nominate Councillor Strang.
I think
It's in her.
Mix it up a little bit.
I think there should be somebody from Ward 2.
I'm going to the Bomber game. Yeah, I'll be gone.
Is there a game Thursday?
That's right.
So,
In BC, so I'll be there from 3 to maybe 4:30 and then
and then you'll see the fireworks when you're coming home.
adios.
That all happened to him last weekend.
Okay, if we can't get a counselor, we can certainly, the recreation manager will step up. But we're expecting him to be running around at the same time.
I thought Kevin said he could.
That's what I
No, Kevin did, but something came up with Kevin too. Do you remember you talking?
That's smart.
There was something, is he not here?
Too busted up to do it.
So am I. Just falling in water.
All you gotta do is fall in water.
Dave, you're from work too.
Then you gotta get out of it.
So are you?
Bomber,
I know, you have to forget the Bomber game.
No thanks.
I would, but you know, previous engagement.
We go.
Why don't you put a quick call out to one of the fire departments?
I was gonna say, ask one of the, that's wrong.
Okay, we'll ask.
Not
And we
necessarily.
got one day to.
Like I, Wally looks and stuff like that.
Go ahead, Scott, I see you have your hands.
You make a big splash.
Yeah, lots of displacement.
I'm just looking at this invite list, what do the colors mean?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask
Green
too.
means the yes?
Yes, blue is no answer, red is no.
What's
Yellow
orange or yellow?
Response received, no confirmed.
Orange is maybe.
Yeah,
There you go, Jennifer.
It's at the bottom.
She could go in there.
orange is response received with no confirmed attendance. Which means thank you for sending the email. Like,
We might need one.
Call the planning board and see if we get an inspector in there or something.
So, okay, so
Chris.
none of the municipalities are coming other than St. Andrews?
Show that
That's
color.
what it
again.
looks like.
Looks like a cut.
So what colors are coming? What does it mean?
Okay.
Green is coming, blue is no answer,
Oh, no answer.
orange is answered but
Not
did
coming.
not give a definitive yes.
City of Salt
Basically,
Lake's not
That's a
coming.
lot
They
of
said
blue.
thank you.
It's a lot of no answers. Like, not,
Victor is in the list of the blues, so you know he's gonna be coming.
So James isn't coming and neither is our premier.
Was Dave Kane invited?
I'm pretty sure he was
I don't see him
identified.
on the list.
If he's not, we'll get hold of him.
And the other thing that I said to Brendan is, the people that donated benches, each of those families should have been invited.
Okay, I'll make sure we'll talk to him about that tomorrow.
Oh, there's the, sorry, now I
Yeah.
saw,
It's at the bottom right there. Attending, not attending,
yeah.
no response, response
Oh,
received
that's on the
with
next page.
no confirmed attendance.
okay.
Okay, so Doug Tech, we gotta finalize one more person. Nobody else is volunteering from council, I'll look for.
No
I
thanks.
think we should do straws. Choice straw.
Maybe the mayor?
Not a chance.
Okay. So that covers the event and some of the material that goes along with that event, so that you know that. The other is, if you're okay, I can move on to the accounts and financial statements matter.
No, you got road construction.
Oh, sorry, there was a road construction, yes.
I have one question on the opening on Thursday. Are we doing anything for the residents of town? So it looks like we're gonna have 3 food trucks there. Are we doing any cake or anything that day or no?
There wasn't a plan for a case, it's just the size of the.
Just asking for people that come there that if there's.
Dancing.
We can certainly do it at the grand opening side if you wanna do a cake then, cause that would be unlikely that we're gonna get a ton of people at that one.
And coffee and donuts at 3.
Yeah, so we could do donuts and.
Oh, is that what it
Donuts
says?
Cakes
are
or
like.
something.
Yeah, further down on the formal
It says
program,
on
I see
program.
coffee and donuts.
Yeah.
Okay, I just thought with people coming there and there's not that.
Donuts with sprinkles.
You're gonna take away money from the vendors, food trucks.
That's at 3 o'clock, they won't be coming till 5.
Yeah, right.
It's a small,
It's the meat, that's what I say.
One donut per person,
They're walking in.
donut hole, you
Yeah.
only get one donut hole.
Okay, so going
Okay.
to Reba Road Construction, you've seen my emails, I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention and know that, like with the tenders, the workers that we have working there are not the ones that we tendered out to. And of course, they've been contracted out by the ones that won the, but ones that won the tender. And there's days they come there and they'll work like for 2 hours or do a roller down. Like they went and ripped half a mile out when we had the heavy rains. That's why we've had all the complaints, and they just aren't great construction. They have no respect for the residents. Yeah, it's just been, it's been a nightmare, so.
When somebody gets a tender or is awarded a tender, we should have something in there that says, if you're gonna be subbing it out, you are responsible to monitor and to make sure that who you're subbing it out to, A, can do the job in completion and get a semblance of when are you gonna finish? Like the one it was awarded to, I don't think, haven't seen hide or tail on or.
Well, they have,
Yeah, but they have a
but
timeline,
they
and
shouldn't
when
have
they
ripped
don't,
it, yeah.
when they don't meet that timeline, they will have penalties. It's the same thing as all contractors. Sometimes you get good contractors, such as Fast Brothers, who come in, do it quickly, but they cost more. So, you know, when you go to a tender, part of the challenge is that you are required to select on the lowest bid price. So the only thing that you can do is start putting in some requirements or past practice. Obviously, with what we've learned from Southwood, we do that. They've done good work elsewhere, like they've done the work here and other places. And we've used them before, they've done well. This time, I don't know whether they just got a lot of contracts this year, and you may also know that there was a lot of washed out roads everywhere. So I think a lot of people got a lot more contracts than they were anticipating, and then started subbing out more.
But the subbing out is what the problem is.
Yeah.
When you sub it out, you almost take no accountability for what you were awarded. You were
No,
awarded
but
the contract.
you're the one ultimately responsible. You
Well,
subbed it out.
You
And we're
think,
gonna hold them responsible, but we hold them responsible for one part. Like we'll definitely hold them responsible for the quality of work, but when they go in there and do the work, and they didn't know how they were doing it, the mistakes are made, then you're trying to fix it after.
Well, and then we're sending our public works out there to babysit them,
Oh.
or it's us here at the office or at Public Works that are getting all the complaints.
Exactly, Southwood is,
Like, you know,
Southwood is somebody that's we're gonna have to have a talking with at the end of this one, but you get this every now and then, you'll get sometimes a bad situation on a contract.
yeah, and the point Sandra made about like the one that was subbed to, they knew themselves how busy they were. Why strip out a whole mile or whatever you said, a whole piece of road if you knew you really were only gonna be able to spend X amount of time there?
Exactly.
But rip up the whole road, you knew
And then leave
you
it
weren't
for
gonna be
good
doing a
times.
lot of time there.
But you know, usually when you bid a thing, it says right in a tender, it asks you to list your sub-trades.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm sure I've seen that in our tenders
Yes.
before.
It does.
So you gotta make sure that those sub-trades that are in there for Southwood are listed in there. If they're not, you could call South, whatever it's called, Southwood or something, call them. Say, is this listed in your sub-trades here? If not, you better,
Yeah,
you know, you're running
I'll
out of
talk to
days.
Kevin about that as well. One of the other things is that,
Cause we wouldn't want another Road 89 happening,
no,
you know?
we're gonna be road 88. It's gonna be, but no, and I had mentioned it to Kevin, and I said, something to bring forward to council, then, you know what, yes, this other company was a little bit cheaper, and maybe the better company was just the next one. I said, maybe we should be going to that next one,
the
even
next
though
one was
it's in.
$200,000.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
You're not-
But if it was something, but it's something to bring to our attention too, like, you know, cause these
But we can
guys
take
are.
some points away if
Yeah.
they've done bad work. Or we can certainly, we told them that resident access was required. So that meant that you weren't supposed to rip up the entire road, maybe half
And
the
then leave
road.
it mud, not even put
Mud,
gravel,
exactly.
gravel down.
So usually you rip off half the road, you give access so people are just crossing and using it.
Yeah.
Then you fix that side and fix the other side. We know how it's done, you just take a look at what's being done on 59 for just resurfacing. They're able to figure it out on a
Well,
very busy road.
in the development, Blackbird, road's ready, done and everything, and they started way later for that piece that they did.
And I think they're using Fast Brothers.
Go ahead, Scott.
Just, we had a really good company do it, and now
And I think-
very forward.
I think that's the problem. The last 2 years, we had a company in there that went, and it was done. So now our expectations are the same. And it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah, it's.
As well as, we've had some bad ones before, which we forgot, if you may recall. We've had to, do significant fines and penalties to Chabot and others.
We also had sewer contractors in the past that we didn't like, and now we like them fine, so.
Okay, go ahead, Sandra.
Just bringing up about the paving, how about the train tracks on Mohawk Road, were those, have those been
That
covered
big
yet?
hole.
Now, yes,
No, and is something being,
the gravel has been topped up. It'll be topped up again, so that'll be good for the year.
but is,
The
like,
plan is to put it out
is there
there.
somebody scheduled to come in there at some time, or?
Yeah, we're going out to a separate quote now, Fast Brothers is, that was taken out of the price. So it's a bid and they're coming back at a high price. I'll take a look at it, Kevin's looking at the price here.
Says as soon as they finish Rebec, the other contract.
Okay, it is,
We're in the area.
according to, do you wanna pass the resolution to
No, let's just go.
extend? If,
Yes.
I'm fine, let's just get it over with, come on, let's get it done.
before we move on to the finances and everything else that we got here, so.
Okay, resolve the meeting be extended to 11 PM, July 28th, 2026, as per procedure bylaw 12/2022.
Can I have a mover, please? Yeah. Counselor Strang, Counselor Bezrowitz seconds, any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Do we need planning again? Sure. Okay, we're gonna take
Even
5 minutes.
Take 5 minutes. Applause.
Yeah, thank you. Please turn it on.
It's on.
Okay, so I believe we are at number 9 on our agendas, which is financial statements. So if we can have a resolution for the list of accounts for this month or this month.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolve council approve the July 28th, 2026 list of accounts, check numbers 26000729 to 26000893 in the amount of $1,392,170.26 for payment.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Sutherland, second, please. Counselor Horvis, discussion. Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, I believe we had financial statement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So resolve that the June 30th, 2026 financial statements be adopted as presented.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Horvis, second, please. Counselor Bazarowicz, any further discussion or questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question, all in favor, opposed, that is carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Then we go down to the grants.
And so in grants, we had a discussion about, there's been a lot of questions the council's been receiving about grants, policy and what's been handed out as grants and what's been going out to various areas. So we felt it was important to get an update from council that can provide a detail of the grants program. So what I have today is the grants program. And I'll walk you through it. And we screen here. So the municipal grants, investment is, this is a presentation that walked through 2020 to 2025. Up to the current year is identified as 2025, understanding that 2026, we are still going through a lot of the grants. And I'm just gonna do this a little bit, there we go. And so generally speaking, and overall at a glance of the entire summary of this entire situation, in 2025, we paid out $169,115.13 in grants. That was the total municipal contributions and grants provided. Along with that, we had and the budget for it was $184,500, anticipating that some grants didn't come through. We have 4 different policies, which we'll talk about in a second. So budget utilized was 91.7%, and in a 6-year total, $738,926.48 have been handed out in grants, and to over 101 different organizations. Wow. Okay. The key message for council: 2025 investment is at 91%. The 6-year cumulative average, as I mentioned, and as you can see, that goes into for the non-reporting entities. What we have is 18%. Municipal memberships is 15%. 2% does donations, activity sponsorships 16. Recreation provider grants are 37%, and then 12% is towards recreation projects themselves out of all that. So how does that, the non-reporting agencies, so these are the various different grant policies we have on our website that talk about each different grant and how they are to be utilized. And as you can see, where the donations are, we're at 187% of donations, although it's not a large amount in the budget, but we utilize it all completely. And municipal memberships and non-reporting entities occupy a significant percentage of that grant. And as you can see, total members remaining budget is about $15,000 for the year. The 6-year summary by category on those specific areas, what you'll see as you begin to take a look from 2020 out, you'll see a steady increase that council has been providing on grants on a regular basis. So they've been increasing the budget. Not only has council been managing the taxes, they've also been increasing what's been distributed out to the community to be able to use and support the various programs that are being provided. So as you can see, there's been a significant increase in each one of those areas. Then we get into the 6-year investment by category. And so when we take a look at that, annual recreation provider grants is $271,900. So recreation is supported significantly throughout this municipality. And it's not just in any one particular area, but spread out evenly throughout that entire municipality. Non-reporting entities are other entities that are supported with it. That's $133,000 worth of grants in the last 6 years. Annual activity sponsorships alone is $116,000 on various sponsorship grants. And municipal memberships is $107,000. That's also covers a lot of other costs that are in there. Recreation program project grants are in there, as well as donations. And as you can see, from 2020, when some of the recreation programs had slowed down, you can see the steady increase over 2022, 2023, and a slight dip in 24 and back up high, going up in 2025, and we'll probably surpass it in 2026. But an average investment of annual investment of 123, taking some of the low years into consideration and the high years. Year over year snapshot. So what we're looking at is so year over year total investment has gone up significantly. We had the big bump in 2023, and some of that big bump in 2023 was related to some of the new agencies that requested for multi-years that they hadn't, although they weren't necessarily providing rec services, they were still needing to run the operation. So some agencies were given additional dollars during those years. And so, as you can see, the investment composition, we are, the municipality has continued to provide. And so not only did those increase, but you can see where the big increase is. So recreation provider is the big one in the 181,000, because those recreation service providers needed additional dollars to move forward. The community organizations that are supported, as you can see on these organizations, non-reporting entities in 2025, who those entities are that receive grants directly from the RF. And the category detail for 2025, what percentage was utilized, so it gives you an understanding of what was done last year as we move forward. And on top of that, as of 2024, council also asked us to start looking at reporting on the costs for this insurance that seems to be perceived as that it's just a general rider that everybody is covered under. There is a cost to the taxpayers on that insurance, and this goes to show that insurance costs. And that is over and above the grants that are already given.
That was my question, I wasn't sure if this was in the other numbers or not, so
This
it's
is over
not.
and above,
Okay, thank you.
because those are reporting for those specific accounts, and this is reporting from the total. So, what council take into consideration here, receive this grant investment summary as information. Now it's made as public information. Review the categories for the next budget session and see if anything needs to be adjusted accordingly. And that's what the intent is, to be able to take a look at that. And then consider whether recurring memberships or non-grant expenditures should continue to be tracked within these grant presentations. And the 6-year trend history to inform future grant budgeting is what we're looking at here, to get an understanding. So that was the grant program that I wanted to share with council so that you understood before we went into doing some further grants today. Awesome.
Okay, so now we're at 9.32 at Gaynor Family Regional Library.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with the Gaynor family, this is our, I think this is our third installment for the Gaynor Regional Family Library, which comes out of our programs, and that'll be for $61,540. And this installment is budgeted annually, so it's not impacting any of us. So if everybody's okay, I'll read the resolution, which is resolved, council approved the payment of $61,540.60 to the Gaynor Family Regional Library as the third installment of 2026 annual operating grant.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, second, please. Councillor Sutherland, any other questions or comments? Call the question, all in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, Gull Lake Car Show.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the Gull Lake Car Show, what we're looking at is wishes to hold another car show this summer, and a second one. And I think it's the second one this summer. And using, pardon?
Third, I believe.
Third? This is the third show this year.
This year?
This year?
No, this is the third show altogether.
Yeah.
But
This is the third year.
Third year in a row. Yeah. And so they'll use the green space as identified, and they're requesting for the portable toilets again, hand washing stations, and the waiving of the tipping fees at the Gull Lake Transfer Station, and permission to install 50 amp breaker at the 220 volt plug in the storage container that was identified. The Gull Lake Car Show has been organized as a community fundraiser, and the profits are intended to support the Gull Lake Green Space in coordination with the Gull Lake Ratepayers Association. For 2026, the Gull Lake Car Group has been requesting municipal rental of 2 portable toilets, and last year we spent approximately $870, which included the toilet rental and cleaning of the existing toilets, and the total cost of the toilet rental servicing was at $37,000, $37,700. Under the mandatory requirements, a social occasion community event liquor permit is needed for this, and it served as a one-time special occasion as a fundraiser. They must apply for this permit, and council's rules to indicate it supports the group's permit application. which isn't limited by the numbers anymore like it used to be. And under the social occasion community event, the car show group has requested the 50 amp breaker in there. The group would pay for that installation of the breaker, and no electrical permit has been started with Manitoba Hydro or the applicable inspection authority, and detailed information on the security is still needed on that. And so what we're recommending is council approve the use of the municipal land. Council authorize the administration to add the car show into our insurance for the event. Council approve the waiving of the tipping fees, and council direct the administration to arrange for rental of 2 portable toilets. And we indicate that it's support for the Gull Lake Car Group's application to the Liquor and Gaming Cannabis Authority, and council defer the decision on the installation of the 50 amp breaker to a later point.
Well, they probably need it to run their thing there.
He said that they would figure out another plan with generators like they did last time.
Okay.
So it said their money is gonna go towards the green space, because the last two shows they sent us the money, I think we still have it.
Correct. And then it's held in an account for that. So they'll probably still send it to us, and then it'll be, then they make an application to use it, and then we just send the money over.
They have to do it that way, right? In order to the non-profit kind of thing.
Correct. Yeah, to meet the nonprofit situation. So we have a resolution. If you're okay with that, I'll move the resolution forward.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so resolve that the Gull Lake Car Group be authorized to utilize municipal land to hold a 2026 Gull Lake Car Show at 14 Ewart Street on Saturday, August 15th, 2026, with a rain date of Sunday, August 16th. Further be it resolved that administration be authorized to add the 2026 Gull Lake Car Show to the municipal insurance for the event dates, subject to insurer approval and any required conditions. Further be resolved, municipality of St. Clements will provide rental of 2 portable toilets and 1 hand washing station for the event day. And further be resolved, the tipping fees for the Gull Lake transfer station be waived for event staff in relation to the 2026 Gull Lake Car Show. And further be it resolved, council indicates its support for the Gull Lake Car Group's application to the Liquor and Gaming Cannabis Authority of Manitoba for a community event social occasion liquor permit for the 2026 event, subject to all LGCA terms and conditions, the Liquor Gaming Cannabis Control Act, and the applicable provincial regulations. And further be resolved that the permission to install a 50 amp breaker and a 220 volt exterior outlet on the storage container at 50 Ewart Street be deferred to a later date, pending Manitoba Hydro or inspection authority permits confirmed by the Gull Lake Ratepayers Association, reviewed by the municipality's insurer and appropriate staff, and a further report back to council.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bowser Oj, Councillor Corbis seconds. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, the next one is the East Selkirk Rec Association.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is for the last year's and this year's, this is the $50,000 annual operating grant request. They have provided their detailed information as they require to provide us, and this is to move forward with $50,000 grant.
Okay, oh, go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
So just for clarity, $50,000 request here and $30,000 that we paid for their insurance, so the total we're funding them is like $80,000 a year.
Correct.
Just for the public's information.
The 30 just for insurance?
Yeah, that's.
Sounds high.
I noticed that on our chart of everybody's different insurance. I think that would be a good thing to let every community center know of what we, but like brought out a good point.
No, it's just.
That's why we started recording it now.
That's why we started recording it, is to help.
But just to make people.
Everyone understand what we're.
Because anybody who plays hockey, they're covered under Hockey Manitoba.
They are,
This is building and fire and liability too.
and the type of building, the equipment in the building, all those things.
Well, I just saw the grounds for the baseball too.
Yes.
Yeah, so that doesn't include the insurance, just on the building itself if it burns. Is that a part of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is? What's this our community center gonna be on? Doesn't matter, you have to pay regardless. That's okay. I'm not, don't worry about it.
We will find out for you, Counselor. If you're interested, somebody else is interested, we should answer it. Resolve Council approve the following 2026 requested grant, East Selkirk Recreation Association, 2026, $50,000.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, second, please. Councillor Spicer. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 9.3.5, Gordon Howard Senior Center.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is requesting the $2,500 grant for the Gordon Howard Recreation Center, Gordon Howard Center. And it's roughly 15% of the membership are residents of the Arm of St. Clements. And this is the annual operating funding, and same as what we gave last year.
Okay. Questions, comments? Resolution, please.
Resolve Council approve the following 2026 requested grant, Gordon Howard Center, 2026, $2,500.
Moved by Councillor Horvis, second, Councillor Sutherland. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Two oldest guys here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that takes us to number 10, which is bylaws. We have one bylaw. It looks like we're gonna be moving forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is, we're looking at council approval to amend bylaw 2 of 2022, designate the lands identified on Schedule A located along St. Peter's Road north of 508 as a permanent no burning area. As you know, at the presentations by the emergency management coordinator, or emergency coordinator, as well as our fire department has identified that there's been concerns about uncontrolled fires and fires not burning unattended in this area, and it's a remote area. And considering all the dangers and challenges we had last year, this was one of those areas that they did have some challenges with. So they've worked with the province of Manitoba and are bringing forward a proposal to create an area that's a no burning zone.
Will it be posted like that all the
They'll be
time?
posting on there.
As soon as you drive up, they'll say no burn area or
Yes,
something, or no
exactly.
fires. That's good.
Maybe
All
they'll,
fence.
yeah. Okay, so this is the bylaw that's moving forward. The Manager Protective Services recommends that council give first reading to the attached amended bylaw.
Okay, if you wanna bring that forward.
Whereas council has determined that the area identified in Schedule A presents an elevated wildfire risk due to its undeveloped nature, recreational use, and history of unattended and unauthorized fires. And whereas administration consulted the province of Manitoba regarding the proposed designation of the lands identified on Schedule A as a permanent no burning area and has received a letter of support for the proposal, therefore be it resolved that council give first reading to a bylaw number 9 of 2026 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2 of 2022, the Rural Municipality of St. Clements burning bylaw by designating the lands identified on Schedule A as a permanent no burning area.
Thank you for that. Moved by Councillor Horvis, second by Councillor Sutherland. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, communications for information. I'm not sure if there's anything that's jumping out. I guess the public hearing notice for the Arm of St. Andrews zoning bylaw might be of some interest.
And Springfield's redoing their whole one too, right?
Gosh. Yeah, you should have.
Wow.
I don't see anything on there. Anybody have any comments or questions on any of the info correspondence this time around?
No.
Okay, council reports. Councillor Spicer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, on June 24th at the Northeast Red Watershed District monthly meeting. We are starting on the Broken Head River Integrated Watershed Management Plan meeting. Or plan preparation. So they're going to be asking for, folks to represent on there. It's one of those things where I reminded folks that it's an election year and if you wanna get started, then you might have some people that won't be carrying on. Didn't seem to, matter, the province wants to move on, so, they've given the watershed district funding to do it, so. There's also been a challenge with, the boundaries of the watershed district. The RM of Reynolds is, their whole farming area is not included in the watershed district. The only thing that really is that's privately owned is like the Molson area. So they've been asking, well, you know, we're paying a fee like we are, they are, and nobody can access the programs because all the farmers are outside of the boundary. And the same problem is in the arm of Lac-du-Bonny. You'll have, as you know, most farmers are quite large now. So you'll have farmers on one side of the river can get access to the programs for their land. And if they have land on the other side of the river and they can't. Like the boundary is kind of not good. So they've been asking, the province to consider expanding the watershed district so it covers the farmlands. And up to this point, the province has not been very receptive. June the 26th, we had a Red River Planning District HR meeting. June the 30th, we had a committee of whole meeting, we had some public works updates, some policy discussions, and of course that day was also the funding announcement. July the 6th, we had another RRPD HR meeting. The 7th and 8th, I went to the Manitoba Association of Watersheds. At a board meeting, a managers meeting, and a tour of projects in Neepawa. And pretty interesting what they've been doing, because that's the first watershed district there was in the province is Whitemud. So they're, of course, quite a bit ahead of our watershed district that's just been fledgling. We've only been at it for a few years. Carrying on. July the 9th, Red River Planning District, we had a membership meeting, we'll call it. July the 13th, I attended the RM of West St. Paul hearing that they had for whether they should continue on with Red River Planning or not. They, in the end, voted 3-2 to leave the planning district or start the process of leaving the planning district. Found it was quite interesting because there were 3 presenters that presented in favor of leaving. I think there was 9 that presented in favor of staying in our RPD, and then there were 3 information presenters. July the 14th, we had our special meeting. We talked about service sharing and lagoon expansion. July the 15th, we had Red River Planning District monthly meeting. Just for everyone's information and clarity, and administration can chime in here if I got this wrong. So the municipal board has been changed as per Bill 33. It came into effect on June the 1st, 2026. So what that means is if the public objects to, something, a planning application, it now is an administrative review and the municipal board will do a recommendation. Now, if the applicant objects, it's still the same old process. So there's still a hearing and there will be an order. So that's the difference between the two. July the 22nd, Northeast Red Watershed District meeting. This was another monthly meeting. The infrastructure meeting now that they've asked us to come to, they're looking at the second week in August now. That's that one about Cooks Creek. Just because by the time we got everything clarified, it was the next week. So they didn't have time to get it all set up. July 22nd, Red River Planning District. We had a in-camera meeting. So can't really report too much on that one. And that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Scott?
What was the in-camera meeting? What was the in-camera meeting?
We'll have to talk about that in camera, I guess.
Okay.
Well, it was in camera,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so we can't talk about it.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Did not honor under election.
Yeah, we'll talk about that after. Go ahead, Glenn. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Scott, just clarify, what is the thing for the municipal board? What's the 2 differences?
Okay, so the province passed Bill 33, so before, if there was, it was all done the same, okay? If there was an objection and it went to the municipal board held a hearing, and then they did an order and we were ordered to do what they said. Right. So now the difference is, and this is after, so June 1st is any application after June 1st. Okay, so any application that happened before June 1st is still under the old rules. Okay, but now, say we had an application June the 15th. If the public appeal to the municipal board. All they do is they have an administrative review and they do recommendations.
And
So
that's
that
done at our
means
level or their administration?
their administration does it. So the recommendation comes back, we don't have to follow it. It's a recommendation. Whereas if the applicant goes to the municipal board, then it's the same old process. It's a hearing and it's an order.
Thank you.
So that's the difference that they did in Bill 33. Correct?
Correct.
That's the way you understand it, Deepa?
That's understandable. So recommendation coming to council is a suggestion.
Yeah.
In the case of the order, you must comply.
Okay,
So that puts all the onus back on us,
pretty much.
why bother?
So exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking, so why even bother, like,
Anyway.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
June 30th, we had a cow meeting here, and July the 14th, we had a special meeting, discussing regional service sharing. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Councilor Horbus.
Okay, so on, the 9th of July, I attended a meeting at, GMCC. And at that meeting, they talked about, a whole bunch of stuff like, what's going on there and, I guess that, what's his name is stepping down? Roger Badger, stepping down. So, he won't be involved there anymore. And then on the 11th, I, got to drive the big truck at, South Prairie with the mayor, Councilor Strang, and, Kevin, and Debbie and her daughter. So we did that.
Warm that day?
Not really in their truck, it was. Air conditioning was on.
yes, it was.
It was, pretty cool, actually. Had to put a sweater on. Yeah, on the 14th, we had a cow meeting here. And then on the, 18th, I attended the, East Beaches Fire Hall with, my worship.
Yeah, right.
And then, on the 28th, is that 28th? That's today, eh?
That's today.
That's it, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions for Dave? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. June 30th, as everybody said, call meeting, funding announcement. July 4th, attended the Mayor Debbie Feeble-Corn at the land blessing down by the Old Stone Church, a land purchased by the Peguis Child and Family Services. It's quite an event, actually. There was this.
Lots of people?
Lots of people, tents set up from here to the road.
Yeah.
2 big tents. Yeah, it was good. July 14th, the county. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that, Dave. Any questions?
No.
Go
Couldn't
ahead,
make
Sandra.
the,
Sorry.
thing at the fire hall, East Beach.
Oh, East Beaches, you were away, were you not?
Boston, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was on Sunday, don't worry. I was going that day, I didn't.
Go ahead, Sandra.
Thank you. On June 26th, I attended the Interlake Tourism AGM and board elections with the mayor. I was elected back on as a municipal board member. And on the 29th, I attended with Brendan made time for the volunteers down in the South St. Clements to come and have a sneak peek tour of the building. So Irene DeGraff, Debbie Cunningham, Megan Berry, and there were some other extras, but they came and they had a sneak peek because everybody's been wondering since the building's been closed of what it was like. So they were very impressed. So, they will be coming attending to the, I see some of their marks are not there, but they will be attending the opening. June 30th, we had committee of whole, and it was on policies and public works. July 6th, I had a Red River Basin Zoom call, and in September, we do have a meeting for Red River Basin, and we will be having a celebration for Julie that left the office in the US, and she's been there for over 30 some years, so. We're just planning that. July 8th, I had an executive meeting with Red River North Tourism. They discussed the garden bench draw, and thank you to everybody for buying tickets around here and for the mayor selling about 2, and I know we have some at our front desk. That draw will happen at our open house in August. So they didn't realize it just happened to fit together. I know it does say it will be at the at our office here, but we'll have it over at the bench. Yeah, for the bench, so we'll have it.
So they'll have the bench here?
I don't know if they'll bring the bench, actually, the bench is gone in Wish Me, it's in the front window.
Well, I wanted something to sit down on.
Why you would cook the weekend here?
I win my bench, I can.
Okay. Well, you know what, Dave, I hope you do win the bench, so.
I need it, I can't stand it.
The other thing is, they were, just with the weather this year, they were having a hard time finding gardens for the garden and art tour. So they did decide, and like right now, even my flowers have just flourished and come out with the humidity. So, so they said that they're now going to have it every second year. So that's just, they don't have to have the commitment every year that we're looking for gardens. June 11th, I also attended the Triple S Fair and Rodeo Parade in Selkirk with the mayor and Councillor Corbis and the Public Works, with Debbie from Public Works and her daughter. She's like our mascot too, and everybody knows her in the on the parade route. So, yeah, she does. She's
I get a big kick out of the dress.
Yeah. Oh, and Kevin, yeah, he came to tease after, but he made sure we were all okay and everything, and went back to sit with his family.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
That's okay. July 14th, the mayor called a special meeting in regard to a federal funding announcement for infrastructure, and July 23rd, I have had a Red River Basin Conference Committee meeting. And that's everything.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions for Sandra? Go ahead, Rob.
Just the June 30th cow, that's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, I have a few here. I guess I start with the last council meeting on the 23rd of June, the regular one. I too attended the Interlake Tourism AGM. I didn't stay for the quiz night, but I did attend the meeting. And then on the 27th of June, Councillor Horbis and I attended the Grand Marais Rec Association AGM. I guess what I got out of it, there's 50 members that belong, and there was 8 people there. So I'm not sure how that works, but we can talk about that later. Then on July the 9th, I had a meeting regarding West St. Paul. July the 6th, RRPD HR discussion. July 11th, the parade, the soccer parade. July the 13th, the West St. Paul public hearing RRPD. July the 14th, special meeting and our cow meeting. July 15th, the regular RRPD meeting. July the 18th, East Beaches Fire Department open house, and July the 22nd, the RRPD special meeting. And that's all I have.
Oh yeah, I'd just like to mention that, that fire, was it the fire? Yeah, the East Beach Fire, the mayor won a prize. Again, twice, I think she won 2 prizes, she won twice, and had to carry them for her. So,
Well, it was your turn. I
Were
got
they
a
heavy?
song turn
Were they
last
heavy?
year.
what's that?
Are they heavy?
Yes.
Did we go over flags tonight now for Walter Fate?
No, we thought about it, but we By the time we found out,
I didn't know that he passed away.
Tyler came to see me, but it was like, after the funeral.
Okay.
And so it was difficult to do that when you're doing it, when you know about it by the time, like we do it for 2 or 3 days, but a week later, kinda very difficult to make happen.
So if you're gonna go, Dave, you let us know before that, so.
I'll try to. Usually we know when it happens, we get it before everything else has happened, but when you find out after the funeral, it's a little bit different.
No, I get it. That happens. Okay.
Okay, I'll provide my CAO report. And okay, so my CAO report, first is the St. Clements Activity Center ribbon cutting event is to begin at 3 p.m. The facility tour and ribbon cutting. The speeches and ribbon cutting will take place in the parking lot in front of the activity center. Program for the portion of the event has been shared with other local. After a ribbon cutting event, the grand opening community event festivities will kick off 6 p.m. The event has been advertised through social media posters in various locations, as well as the website, Facebook, and advertising in the South Record, and vendor spotlights have also been shared via social media. Waconia Well has met Manitoba Drinking Water and groundwater protection regulations, and license has been received. A date will be planned for the opening of the new compliant water system, public access to the new well. It should be noted that during the construction, access has always been maintained. The license allows for the current system without disinfection treatment, as all testing and regulatory requirements have been successfully met. I think that's great news. The new landfill cell continues to be on schedule. A decision paper was provided to address a change order for council to fix a design issue with the leachate pond that we discussed earlier. We are moving forward to publishing our 2025 mid-year review through the South Record in August, and to continue our communications for information, informing our residents. Council's direction to keep residents connected and informed continues to be a priority for our communication strategy. When we get to the summary of services, Judge is my regular updates on it. We had Narrow Fire Department had 4 calls, East Beaches Fire Department had 4, and the East Soccer Department had 9 calls for this year, for this last month.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
Shouldn't number 4 be our 2026 mid-year review?
Did I say 2025?
It says 2025.
Sorry, wrong mistake. It should be 2026. I'll correct that on my.
Gotta be correct.
And animal control, this month we received a very specific detailed report. I have it just for council review, and so it's attached to the agenda for council can read at any given time. But we had 10 dogs at large, 1 cat complaint, process that they managed, and a stray dog, as well as 1 barking incident. Prairie by Law Enforcement has provided a very detailed report on their weekends and night patrols, and I'll walk you through it quickly when we get a chance, but it has been provided for council again because it's a detailed report for council's information. And then I've also attached our June's service request, not May's service request reports by the Tiger request and Protected Services, Public Works, and Water and Waste and Planning. So those are our reports, and when we take a look at it, these are the June Public Works reports. So I'll continue to provide these reports on the general analysis of what's happening on the reports. And what I will also be doing in the near future is also dealing with the customer service strategy to compare numbers with that. And so there are the public June reports. Along with that, I have the June animal control report that I mentioned. So it tells you about the dogs running at large, what the complaint was, what they did, and how they went through it, so a little bit more of a detailed report on all the complaints that were received, and what was the outcome of those complaints. So, they're beginning to report a little bit more detail, so we're gonna start sharing more detail with council as we get that. Then we have the Prairie bylaw, this is their report on burning unsightly. What they were, what their shift hours were, what their final checks are, so, you know, at 10 o'clock at night, they did a routine patrol in Baconia and surrounding cottage development, so kind of walks you through exactly what they went through. And so we get a good idea of exactly the kind of service we're getting for what we're paying.
Is
So
this
very
something
deep.
from you?
Yes.
Yeah.
This
I
month.
was gonna say, excellent, we've never
Yeah,
seen this before.
Exactly, I was quite excited when I got a copy of it, so I said I better share the entire report with council. But it's for council use only, not as a public, because it has details and information. It's good for council to know what kind of service we're getting, and if something sticks out, maybe at least then you have something to ask questions regarding. So, some light reading for council.
Did you ask for this, or they just, or did somebody ask for it?
I have to check with Tyler, I think they just started providing it,
Oh,
That's good. Good enough.
or Tyler just started providing it for me.
Did you have something else, Councillor, before this?
No, that's just a stupid question.
Well,
Go ahead.
So you got a dog and you open the door, the dog goes outside the door and he's barking at somebody, and then you run out to grab the dog. That's okay, right?
Yeah, of course, that's okay.
Yeah,
And then
usually
generally,
it's
if you take care of
prolonged barking and nobody's
Yeah.
doing anything about it.
Exactly. Otherwise, the bylaw officer is gonna come there, the dog's not barking, they're gonna say, oh, the dog ran out, and the owner took it, so it becomes a warning. Be careful, watch your dog, and they leave it. There's no fines or anything like that. The intent is to seek compliance on everything. You know, and to work closely with our residents, not be just an enforcement authority. Now, some people do tend to use, our bylaw enforcement as a cudgel for their own purposes, and we try to avoid becoming that, but it's not unusual, it happens everywhere. There are many neighbors that use municipal bylaws to fight each other.
Create havoc.
So, as we are having an event in 2 days at the Activity Center, I thought it was important to give you a complete history of what we have, and also to have it available as part of our packages that we're gonna start sharing with our public. And so let's make sure that everybody understands what this is all about. It's quite a momentous occasion. So with that, what I brought in was a St. Clement's Activity Center presentation. And what I'm gonna do is walk you through that, for the St. Clement's Activity Center.
Are you gonna have this also, this, presentation, is
We
that what's
gotta
gonna be in
have
the
some
side, in the
bylaws.
multi-purpose room there?
There's two things to
I'm
do.
hoping to have it in there if
Okay.
council approves with it right now.
Yeah, should we extend it now?
Yes,
Because
we
we got
should.
a couple of things we gotta deal with that we passed,
Yes,
we have to pass, things for.
I'll pass.
So, 12:30?
Yeah. 1:30?
11:30.
Are we going through the whole report? This whole-
5:30?
Yeah, I think we should do it 12 o'clock, and if we finish
I would
sooner, it's
agree.
Let's
okay.
do 12.
Yeah.
It's good, it's very good.
Yeah.
Don't wanna go into the next day.
Why, you were your turn to.
Yeah.
Okay,
Whatever.
okay, 12 o'clock.
Resolve the meeting be extended to 12 AM, July 29th, 2026, as per procedure bylaw 12 of 2022.
Wait, that's not bad.
Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move it.
Councillor Horbis, second, please. Councillor Strang, all in favor?
I'm not really in favor of it.
I'll do my best to keep it as quick as possible. So I wanted to give an update on the St. Clement's Activity Center. So there's been lots of talk, what's been invested, where did the money come from? There's lots of good news stories associated with this particular project, and minimal cost that the R incurred. And so up to June, end of June, what we've done is a reconciliation of the funds. Obviously, not everything's been completed yet. We'll be doing a full reconciliation of the entire project afterwards. but up to June 25th, or June 30th, we've been able to figure out what have been so far the costs. The project total has come to a total of $8.7 million. What we borrowed is $2 million to do this project. Okay, through the period that I'm going to discuss is this project has been envisioned in the community since 1999 till this year. Major phases were in 2017 to 2016, which is what we're going to discuss today. And so community need, so it was, a need was identified through the RM recreation planning, and it lacked, the planning said that we lacked public community gathering spaces in the community, and the project was framed for a focal point where children and youth and adults and seniors and families could meet to participate. The RM's message was to emphasize wellness, recreation, social arts, and cultural activities. There was no dedicated hub was identified was the gap in the community. Users of all ages was the goal, and it was about connecting neighbors and friends, and it was about recreation and culture. The activity center and park responds to these long-standing service gaps. Early history of this has been that community advocacy started on this at the St. Clements Activity Center volunteers. Reduce the size a little bit here. The St. Clements volunteers ran programs at the Donald School, and there was a survey completed of over 1,200 homes. A needs assessment recorded a strong response rate of 60% of the people on the door-to-door community survey that was created were in favor of having an activity center. Donald School became unusable, and removing that long local recreation programming space had an impact on the community. In 2007, a needs assessment was identified through recreation work in the area, and Dillon Consulting was engaged in 2013 to do an assessment and build on the prior community work that was done out there. The project did not start as just a standalone construction project. That's the key here. It evolved from years of neighborhood programming, volunteer efforts, and attempts to replace a local community recreation space. This background basically explains why the current project is being presented as a community asset rather than just any capital project. And so the needs assessment and the public input in the 2013 study, 17 recommendations came out from Dillon Consulting. The 2016 survey showed had over 300 people respond to it, and completed in April of 2016. 65% of the preference was perceived, and it was a 50-50 split between outdoor recreation and a building recreation service. And so the committee had 23 volunteers working on it with recommendations to council, the committee with 23 volunteers came back with recommendations to council. What the residents said was that the majority of the respondents were unsatisfied to very unsatisfied with current RM recreation post options. A large share wanted investment split between the outdoor amenities and the building. 23 people volunteered to help. That's significant in any particular project. The 2013 needs assessment formalized recreation needs and proposed 17 recommendations. The study built on earlier community work, and together the study and survey helped to define the project direction. Then we move on to the major planning stages of this project. Planning and design direction was established. Building and site plans established the facility's concept to be on the Donald Road location. The 2017 plan showed a building sites and was completed by December of 2017. Municipal land and the Donald Road was selected as the best site for the new facility, and the design included community gathering, building a daycare space, catering, kitchen, a large programming space, volleyball, pickleball, fitness classes. All these things were identified as part of the original design. The project was planned to pursue grants, fundraising, borrowing, and other funding resources. Site and landscape elements were also identified with landscape features, and that's why I separate some of the costs out that you'll see later to show what kind of investment was done, which included a pond with a walking track, native plants, winter use, so all these things were identified back in 2017. And the pond was also expected to assist with drainage and nutrient removal before, and so it was part of our long-term drainage plan. So vision for the site was a 10-acre park activity center supporting recreation, nature, community spirit, recreation, pond skating, tobogganing, paddling, and connections. It was gathering place for friends and neighbors. Environment, it was putting in native plants, environmental protection, access with environmental protection through mitigating flooding risk, not only for the Arm of St. Clements, but also for the RMV St. Paul. Access, pathways, parking lot, play structures were all identified as part of this particular project. So we went through three phases of major development of this. The first phase was some of the pre-construction work, which happened between 2017 to 2020. To 2019, really. So that was about $353,000 was invested in that. And that $353,000 was through reserves and other things, and I'll talk about those things in a little bit. But that was for land, site preparation, community engagement, conceptual design, and physical site preparation. 2018, an application was made for investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and a project cost was identified, around $6 million to build the building. Not the site, the building. $4 million was identified to be borrowed as part of that project. Later on, as we started receiving more and more grants, we were able to reduce the amount of borrowing authority down from $4 million to $2 million to just support the building need. And the site was covered through various grants and other initiatives, and I'll talk about it. Phase 2, which started the outdoor park, and spent about approximately $1.9 million by our analysis up to June 30th. That's an outdoor park area and the various amenities that are on. And that's also gone through some iterations of expansion, and such as we brought in play structures. Then we realized that, because you're in an open prairie, you need to have some shade structures. We bought shade structures, those things, so that began to expand on that particular project. Phase 3 was the building of the construction of the building itself, which we received funding approval in 2022, and it was $6.4 million for the construction of that particular project. And that was what was identified, what's been approximately spent, but $6.13 million was what was approved by the federal government, and that was at the 2018 estimate. And this was approved in 2022 with COVID inflation built in there, and every other project in Manitoba that I'm aware of that was recreation or construction related with ISIP all came in significantly over budget, sometimes millions of dollars over budget, because when the funds were requested back in 2018 to 2022, the level of inflation, construction inflation and overall inflation was significant, 30 to 40% inflation in some cases. The phased approach allowed the RM to work with community partners to build a momentum on this particular project. And so the funding partnerships, multiple partners and donors supported the project over time. We received a $2.7 million grant from the province of Manitoba for climate resiliency, fully funded grant, no matching dollars. Out of that, $1.5 million was devoted directly to this site, and the remainder was devoted to expansion and of the Guns Creek. And the Arm of St. Clements Mayor and Council are partners in this. Federal government is a partner in this. Province of Manitoba is a partner. Selkirk and District Community Foundation were partners in this. Former South St. Clements Activity Center Inc. was that group that was working on this. I have to verify that. I think that was an error on my part. I'll have to fix that. Narrow Golden Age Club was identified in here, and the donors and volunteers, the various donors and volunteers. Funding story was the local advocacy and municipal commitment were reinforced by grants and partnerships. So where are we? Well, park opening and major grant milestone. The park opened on September 2nd, 2022. August 31st, 2022, 6.136 million was identified as a joint ISEP funding announcement. That was a third approximately, a larger third. As a matter of fact, the percentages are a little higher. Federal was the highest, provincial next, and the municipal lowest. But overall, the province of Manitoba's contributions through various grants is the highest contribution towards this project. Trees, there were over 277 trees planted on this site. Rotary gave us another $20,000 for additional trees to plant on that site. Public opening, Mayor and Council held an opening and a ribbon cutting for the site itself. Residents were invited to the park. Funding, Canada and Manitoba and the municipalities announced joint funding of $6,136,946 for construction of the new South St. Clements Activity Center. Remember, I mentioned it's $6.4 million, and I'll walk you through some of those numbers, how that worked. The RM also highlighted ongoing work for pedestrian bridge and circular trail. So there was supposed to be a pedestrian bridge, but it was taken out at the end of the day on the project. Construction progress, we started construction on August 2024 and completed it just recently by March, and then finishing up some last minute things. The building was nearly enclosed by interior walls by January, and there was some delays in this project, but that helped us to keep the project on costs and under budget. And council focused, the construction showed steady progress from structural milestones and interior work. The position is the long-term investment in recreation, community connections, and an inclusive space. So what's the current status? The grand opening has been scheduled for July 30th, 6 to 9 p.m. and we'll be having a big, large event, and all residents have been invited. Project snapshot, we spent $8.7 million, 6.4 building costs, site costs 1.9, pre-construction 353. You may think that some of those numbers then make it look like we're over budget, but I have a separate sheet that shows for council to show exactly how we feel we're still very. Where did the money go? Building 6.4, as mentioned, site 1.9, pre-construction 353,000. As you can see by year, when majority of that cash flow came across as part of the project, largest vendors that received, our construction company, of course, small down to Manitoba Hydro, which was anything below $50,000 is immaterial on a $6 million project, but you get to see where majority of the funds really went to. And so with our major projects by year, again, site, building, and pre-construction. So you can see first 3 years are pre-construction, and then we get into 2020 when we started doing site works. 2023 we had sort of half and half, and then majority of the work was then in the building after that. The construction draw pattern, if anyone was interested in it, how the money was pulled out. Canotech total was $5.73 million. So that's lower than what was anticipated the cost of the construction, because we went through a design build program, which allowed us to share. Since Canotech is the largest provider, they are 65% of the overall budget of the delivery of this. So makes sense. You know, consider then you got other things that you're going to include in there. Progress claims, there were over 24 progress claims, and we kept all change orders to a minimum. And that was a very significant process in this kind of project. Site supporting investment. So on the site, the pond site works was $1.4 million, approximately, so $1.5 million was invested out of that, in the climate resiliency. So that's the site of pond work. The playgrounds was for the playground was $142,000. The Ducks Unlimited trees and landscape was $101,000. Arts Ments contracting, which was the furniture and equipment, which was $103,000. Baltic Athletics was the recreation equipment, was another $86,000, and then Manitoba $50,000 as mentioned. So financial framing for council, the recorded project cost is $8.7, $6 million in grants, $2 million of borrowing, 1.9 is on the site. The building cost 6.4 million, 353,000 for reconstruction. So out of the 8.7 million, 6 of that was in grants.
That's crazy.
2 million was us borrowing. Okay,
Okay, so where's the 0.7?
the 0.7 comes in from some of the pre-construction work, 353,000, and it comes in some of our additional costs that we've had to provide with this, which are batching funds. So then we balance the budget accordingly, and I created a special sheet for council to discuss that. So what I wanted to do was for council, I've created a special sheet for you, and if council's comfortable with it, then we can release that as part of the public sharing package. So in that entire sheet, where am I here? Yes,
We passed the letter.
no, we already passed a resolution to go to midnight.
Where was I?
Sleeping.
Sleeping like Glenn.
You'll have to check, I didn't write down the past and who was the mover at seconder, but we'll figure that out.
I will fix it then.
And so then we get on to the financing costs. So this is the question you're asking, Counselor, oops, not this one. The the total costs and grants. So this sheet breaks down our total costs. So it's hard to, so you're doing a presentation to talk about what are all these costs, so you're highlighting on what are some of the big things. The big thing is $6 million in grants, that's a big thing. $2 million in borrowing, that's the important thing to recognize. And this project, yes, there's a point, but we can speak to all that. And that, speaking to all that is this because, that's usually in the fine details, okay? So the 2 million is still in the borrow, but when you take a look at it, there is the $8,693,938.56 rationalized to June 30th. That's the actual on the book costs. Okay, that entails the 353, as I mentioned, which is $352,909.23. And that's when I said 1.9 million, it's actually $1,898,605.41. So this is the detailed spreadsheet that walks you through it. And so what you can see is, out of that, grants was 1.822 million and 18,000 in donations. That covered the site development cost right there. The phase 2 construction was 6,442,000, $4,525,222.50 is grants. That's a provincial and federal share. So the remainder was the 2 million. So we have an operating cost of 29,000 that we're kind of over on the budget, but that's only as a perceived overage. So here are all those grants that we received. So this is a list of all those grants. There are very few programs. When we presented, when Madam Mayor gave a speech on the amount of grants that we received in this, many municipalities have been contacting me to find out how we approached all this. You know, not realizing that there was a concerted, long-term impact because it was a community effort. It wasn't just one individual person or one individual group. And so when we take a look at this, there's the original borrowing. So there was a operating surplus funded. So we had an operating surplus fund that funded 245,000. We had $53,000 that was reserve funded in 2017. 2018 there was an operating surplus fund that was used. 2019 was the original borrowing bylaw, is what it's going towards for the $2 million. Then you have the Sustainable Communities Grant and all these various grants that go through there, Rotary Club and so forth. And that all adds up to 8,693,000 and so forth. So this is where we got the inflationary addition of the additional municipal contribution to balance the books right now. That would come out of the recreation reserve. But you have to remember, in these costs is Historic Resources Grant, the interpretive signs. The cost, the RM cost on that was $5,400. That interpretive signs was an add-on. and we received grants, so there was a contribution, so that's where I could say, we did deliver under budget, because there were some things we had to match grants on. The building sustainable communities, play structures and shades, our cost was $75,000, so that pays for it. We even put the EV charger in this project to be open and transparent about it. Although the EV charger was a separate project as part of our EV charging projects, but we threw it in there. We received a grant on the EV charger, which it was actual cost was $22,000, but our portion was $17,000. So I'm showing you that there was 123 of additional charges that we are able to build into this budget from those grants and everything else. There's the $2,000 grants for the benches and everything for each individual one. It's that balances out. So that 123 is built in there, and out of that, we're only pulling 29 actually out. So it's a little complicated, but it kind of shows you the bigger picture that everything has been accounted for, along with all that accounting for. So just in case anybody questions it, and I wanted to show this to council first, if council's comfortable with this, what we have is the St. Clement's costs by year total cost. So if anybody was questioning where did all that money go, we're not sure what you were charging to and where it weren't. This is a list of every company that was paid by year, and the total goes to $8,693,938.56, which balances directly with our GL for this particular project, with all the costs. And so
Made this a little more detailed.
well, the intent is
How much did it cost to execute the muskrat? I don't see that.
well, that's right. Yes. I may have to go back and check to see if we have the cost for the muskrat. It's a very good point. I don't remember if we accounted for that in the same GL accounts. I want to be open and transparent. We may have to include euthanization of muskrats.
Execution.
There was a beaver there too.
Yes, and a beaver.
Oh, no, gone.
And so, what you can see what the pre-construction costs were in here, what you can see is what the costs are. These are all company names. We've made sure that every company that was paid is specifically identified in here, and that were paid out, as you'll notice.
Good.
And so, and the numbers match the numbers that we've identified, and so that goes to show, if you're comfortable, I will make both of these documents available. This is the rough version, I'll of course clean it up.
And if you could take that,
Maybe throw some filler
stuff in there. What's SC?
St. Clement's, SC, St. Clement's.
Yeah, but it says SSC there.
Yes, because originally the project was named with those three letters.
It's not, when you're gonna print that out, you're not gonna put that in there. When you put it on the website, you're not gonna put the SSC on there, right?
No, we'll change it to just SC.
Yes.
St. Clement's Activities.
Because we talked about that.
Yes, very good point. And so, the other is, there's been also talk about, well, there's a lot of investment on community recreation in the south, and what's the investment in the north. So what I also provided was the GMCC financing cost. This is from the provincial auditor report on the project and the Western Economic Diversification Grant of $1.4 million, and the remainder, $306,000 in provincial grants, and the remainder of almost $2 million or so was provincial municipal contribution towards the GMCC. So that is a major recreation facility that was provided in another part of the community. In addition to that, there's been ongoing operating budget support on those particular facilities too, along with other facilities in those areas. So it's not like the council or the RM has been just focused on one area over the other. There's been a commitment to recreation throughout the entire community, and that's the way it'll be. And then if you're all okay with all that, I printed these copies out so you can have hard copies to take away tonight. Then you can let me know if you feel comfortable with any changes. Please let me know, then we'll prepare these hard documents ready for tomorrow to put it on our website. And then what we'll do is take the material and make it available as a handout to as part of our material for the public when the event happens. And also for the media to use as they need. So if you're comfortable with that, that covers the entire GMCC, and finally my Sierra report. So we could go into in-camera, council members, if you're okay with that. Yeah, there's a couple of items that we need to talk in camera, and then we can exit out.
We're live.
No, we're just starting to get rolling here.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Resolve council recess the regular meeting, go into in-camera to discuss legal and personnel issues, and further be it resolved that all matters discussed are to remain confidential as per section 83(1)D of the Municipal Act.
Over please. Counselor Bazarowicz, Counselor Horvath seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried.
Do these two resolutions.
Oh, isn't there
We got 10
three?
minutes.
Don't we have to, which one?
For the Municipal Council of the Rome Municipality of St. Clements does now resume setting a regular meeting.
Mover please. Counselor Bazarowicz, second. Counselor Sutherland, all in favor, opposed, carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have two resolutions coming out of in-camera. I'll read the first one. You good, Heather?
Absolutely.
Whereas council's resolution respecting railway lands in Lebo directed administration to report back on the discounted landfill fees for debris arising from the removal of the grain elevator on roll 572300, and whereas Greenwald Colony Farms Limited has incurred $3,209.15 in documented tipping fees to date, with further cleanup and disposal costs anticipated. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve a one-time tipping fee rebate to Greenwald Colony Farms Limited to a maximum of $5,000 to offset landfill dumping fees incurred in the removal of debris from the demolished elevator at 32029 Road, 86 North Lebo, subject to the submission of a paid received to administration. And I think you're gonna just
Yeah,
withdraw
Madam
from
Mayor,
this.
I'd like to excuse myself from this.
Thank you. Okay, can I have a mover for that resolution? Counselor Bazarowicz, second, please. Counselor Sutherland, any further discussion? Call the question, all in favor, opposed, carried.
We can get the councillor back and we'll just do the last one. So the next one is the Railbed Trail alternate route. So The next one is the rail bed trail alternate route. So whereas the Red River North Trail Association has requested the cooperation of Broken and Ojibwe Nation, the road municipality of St. Clements, and other affected parties to maintain Trans-Canada Trail connectivity while discussions continue regarding the transfer of approximately 6 kilometers of former rail bed lands from CEMR to Broken and Ojibwe Nation. And whereas the Red River North Trail Association has proposed a temporary trail route utilizing portions of Otter Road, Lynx Lane, and Bison Drive East with the rural municipality of St. Clements. And whereas council recognizes the importance of maintaining regional trail connectivity and continuing collaborative discussions with Broken and Ojibwe Nation, the Red River North Trails Association, Trans-Canada Trail, and other affected parties, be it resolved that council authorize the chief administrative officer or designated to participate in discussions with Broken and Ojibwe Nation, Red River North Trails Association, Trans-Canada Trail, and other affected parties regarding the potential temporary reroute of the Trans-Canada Trail utilizing Otter Road, Lynx Lane, and Bison Drive East. And further be it resolved that administration assesses the proposed temporary route, including road and traffic safety signage, maintenance, insurability, liability, accessibility, land use, operational, and financial considerations. And further, be it resolved that any temporary reroute to subject to the approval of the rural municipality of St. Clements and the negotiations of any agreements, permits, indemnities, insurance requirements, cost sharing arrangements, or other conditions considered necessary by the municipality. And further be it resolved that participation in these discussions shall not constitute the municipality's acceptance of any responsibility for the acquisition, ownership, construction, operation, maintenance, or long-time replacement of the affected trail corridor. And further be it resolved that the administration report back to council the results of the discussions, the proposed route and the implementation plan, anticipated costs and responsibilities, any required agreements before the temporary route is formally established.
I think you said Saturday.
Moved by Councillor Boulanger, second Councillor Strang. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call question, all in favor, opposed, carried.
And finally, Madam Mayor, resolved this meeting of council at the rural municipality of St. Clements be adjourned at 11:56 p.m. July 28th, 2026.
Mover, please. Councillor Strang, Councillor Horgan seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried.